Hey everybody, thanks for being here. There's only one person here because of the time that we started. Hey Biggs, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well, Biggs. Are you still in the game? Biggs, let me know. I don't know if you're doing panels anymore. But we did enjoy having you. I wouldn't mind having you again on the Reverie. Shout out to my man Biggs. Was always a really pleasant individual. So yeah, hopefully. And a conservative. It's always nice because we use more conservatives. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone here because we had such a small tail getting started here, but that's fine. Hopefully people will join in momentarily. So anyway, yeah, we are live on Twitch and YouTube. I'm getting my YouTube thing set up here. Yeah, okay. So here we go right now. Stardust got safe. Hey Dionysus. Prime Kai, you might invite by accident. I don't know what you mean by that. But hey Dionysus, hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's get started. We're a late start here. But we had a good time on Wix panel previously. That's where we're at. Okay, so we're going to we're gonna pause here, and we're going to jump in here.
It's almost like you're a lawyer or something.
I know, right? It's almost like this is my thing.
Hey, guys, thanks for being
What's up, Brian?
Around. Yeah, it's a little weird start because I was just on Wix panel. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, just want to congratulate you on the shellacking you gave to Lactoid.
Oh my god, yeah, like it's hard work. It's hard work beating a lawyer at his own game.
Representing real well.
I am, fortunately, I am intellectually capable of doing it all.
Oh, the cope is real. Gee, God. No, I was actually just talking to Lactoid about if he was tired, from that because
from
like, you guys
extreme beating.
No, moreover, like how you all were slogging it out. Like SDL was throwing punches in there, and then you had the guy you were arguing with. I know him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Jebtan?
Yeah. Like just Prime and Jeb were just going at it, and it was. At one point, it was super uncivil. I was just like, oh shit.
And so it's not any more uncivil than how we get here.
Sometimes it can get really uncivil. Like
yeah,
anywhere,
like
right? And don't get me wrong, I've gotten hit, shitty too. Like for some reason, whenever I'm on Leaf's panel, like me and Debate Queen go at it, and it's like, oh god.
Oh, Debate Queen's on what panel she usually on?
She's on Leaf's panel on Wednesdays a lot.
Who is Lee?
Leaf Waterkai.
Oh, Lee the Waterkai. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I don't usually refer to him that way. But yeah, like fucking Scott, who's not here, would call me a genocide apologist and a fascist. So like,
but don't forget rape apologist.
Rape apologist. Rape apologist too. Yeah, rape apologist. Yeah,
that was so much fun.
That's pretty much the only thing you're absolutely
That's pretty much the only thing that you're absolutely against.
Sorry. Keep your stuff muted and
Oh, so we're
StreamYard.
using Discord one. Okay.
Yeah, Discord for audio, no problem. But you,
Real quick, Prime. I was gone using the bathroom, but as a lawyer, I can tell you defamation is also not a good thing to do. And I heard a little bit of that going on.
Well,
So
I'm an impartial observer. I can back up everything that Prime said.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, have we gone live yet?
Yeah.
Lactoid gave as good as he got, but Prime absolutely fought it out too. Like,
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah, I thought it was a good
You guys did
discussion.
great.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys did great.
You're a lawyer, aren't you, Lactoid?
Indeed, I
I'd
am.
love to get your
Some people call him that.
very short advice. I am trying to get a restraining
no.
order, and I initially filed. He threatened my kids, so I mean, I have valid grounds, but I filed back in October. The official paperwork in his court district was filed in February. They've continued since then on the emergency hearing.
That's
That
rare.
was October of 22.
Have you called the court?
I've been in court 6 different times. They continued again to August for the 7th time.
Yeah,
That's
I have no idea.
That's
I
how
mean,
my lawyer responded. I just wanted to make sure that this was outrageously abnormal at this point.
for an
Okay.
emergency restraining order, I don't know what state you're in, but for at least in my experience, that seems like a pretty long
What
time.
state are
But I
you
don't
in?
know. I'm in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Okay.
Wait, what part of Wisconsin?
I'm not going to get too much.
Give me the
Oh, that's
GPS
right.
coordinates
Hey,
right now.
I'm gonna be. I'm possibly gonna be taking a trip up to Madison here in about a month. Give me just a PM if you would want to meet up.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Say, repeat the where exactly are you going to be?
I am going to be taking a trip sometime towards the end of this month, probably to Madison. If you are interested in that, maybe we can do something.
Cool. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay. Sure. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I would like to meet Lactoid one day too. Lactoid's pretty awesome. Like, it'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
To hang out with Lactoid.
Get some maple syrup, from him.
True. Yeah.
I didn't say it.
I've heard I'm a fun guy. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, so
I've actually met 2 people. Well, more or less actually, thanks to you, Prime. I met Eucharist in person. Another panel.
Yeah,
Yep.
you did. We saw pictures of that. Hey, Wick Raiders, thanks for being here, guys. We're just waiting on. We'll wait a little bit for some other participants, but we'll get started soon. Thanks for coming in, Wick people, Wickers. Is that what you guys call it? Oh God, it's so weird. I hate it.
It's weird.
It's fucking weird.
You're real careful.
Yeah, but all
They're
right.
not Wickists.
Yeah, like Wiccans would make more sense. Like I would do Wiccans, but all right. Any which way, thanks for stopping by. I hope you stick around. If not, hit that follow button if you have Valen HD, Hick TV, and Gluten. I don't know. Gluten. Yeah, I see what you're doing. It's GLU, the number 1, the number 0, N. So Gluten. So that's very clever of you. Hey guys, stick around, join us. We're gonna have a really good time here. If you want to see Lagtoid once again, legally embarrassed, you can...
for some reason I remember it going differently.
Let's check our blood alcohol levels and see who's
the delusions of a libertarian, are endless.
In terms of food chemicals, lactoid versus gluten would be really nice to imagine.
Such a bad pun, Heiko.
I assume that's the intention of the handle.
No, I don't even know how
of the gluten handle. I mean,
the gluten handle.
Oh yeah. Shout out to all. We'll wait just a few more minutes and then we'll get started. So stick around for that. And we'll do other things. Okay. Um, Falinor, though, it's really nice to see you. Like, we haven't had Falinor here in forever. Like, how are you? Muted.
Muted. That was perfect. It's like I've been muted. No, I've been good, man. It's been wild. I was gone for several months because I was working with the FBI, and I was just between the Quantico drive back there and back again every week for Georgia to there and everything else. Man, I was working. I don't even remember, close to 100 hours a week between the drive and everything else. So
Oh,
I was
yeah.
just absent.
I hear the FBI is very interested in Georgia.
The FBI was a very interesting experience in general. I learned a lot about a lot of things, and most of it I can't talk about.
Well, we're glad that
What?
you're back here. And in fact, we won't wait any longer. We're gonna just get started. And hopefully, our other two participants will join us soon. But if not, we still have a great group of individuals here. So, hello all. This is a Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. We're going to talk about some great topics. We're going to get highly annoyed at each other. It'll be entertaining. So stick around and watch. Hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Yeah. And consider supporting the channel if you can. Okay, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being around. I was just with Lactoid on Wix panel, and we had a great time, as we always do when we're either arguing or agreeing with each other or whatever. We always have a great time with my friend Lactoid.
No, it was a fantastic panel, and I'm looking forward to this one too. I think I got a feeling it's going to be just as amazing. So yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay. Next we have my friend. Hold on. I'm sorry. This is wrong. And I see the look on his face. Okay. He was mad with me, and I didn't want to disappoint him. My friend Corey in his proper place again. Corey, thank you for being here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing. Thank you so much for the correction. Getting triggered there. But yeah, I'm doing super well. And I should say to my fellow comrade Lactoy, I'm a little bit late, but happy Canada Day. Celebrate Canada Day, July 1st on Saturday. It was great. I'm sure Lactoid had a great time. But yeah,
You guys copied us.
what?
Yeah.
No.
And look at Canada, like trying to be like ahead on the calendar. Oh, we're gonna beat them by 3 days and call it Canada Day, right? Like, come on, we see through you.
Listen, to be perfectly honest and transparent, as a Quebecer, like, yeah, I'm supposed to say like F Canada Day. It's all about our Quebec national holiday. But yeah, always happy to be here and to be invited. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and Twitter, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's go to our friend, another friend, Tiberius, no matter where he is on the screen. Tiberius.
Appreciate the emotion.
Thanks for being here.
No, it's great to be here again. Very interested to see. We got a great crew here. Falinor, don't screw it up. We'll see how this goes. But I'm very interested to see how this goes because that panel that Prime and Lactoid just got up was pretty good. And I hope we can keep that party rolling. I don't think I need to give an introduction. I think most people know who I am at this point. Like everyone's a familiar face. So great to be back, and hope we have fun.
Thank you. We have a friend. A debate coach extraordinaire here with us, and so there should be no reason why he can't spank all of us, right? Like he does this literally all day, gets paid for it. So we expect him to come out on top, and if not, he's a failure as a man. Aiko, how are you today?
To be fair, I don't debate all day. I coach debate. And of course, as everybody knows, if you cannot do, you must coach. So that puts me at a disadvantage, not an advantage.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm happy to be here. These are topics that I'm very interested in.
Hey, great. I'm happy that I stuff that you guys were interested in. Last but not least, we have Falinor, who again has been here for quite a while. But we're so happy. Like I forget where I ran into you. On someone else's panel. I don't know, somewhere. But like I asked you to come back, and you said yes, and I'm really excited that you're here.
It's good to be here, man. I am excited to be here. This is going to be a fun one.
Okay. All right. So let's get into it. Topic 1. The U.S. has issued a travel advisory against China. They point to arbitrarily enforced laws, dubious counter-espionage measures being used against foreigners, and bans on travel randomly being issued. However, looking at the U.S., should other OECD countries issue travel advisories against us? America is rife with bigoted demagoguing in the political and media sphere, the worst gun violence in the world, unaccountable police, and also a foreigner who gets injured could be on the hook for tens of thousands of dollars in medical debt. Is the US the most dangerous country in the OECD? Should people avoid travel here until we get our act together? Is it hypocritical of America to warn against other countries when we have many of the same problems or worse? So I saw that this ban, just like it's not a ban, it's just a travel advisory against the Chinese, and like some weird things are happening there, especially if like you're a businessman, like American businessman in China. So weird shit's happening there. But I think of all our problems and like, why doesn't the world say stay the fuck away from us? So I'm curious what you all have to say about this. So my friend Lactoid, who is a Canadian supremacist, but for now he's going to pretend to be American for the purposes of this panel. Go ahead.
So I don't know if it's clear, but I kind of like America. I think it's at least as far as countries go, it's definitely one of the better ones. Definitely better than China. That's for damn sure. But if other countries want to put forward like a travel notice on us, I have no problem with that. That's just like a recommendation. You don't have to come here. And there are absolutely certain neighborhoods in America that are extraordinarily dangerous. There's places in America that a lot of Americans like try to avoid because of how dangerous they are. That's reasonable. Every country has like dangerous areas. And if I have no problem with that information being given to people, and they can come to their own informed decision about whether or not they want to visit a particular country. What I will say is what I tell all my European friends when they're thinking about coming to America. I always say, hey, it's going to be the best time of your life. This is the best country on the planet. And if you come here, you're going to find out. And they always do. So, I mean, that's my advisory for them. But I have no problem with more information.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
As a fellow Canadian like Lactoid, and as someone who lives in a Canadian city that receives a decent amount of American tourism, because our legal drinking age here in my city is 18, or I think even across Canada, it's 18. And so, especially in the summer, there tends to be an influx of obnoxious Americans in my city, especially during like F1 and a whole bunch of other festivities. But to answer the specific prompt in terms of travel advisories, I'm definitely not an expert. I did go to the State Department website and look at the history of travel advisories. And there's ones from a couple weeks ago from Afghanistan, and there appears to be different levels. All that to say, it's the travel advisories from what I can tell, there's a lot of arbitrariness associated with them. At the end of the day, if you want to put forth a travel advisory, I have nothing against it. But as a Canadian, I personally have no strong desire to travel to the U.S. And I would advise against it, and even come to Canada will be preferable. But to also answer the specific question, is the U.S. the most dangerous country in the OECD? I think there's 27, 26 countries in the OECD. I don't know if it's the most dangerous, but I do think, from what I can tell of the OECD countries, I do believe it's up there, probably in the top 3. I'll leave it there for now.
Imagine having to have an advisor to go to Afghanistan, right? If you don't know, I don't know, if you're that clueless.
That's pretty much what I was gonna say. Is if you're gonna travel, ideally you should do your due diligence. Ideally, I know not everyone operates this way, but if you're gonna go to China as a civilian, I think you're gambling no matter what when you're traveling.
There are some people who this is a side note now, but we'll get to Tiberius. So it's there's a danger is I think it's called danger tourism or something, where people specifically go to war-torn countries and look at dead bodies and shit. That's a thing that people do, in case you didn't know. So those people, yeah, they go. It's crazy what they do. It's crazy. Oh, yeah. But Tiberius, please.
Yeah. So I'll put it as distinctly as I can. I'm definitely an American fanboy, but I admit we have problems. I admit that there's, some things that we need to work on, right? So does every other country. When it comes to like our travel bans, most of them make sense to me. I'm not going to criticize ours too much. Should other countries put travel advisories on us? Most of the countries in the OECD, probably not. The only three that I can think of are probably Chile, Mexico, and Turkey. I don't think I need to explain why, but if you guys want to, ask me in the open. When it comes to where we are now, is the United States like the worst country in the OECD? No, that'd be Mexico. Just straight up, that would be Mexico. Are we on the bottom tier of that list? Unfortunately, yes. We do have a resurging crime rate. We do have a problem with just people losing their collective shit. I'm literally like on my first week of medication. Like we're all probably in this together, and it kind of sucks, right? So the long and the short here is I wouldn't blame anyone for being like, hey, certain places in the United States are great. And, if you go to New York City, you're probably going to be treated right. But there's a reality where, you can be a tourist, you can slip into that wrong place because you don't know where you're going and you get mugged. It's a very real thing, right? Without further ado, I'm going to pass it on to Aiko.
Yeah, this has happened before. Does anybody remember, like when we started shutting down our borders over COVID? We started requiring passports, like from Mexico, for instance, to come into the country, and so they reciprocated with, "Oh yeah, well, Americans need a passport to come to Mexico now too." Like there was that reciprocation that happened, and it didn't last very long on the other side because all of these countries that retaliated by trying to make it hard to go into their country, they were just hurting their own economy. So they dropped it like once they got over their like sense of pride or whatever over the issue. But when it comes to this China ban, I think the description of the ways in which America is dangerous, although they're valid, and I think that's true, and I think everyone's admitting that, that's not the basis of the travel ban for China. It's not about, like, say, the crime rate in China or the possibility of encountering disease or whatever. It's about the actions of the Chinese government itself. It's about Americans being able to go into China, especially if they're like Chinese Americans, to go into China and then getting detained and not being able to come back home. It's about China like using its immigration policy to get trade secrets from people who are visiting on business, which happens. There's a lot of this happening in China right now, and it's about the possibility of them doing, and they have a couple times, what Russia has been more high profile in doing, and capturing people and then using that like as a trade or something like that. So I don't know if the administration is thinking about, okay, maybe that we're getting closer to an invasion of Taiwan, and they might be looking for leverage, and they might, want some of our people in order to do that, which China's not above doing. They've done that in recent years, and Russia's done it a lot too. These are not things that the United States does to other countries. There are plenty of reasons you might want to issue a travel advisory. In fact, there have been travel advisories issued about the United States and other countries over the issue of guns, and that's fair enough. I don't have any problem with those. But as far as retaliating by saying America does the same thing as what is listed in this travel advisory, like, to me, that's not an apples to apples comparison.
Eleanor. You knew you were coming next. I don't know why you were stuffing your mouth, but go ahead.
There we go.
I just waited for him to eat, and then I stopped.
Quick moment.
Classic debate tactic, Aika. I'm sure you coached that.
I love the
Yeah,
paneling.
I teach that. Yeah, every month.
The wood paneling. I'm a big fan.
Right. Now that I've recollected myself and my gummy worm, I gave myself a good boy pill, so I'll keep it that way. I would not agree that out of all the countries that America is the most dangerous or even close to it. I'd say we're one of the safest countries pretty much out there. There's only a handful of places in this country that I would not go to. They're all democratic cities, and they're all democratic states. It's been proven countless times that if you take away the democratic top 5 cities, completely out of calculations of shootings, we go straight to the bottom in terms of number of total shootings. 5 cities, and it completely transforms our metrics from the top 5 to the bottom 200th. I think it's 215 out of 219 or something. There are places in the entirety of London is one good instance that I will not go because the stabbing ratings are so high. So risk-wise, not going to France, not going to the UK. I'm not going to parts of Germany. I did not feel comfortable or safe in parts of Germany. In regards to travel advisories, our country hasn't had to issue travel advisories for a while now, for the most part. I think pretty common sense ones of don't go to Afghanistan where the Taliban are or Al Qaeda are, where they're actively hunting for free ransom. Like that was a given. Iraq, Iran, running away. Like don't go to these dangerous places. If you can't pronounce them, you probably shouldn't go there is a pretty good one. If you can't speak the language, you probably shouldn't go there. If they don't speak English, you probably shouldn't go there because they haven't developed in terms of trade. These are all pretty given common sense rules that you can use in regards to travel. If they don't speak more than 2 languages as a country, you probably shouldn't go there because they're not very friendly to outsiders. Let's see. In regards to China and Russia, they're one of the most hostile countries to us and have been for a long time. They're also extremely hostile towards anybody traveling with national secrets, anybody traveling with weapons systems, information, high-end technology secrets of any kind. The U.S. government has been actively warning people in the classified spaces since my entire career that if you go to China, they're going to kidnap you pretty much the second you land. That's why I've never been able to travel to anywhere in Russia. I've never been able to travel to anywhere in China. I've never been able to travel to Thailand. I've never been able to travel to Taiwan. I've never been able to travel to Singapore. I've never been able to travel to South Korea anywhere beyond certain points. In terms of safest places, hands down, Japan. They're one of the best places out there, in my personal opinion. Second best would be Belgium. I've never felt safer outside of the U.S. than in Belgium.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on. You specifically said if you don't speak more than one language, you shouldn't travel. The Japanese speak just one,
They
right?
speak English too. They speak English, they speak German, and they speak
That's
Japanese.
not an official language. Yeah, random people can
German.
speak stuff. They can teach things in school. Like we
Goes
teach
back
things
to
in
the
school.
axis.
Like I don't understand. Like okay, whatever.
So don't travel to the
In terms of
US?
cultural support, the vast majority speak English as their second language. All the newer generations, they speak English.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I'm not. There's a lot of people they're taught English. I mean, I've been to Japan, and they're taught English.
Yeah.
But it's not that like the
They
people
know
use
English
it so
the way we know Spanish.
It's
yeah,
30%.
exactly that.
After 4
exactly
years
that.
of high school Spanish.
It's
I would say 30%
exactly
of the
that.
population supported speaking a second language is effectively adoption, because you have to wipe out the oldest generations, and that's going to take, for Japan, at least.
But we're talking about even the younger generations. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't have to.
Yeah, but
focus
the
on
whole
that.
country is the
World War
older
II was
generation.
a long time ago. Like that generation's gone.
Are we in the open now?
Yeah, we are. So, yeah.
So I want to clarify Aiko's position because I think you mentioned it's not an apples to apples or oranges to orange comparison, which I think I understand your point in terms of I think from what you've described and also from what I understand from the article, a major concern is basically sort of quote unquote unlawful detainment or basically just arbitrary detainment, as in China probably pretty much making it up an excuse to detain individuals, right? Or pretty much they're making it lawful, right? They're trying to
Especially
find
if you're a former Chinese dissident who's now an American citizen, they'll just keep you.
Yeah, but
Don't go there.
do you? So I guess this is more of a large argument. Does someone need an advisory to know this about China? Especially if you're traveling there, and let's say you're voluntarily traveling there. Of on a whim, things can change in China, and they can detain me.
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think the fact that these for instance in Russia, these people who keep getting detained by Russia, we have the advisory in Russia, and they still are, and people know, it's been all over the news, and people still go. So, I mean, I think advisories can be ignored. I don't know if they're, but at the very least, we're doing what we can to warn people about this, and ensure that there's as much awareness out there as possible.
Yeah. Well, so I'm curious. Like, would you be in favor of like, pretty much, shouldn't there be an advisory against like every country in terms of this is like what to look out for when you travel to, let's say, Saudi Arabia and like, I don't know, like public affection or something like that?
Yeah, right. Absolutely, there should be. And Saudi Arabia is one of those countries where it can be especially dangerous. I mean, even some other OECD countries, like I had an ex-girlfriend who, with her, at one point went to Italy, and every Italian man was hitting her. One guy like tried to kiss her on the street. This is a very common thing for Western, especially blonde, like blue-eyed women in Italy, like to have happen to them. I think there should be an advisory about that. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, fair. So, I mean, pretty much there should just be like a global, ideally, a global traveler, or at least, country by country trying to
checklist. Yeah.
Should it be more specific though? Because like, I don't know if the stat about like just removing 5 cities is true, but it is absolutely true that like crime in the United States is very localized to like very specific areas. And as long as you stay away from those areas, it's more or less like as safe as your standard European city, right? There's not a lot of difference in terms of like overall risk. So if that's the case, what would you guys feel about like a travel advisory? Like, hey, don't visit like these, like the city, like these neighborhoods. Be careful when you're walking through these neighborhoods.
So actually, Canada actually has that for the U.S., or at least there's
nice.
if you go to the if you go onto the government of, as you know, Lacto, if you go on the government of Canada's website, and you look at the U.S. travel advisory, like there's not like a specific advisory about boroughs, but they say, hey, when it comes to like petty crimes, like it's correlated with basically socioeconomic status in certain neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But they pretty much like they give the green check mark of like take normal precautions.
Right. So if anybody's coming here to America to like visit a very rural area where they're going to have a great time with all the entertainment that the farms provide, and then they don't have to worry about crime. So.
Yeah, I once went to Panama, and my guidebook said, all right, these are the neighborhoods you should avoid, but especially if you see a bar or a cantina with swinging doors, the old Western-style swinging doors. If they have swinging doors, do not go in.
Why?
Like, it's very specific advice.
Do we know why?
Apparently, they're known to be occupied by ruffians. We actually went into one.
Okay, yeah.
We actually went into one.
Of course.
We totally ignored the advice. And it was like an old Western where we came in through the doors. That's
advisories don't work then. Is that okay?
And like it was like the piano player stopped playing. Everybody turned and looked at us. And for a second we were like, oh shit, the guidebook, was real or whatever. And then like a moment later, everything just started again and they ignored us or whatever. And then people started buying us drinks and it was crazy. But the advisory turned out to be like, at least in our case, maybe we walked into the right bar or whatever. They started buying us drinks because we were Americans and the economy was better back when Americans ran the canal. So they were like, oh, we want Americans to come back or whatever. But the point is like, yeah, there are advisories in things like guidebooks that say stay out of this area, stay out of that area. You get that very specific advice. I don't see why the government shouldn't also do that.
I want to confront you, Aiko, but first we have FK who is here with us. I'm very excited to have him here. FK, we just kind of got started. We just got finished with opening statements. So I'm going to give you an opening statement on the first topic, the travel advisory thing.
Yeah. Hey, I'm FK. When it comes to the travel advisory, I think it makes sense. Right now, we seem to be entering more and more conflict with a nation like China. So it makes sense for America to be like, yo, if you're going over there, you're giving them an opportunity. Even if you do like the slightest bad thing, they're probably going to take you and you're probably going to be used as like a prisoner or like something for an exchange later on if they find it necessary. Don't take that risk. Don't be stupid.
Okay, thank you so much. HPCR just managed to make it here as well. Happy to have them. HPCR. We're on the travel advisory topic. So if you want to give your opening statement for that.
Yeah. No countries don't need to issue a travel advisory for traveling to the United States. That's wild to me. You could make an argument maybe that like the travel advisory issued for China maybe is a little preemptive or maybe a little exaggerated. But But no, I don't think they're the same at all. I mean, yeah, that's my opening statement.
Okay. Well, you said something similar to Aiko, and well, Aiko was saying specifically that our like the advisory that was issued to about China is not the same as the advisory, like it's not the same as a proposed advisory that I gave him. But like it wasn't supposed to be the same, right? Like it wasn't supposed to be that. It's simply that it's the US has a whole list of issues that are dangerous to the health of anyone who steps into our shores. And should others like let their citizens know? And are we being hypocrites ourselves? So like Aiko, you like you said specific. Let me just address them and then back to you. Yeah, Aiko, you said like the government doesn't do anything, right? Like China has taken proactive actions, and that's what makes them different from the U.S. You said that, correct?
There are 3 Americans in detention right now in China that the United States believe are innocent, and we want them back. One of them has been on death row in China since 2012, and we want that citizen back. We want the other 2 back as well. My guess is that this action has been in response to that. Not only in response to that, but in part.
But the U.S. takes like active actions too. I mean, one, our judicial system is an action of the government. How we set that system up, and its resistance to change. The proclamations of our elected officials when they're nonstop attacking not just China in itself, but Chinese citizens, right? Talking about the China virus and its dangers and demagoguing against them. That is a danger to its citizens, right? And I'm just using China as an example here. And then I don't know what China's health system looks like. I don't know enough about that. But for any other citizen, like coming here, you're rolling the dice. If something happens to you, you can
have travel insurance.
Yeah, you have to buy a travel. Warn your citizens against traveling here without insurance, because they might be used to a fair government, a compassionate government that actually cares about its fucking citizens. Yeah, and they have to understand that here we've got freedom, and that means freedom to die, right? And to say that we are just as safe as any other European state, this is clearly not the case, right? Like we have rampant gun violence, and randomized gun violence is not just like focus on specific neighborhoods. It can happen anywhere, right? Like in our schools, and apparently there's nothing we can do about it. Other countries can do something about it, but we can't do anything about it. It is simply more dangerous. You are more likely to get shot existing here than you are in anywhere else.
Real quick, I think it's country. This very well could be country dependent, but I actually had a relative visiting here, Sweden, and he had a massive heart attack while he was here, and he had to have like a surgery and everything like that. And the government of Sweden reimbursed the hospital for that operation. So
beautiful European socialism.
Part of it, could be travel insurance that you buy, but also governments themselves might offer like a reimbursement program for treatment that you get in the United States. That could also be true. So for the countries that offer that, then there would be no need to include that in the travel advisory. But for countries that don't offer that, I think it's fair to say like if there's any kind of good that's offered like at taxpayers' expense, not for free, but at taxpayers' expense to the population, like advising people, hey, this country doesn't do that. So if you're going to be visiting there, make sure that you're prepared for that. I think that's reasonable. I don't think it's because we hate our people, but I think it's reasonable to advise people on that.
HPCR, you want to say something previously?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that it wasn't a direct comparison necessarily between our issuing a travel advisory to China and them wanting to do one back to us. But I still think that, I suppose the COVID stuff, and particularly when there was like a lot of discrimination against people from China, there could have been like warrant for issuing some sort of like travel advisory. But I don't know if I'd say now that countries are warranted in issuing a travel advisory for like dangers to people's health, travelers. I don't think that would be something that would be reasonable. I understand that there is like high levels of gun violence given certain contexts, but it's not just like across the board in America in all situations, divorced of all
You
context.
could say thing about Mexico, right? In Mexico, there are tourist spots where you're relatively safe, but that should the U.S. not like let people know that Mexico is kind of fucking dangerous.
But isn't
No, but it
the issue-
specifies on the travel
Yeah, it
advisory.
does. It
Specifies.
talks about places that exactly. So,
on
yeah,
the issue, like
like
for
Yucatan
America,
is safe, right?
Yeah,
for
most
America,
countries
if you
have that.
for America, if you
No.
really want, right, you could have nations that just go like, hey, here's the rules in America. If you break some of these rules, they probably have like stricter punishments just because of the way their government works. That's whatever, right? But America's not known to like imprison foreign adversaries just like out of nowhere for no reason other than really trying to like gain some type of advantage over like China, right?
So
and even
we
if
have
our system doesn't always work, obviously you can point to examples where our judicial system has failed. But like, I think comparing our judicial system to places like China, there's going to be less likely that you're going to run into the issue of someone being imprisoned for, or there would be no warrant or reason to imprison the person. It might just be politically driven and stuff like that. That's something that's going to, at the very least, it's going to be less likely to happen in America, given our.
We have
like,
political
we don't have a
prisoners.
single party
or like in
authority.
Romania, for example, too.
Yeah,
right?
we don't
But
have
don't
like,
we
a single
usually go
party.
out of our way to get political like we'll go out of our way to like find a terrorist or somebody who we suspect of having like terroristic ties, right? But we don't go out of our way in America to be like, okay, this is like a foreign adversary, and now like we're gonna start arresting foreign adversaries in America, right? Like when Russia started doing what they did we start arresting like Russian oligarchs in America? We probably sanctioned them, but we didn't like arrest them and put them away, did we?
We froze
No.
their assets.
The last time we've done something extrajudicial like that was Guantanamo Bay.
No. Does anyone not remember us actually asking the Canadians to impound what was
You
it,
got
the VP of Highway?
Yeah.
Like that was back. What was that? 2019 is when that happened.
The VP of what?
The
How-
VP
how-
of
Huawei.
Huawei, I think is what it's called.
No,
H-U-A-W-E-I, I think.
The cell phone
Huawei?
company.
It's one of the
The
largest-
phone company.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
one of the largest
Oh.
telecommunication companies in the world. It's run by China, right? And literally, the United States government asked the Canadians, and the Canadians actually followed through with this one, which surprised me a little bit, to basically impound it.
But in the case of both the United States and Canada, the courts have the say on that, right? And courts ultimately ruled they had to let her go. So there's not the equivalent of that in China or in Russia, where the government of China says we're going to hold you prisoner, and then some judge says nope, you have to let that person go.
Yeah.
You, the government of China, have like no power over this judicial ruling. You have to let that person go.
Yeah, it's a
That-
single party.
But that's a
There's a
reflection.
difference.
That's a reflection of the government of China, as in like they
Right.
imprison their own. So it's like what like
Right.
like what's new information in the advisory of like you can be just as they arbitrarily whatever they justify detainment of their own, they will also
no.
justify detainment of others as well.
The new information is that now because of the rise in tensions, there's probably a greater threat that you might be like apprehended.
Yeah, I mean, literally, the Americans did pretty much anyone a favor on this earlier this year, in the regards that the Biden administration literally told anyone who was a businessman or a business person within China, particularly working in IT, that if you go, or if you're still working there, you either have to give up your citizenship, or what was it? Sorry, it was a duality, but it was basically an ultimatum, and everyone left within 24 hours.
If you continue to work for Chinese tech companies, then you are no longer an American citizen. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, basically, that was how it goes. It's like, yeah, you can
It
keep
was
your livelihood, or
nuclear
you can give up your
option.
citizenship.
It was devastating. Oh my god.
It was literally this year. And like,
Yep.
we talked about it for like a couple of days, and then it flew under the radar for everybody. It was amazing.
So the U.S., as far as I can't think of any sort of examples of like U.S. going after foreigners. And again, like to be clear, we're not saying the U.S. has the same problems as other countries, but just like other problems that are dangerous to people's health. But we do have like political prisoners, right? Like that's the thing that the U.S. does. Like we see this in the Black Liberation Movement. The U.S. has like taken people in, and they've tortured them, right, straight up torture them, putting them in like the horrible prisons.
Enhanced
but
interrogation.
yeah, well, there's enhanced. There's that too. But I mean, I meant to more general sense in what like happens in state prisons. So like we do that to those we don't like. Like we do have political prisoners here. But I don't. In terms of like capturing foreigners specifically, we don't have like a lot of examples of that part. I don't think.
Is it
Right.
just like the broadness of it that like people have a problem with? Like if there was, I don't know, because with China it's difficult because like the travel advisories seem to be based on like the government, but like the broader federal government or federal, it's a unitary government, so
Single
their
party
government, yeah,
authoritarian setup. Yeah.
right. But like to the concern as to like Mexico or the U.S. or any other kind of federal system, I mean, if certain states or certain areas are dangerous, I don't. Like, what's the problem with another country putting a travel advisory on specific neighborhoods in the U.S.? I tell people who are visiting here, hey, there's certain neighborhoods that you don't go to, right?
Isn't it also the truth in Mexico that if you go to like I've heard this from people who go to the resorts, right? But like
Yeah.
they like the people at the resorts and Mexican individuals themselves will be like,
Yes.
listen, don't go out of these certain
Yeah.
areas because
Yeah.
it's dangerous. You're better
Yeah,
off staying here where
Hotel
people are
staff will
around.
literally
Yeah.
Where you're
let
safe.
you know. Yes.
I was in both Cancun and Mexico City, and that was 100% the case. One of the reasons why you are safe, though, on the resorts is also because of the fact that the cartels have major financial investments in those areas, and it's in their financial best interest, as well as also as their underhanded dealings with the local politicians and federal politicians, that the resort areas are to be off limits to criminal activity. And as long as those areas remain effectively free of criminal activity and enterprise, then they can be present for enterprise. So, like, to put it in perspective, like, I was in a club in Cancun. A guy literally walked up to me point blank in broad daylight and was like, yo, you want to buy some cocaine? In the most English way ever. I thought dude was from the States because he said it so cleanly. But that's how they do business in those areas, and nobody bats an eye.
Cancun sounds scary. Fucking.
Cancun was
I
awesome.
I have a dare medal actually from my childhood, so I avoid that shit. Fuck
He never
that.
fails to bring it up. Every stream,
you
he
do
talks
cocaine.
about
Big
the
big
dare
humble
medal.
brag.
When I smoked my
Number
first
one.
bowl, when I smoked my first bowl of weed out of a water bottle, I took my dare pencil and I broke it in half.
Wow, edgy.
That's it for me.
So just to be clear on something that several people have talked about, I looked it up. OECD members, we're talking about. I went with homicides, not with gun violence, because that way, like, if people are scared of stabbings or whatever, that's rolled into the numbers. Okay, intentional homicides. Number 1 is Colombia. Number 2 is Mexico. Number 3 is Costa Rica. Number 4 is Lithuania. Number 5 is the United States. So we are the fifth. We are the country with the 5th most per capita intentional homicides. So we are 5 per 100,000.
You're failing, a failing grade basically.
Yeah,
Yeah. European countries have 1 out of 100,000. We have 5.
So, do you guys think that?
Maybe not now in France.
Yeah.
Well, they're killing a lot of baguettes in France, but they're not really killing a lot of people.
Those
At least
matter
not so
too,
far in these
Ico.
riots. Yeah. Like
So-
they're stealing, they're busting windows and stealing shit. That's what they're doing, basically.
And apparently car bombs.
Yeah, that was crazy. Sorry, that one thing, that was crazy. Rolling a car full of incendiaries into a mayor's house, that was insane.
Yeah.
Like, and I hate that because that happens during the riots. This is a complete side note. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's fine. But it happens during the riots that are happening in Paris, and it makes it seem like it damages the movement. And the movement is against police violence, against like a teen. Like the police shot a teen in France. That's what caused all these riots. And now someone like rolls a car bomb like into a mayor's house. That was fucking ridiculous. I hate that happened.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was
How is
crazy.
that not terrorism? Like, how is
Well,
that?
to be
just-
clear,
It
France.
is.
I said
literally is,
one.
yeah.
Terrorism.
Yeah,
I said most European countries were a 1, but France is actually a 2. So
Hey, I
that's,
was right. Hell yeah. Dude, I knew it.
Have
I
y'all
they
remember
haven't
seeing-
caught up to us
have y'all
yet,
seen the new
but
fires and violence, the super violent riots in France right now? Like, I don't know if y'all have had a chance to discuss that or look at that. This is a quick side note, but those are
feel-
crazy.
I feel like I've seen wild videos of France in the past too, though.
Yeah.
Like cars being thrown out of fucking parking lots and shit like that.
Saw the police tactical vehicle literally driving through multiple burned out cars back to back. It looked like some shit from like straight up from Kabul or something. It was wild. And I was like, that's France?
Yeah.
Not
They're
going
passionate
there.
people.
to be clear, that's not unusual for France's history.
Yeah, they protest, and I don't know about riot, but they protest. Like they're strong
Oh,
protesters.
you gotta. Weren't there a few
The reign of
riots?
terror.
Literally, the last time they protested over their health.
The Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, I mean,
the Yellow Jackets too, but that was different, right?
Writing is kind of
Was
a
that still the
national
same thing?
pastime in France. Let's be real here.
No, it is. Yellow Jackets is yet a third one. Like
okay.
you could name 5 violent, like nationwide protests, like in the past decade.
I'm fine with riots as long as they're directed like at
people
the
who started
appropriate
it?
target, right? So if they're directed at the government, not like car bombs into a person's house. But if they're like directed at like police stations and stuff like that, from what I understood, that's where most of the violence was directed, like at like the city, like town halls and stuff like that. That makes more sense, in my opinion. But others might disagree there.
How young is France's population right now?
How young is it?
I think it's pretty
Yeah.
young.
It's actually one of the 3 young countries in all of Europe. Like this is one of those weird things about like the statistics, like
Because of
how
immigration.
violently we. Yeah, like no, seriously. One of the big things about like how safe Europe is that people don't realize that of the crime demographic, which is in young men from 25 to 35, that usually do like 80% of the crime in any country, is that most of Europe is old as fuck, and they didn't have Gen Y. There is no millennials in Germany. Or, well, I mean, there is, but it's like, what is it? Per capita, they're literally at half of what we are. No, I'm dead serious. I'm not like just pulling this out of my ass. I can like even show you the
It's
statistics
why
on
they
this.
brought the Syrians in.
Yes, like literally Germany and pretty much the entire Eastern Bloc is running out of running out of millennials or basically young people in general. France is the exception. Sweden's the exception, and UK looks like they're exception. But everyone else, like the Dutch, nah, like they're all out of young people.
You should bring in more black people to breed. So we
Jesus.
I mean, yes,
Oh!
I mean with the white women. That's what I mean, right? That's all, I don't
Prime,
know
why are you saying it like that?
I
Little
feel, I
bit,
feel
yeah.
like is a little bit
We-
biased here. It
I
sounds
am
like.
all for the browning of Europe. So like that's a admirable project. I think we'll have a better world, honestly, if Europe is more brown. It's not there.
Do you think this process would involve? Because the way you're describing
Well,
it, it
hopefully
sounds like it would
involve me.
involve. Well, no, it sounds like it would involve a ledger and some ships and maybe a trade. Because
You want the
you're describing it as
repopulation of
breeding,
Europe to
bro.
fall
You're
on your
describing it as
shoulders.
crazy.
Yeah, I think it would just involve like taking those refugee boats that are already going their way and just like helping them get there and and letting them loose upon a very horny populace. I'm just putting it out there. But okay, we can talk about that if you guys want to. But I was gonna.
That might need a travel advisory, maybe.
But like within our this country, not our country, some here are foreigners. But within this country, there is a lot of demagoguing. We have free speech here, and that includes a lot of hate speech. But in other countries they don't, right? And we specifically make, especially if it's coming from Latin America, we make existing here more dangerous for you. Right? We make it existing here as anything but white, specifically more dangerous. And like the people who who are saying these messages receive no consequences where they might have in other countries. So would that not be a reason for people to not travel here? Basically, I'm asking, like, not just about the travel advisory, but is it reasonable for people to look at the state of America and decide this is not a place that I want to be at? It's dangerous to my health, or is that a completely unreasonable view?
I'm going
I
to
think
push
it's
back on
reasonable.
this one. No, I'm actually going to push back on this because this is like incredibly normal throughout everywhere. Like as much as like the demagoguery is here, right? One, it's always been a thing here, but two, you look at like the rest of the world, you're having that on every level. Whether it's Brazil and what we had between Bolsonaro and someone remind me of his competitor that just won. You have that in Germany. AfD is the fourth largest party now. Le Pen, didn't win in France, but she's kicking ass. As far as actually being represented within the general overview, you have Italy just elected basically a semi-fascist, if not an outright one. Like United States actually, as scary as this may sound, is one of the tamer nations when it comes to where we are right now.
If we're putting up a rule for hate speech, does America just put up a rule for every Romani American to be like, hey, if you go to Europe, watch out? Like, the reality is, I think it might make it more dangerous if we lived in an era right now where it was like very common for that to lead to like a direct violent act. But I think the fact that in America people will say things that are kind of like wild or racist or out of pocket or crazy doesn't make life inherently more dangerous for like a foreign national traveling. I think if you're like walking down the street of New York as a foreign national, on average, you're probably gonna have like a normal day and be fine. Maybe you might hear someone say some crazy shit, but that could come from anywhere too. That doesn't just like if I've seen a lot of the videos, right? Those black Hebrew Israelites. You could be a white guy walking down the street or a Jewish guy walking down the street, and they'll tear you up. It's over, right? But that doesn't make the like New York a more dangerous place for you.
I concur.
How? Well, before I go, Corey, you wanted to.
I forgot the point.
You said that
but,
like it was reasonable for people to.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I always come from a different perspective as a Canadian, where it's like I'm always, comparing Canada to the U.S. or U.S. to Canada, where at least the sentiments that I get, even that I heard from the past panel that you and Lacto were on, of like, oh, in comparison to other countries, there's the most freedom in the United States, and I think that's just like an arbitrary metric where it's like you always cite free speech, but then like whatever, if you're a cannabis smoker. I think you have more freedom in Canada than you do in the United States, and it comes to when other drugs are. So it's like you don't have the freedom to put whatever you want in your body, and so you arguably have like more freedom when it comes. So like I think just like this metric of freedom, I think is pretty arbitrary, and you just happen to slice it to make it work in your favor.
Well, in the United States, you can go to a different state and do mushrooms.
Yeah, and in Australia you can do
meth.
psilocybin now, I believe, or at least you can
You can
have
do it
it
in America,
medically
too, I think.
prescribed.
I think it's Oregon.
Oh, you don't
they
even need
legalized
it medically
everything.
prescribed.
What would you
There
think
are
about like a travel
different levels
advisory?
of freedom in different countries. Sure. Yes.
What would you think about like a travel advisory the U.S. puts on like Europe, saying like, "Hey, your speech is not protected here. Be careful because you might get arrested. Like if you say the wrong thing." That doesn't really happen in America to the same extent.
Yeah, and same thing with alcohol. I mean, going back to what I was like, you don't have the freedom to drink alcohol, but below 21. But that's why I get an influx of Americans here in my city, and by obnoxious Americans because like there's a lower drinking age. But again, you don't factor into that your freedom equation because it doesn't suit your narrative.
I want to change that. Let's drop it to 18. I'm okay with that.
True.
Well, do you do you want that on principle or like is that like your also like your desired state of let's say optimal utopia where everyone should be drinking at 18?
Well, on principle, nobody should be drinking at all.
Yes,
Actually,
that's
wine
one.
at 16, to be fair. Wine at 16,
I-
hard liquor at 18.
I want to answer Lactoid's question too a little bit because there's a level where, like, on the premise, I would say yes, but in like actuality, no. And the reason why is like while freedom of speech is not codified in the same way that it is here for the Europeans, is that to a large degree they largely follow suit with us. If there's anything that concerns me about the Europeans when it comes to freedom of speech, it's the lack of privacy. They have no problem like tapping into your phone. They have no problem with tapping into your internet connection. They will absolutely do that and have won't think second thoughts about it. if there's any country that I'm like, hey, you probably should watch what you say, I'll give you two. Hungary and Poland are nervous enough for I might want to consider putting out an advisory on them.
Sure, but most places in Europe, right? Like freedom of speech is not guaranteed. So if you give an opinion that's like spicy,
And there are
yeah,
just
no,
groups-
like it's not, but it's weird because in some levels, like this might be a cultural aspect that I'm thinking of, but there is political campaigning that happens in both Germany and France that I am very familiar with. That is like Republicans and Democrats both would blush at the extremity in which they are. Like literally, like AfD in Germany runs like keep Germany white, like just straight up.
no, do they?
They actually have
No.
a couple of billboards like that.
They're
It's not super,
neo-Nazis.
huh?
Those
Yeah,
guys
bro.
are neo-Nazis. Yeah.
They're definitely neo-fascists, that's for sure. Like, or they're fascist adjacent, or yeah, can't talk. Like, yeah, and the fact that this is now the fourth largest party in Germany is a little concerning to me. Not
Whereas
gonna
I think like in America we had a Nazi run. It was during Trump we had a Nazi run, and he went on CNN. They took him on and actually interviewed him, and he became like a laughingstock throughout the country. I don't know. America's racist, but I don't think we're like. I think we could be a lot worse, and some other nations show us glimpses of what we could be.
If you all want to open up this can of worms, we can. Just the way that America views race versus every other country is just completely different.
Like we actually
like-
talk about it is the way we talk about race is wild. Like
Right.
Prime, think about like the average American's concept of race and how they actually can debate it from like not debate it, but they can actually like view it from like there are aspects that do affect different races differently. Even if like the most hardcore staunch Republican seems to understand that race does have an effect on people and it can play a role in people's outcomes, right? So like it's something that in America we've had enough time to talk through with each other that I think it's kind of just become part of our lexicon.
I don't know. I feel like Europeans understand that much as well. That's the bar that you're saying this at. I think they get that as well. I think most other countries understand this. I haven't had like a deep discussion with the Japanese with it. I don't know, but I don't know.
I don't think they're as willing. Like this might.
Well,
sound
also
strange.
to clarify, like he said, well, I think Europe, so I'm not an expert on Japan, but I would say like there's a lot of bigotry in
Well, there's a lot of bigotry.
in Japan and
they have, like,
anti-immigration
Japanese
sentiment. They're pretty insular as far as I can tell.
They are.
So from like the way I say this, Prime, is from my experience. I've seen like a lot of how my family will interact in other parts of like Europe, right? I've seen how my family, like as Albanians, will interact in like Italy, or will interact in like Germany, or will interact in other parts of or in other countries. And it always seems to be the case that the way I've seen Albanians interact in America, they seem to become like it's accepted that they are American. They can exist within this nation. They can exist as part of this nation. They work towards it. Whereas in these other nations, they are never considered part of that nation. They're always considered like back from their home nation, but they just exist in that nation momentarily.
Yeah, there's a great Trevor Noah thing where he's talking like after the show where he talks to the audience sometimes, and he was asked about like somebody in France like who caught a baby that was like thrown out of a window or whatever, and the headlines all said like oh, French man like is a hero, catches baby or whatever. And he was just he was talking about when you get to be considered French and when they distinguish you as like a black immigrant in France. And it all depends on whether or not you're doing something good or whether or not you're doing something bad. So in that story, right, the guy who catches the baby and is the hero, okay, well, he's French, right? But the guy who, threw a chair across through a plate glass window, oh, that's an Algerian immigrant. Same thing, like soccer player scores a goal, well, that's the French team. But if he like did an own goal, then that's that Moroccan player. It's
Wanda Sykes had a similar joke years ago, directed towards Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, who at the time was beloved, and he
right.
He kept like finding new races that he was like a part of, right? Like he was so deeply multiracial, the media just kept going along with it. It became less and less black, right? And it was like Tiger Woods ever beats his wife, black man like beats his wife. So So I don't think that's unique in terms of Europe and how we necessarily identify people.
No, I think it is because I think like in America we're split on race, but that's like a debate we're having. Whereas in like even if it's a black man, that's still an American, right? All the black people in prison,
No,
right? They're
I
not
hear
just
you
viewed as
on that
separate
part.
black men. Yeah.
On that part, I agree. On that part, we usually call each other call each other Americans. So like on that specific point, it's just that we can make a person an outsider when we
Mhm.
want to, right? When they've done
Although
something-
Obama became a Kenyan, after being elected, I don't think it was a coincidence that we
Became,
did that with him.
always was.
Yeah.
I just imagine that Anna Moore's book of Obama turning Kenyan.
Yeah.
And he like Dijon mustard, that fucking animal.
and
Right,
brown and
right.
tan suits. Don't
And
forget
tan
that.
suits, my god.
Who was that one baseball player who bleached his skin and he became pink?
Oh yeah, there was the
Ariana
one.
Grande. Oh, sorry.
No,
What?
it's the black guy
Fuck, I gotta
who
find it real quick.
he made a bunch of home runs. Like you don't want to home run streak.
Yeah.
Barry
Mark
Yeah,
Bonds.
it was Sammy Sosa. Is the guy.
Sammy
Yes,
Sosa, Barry
exactly. That's
Bonds
it, that's
was
it.
the guy who did against. Yeah. I don't know sports though, but yeah,
Did-
that was crazy. But
Did
anyway,
Michael Jackson do the same thing? Sorry.
I don't know.
I don't think
He
he
said
Like
he
that
had
dude
a
was
disorder,
pasty
but-
white when he died.
Oh my god, we are so off topic. But I want
we are.
to focus
True.
on something that our friend Corey brought up. And it's about freedoms. And I want to black to it. Did you agree with that statement that you think that America is more free than Europe? So you agree with that? Okay. So
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
like
so.
you to defend that. And anyone else, I wanted to see where we all stand on this.
Oh, I mean, sure. So, I mean, like my and part of this is informed by my experience, but also part of this is just by, you know, looking at different cases and looking at how the different countries are set up. When you look at like the metrics of freedom that are provided by certain agencies, the U.S. doesn't rank on top. But if you actually look at like the things they're measuring when they're measuring freedom, it's highly debatable, right? In terms of a lot of them rank certain like social services as a indicator of freedom. While in America, the way we view freedom very well could be that the absence of social services is in of itself a freedom. Because
To my
you're
point,
right.
just
Yeah,
slicing it the way that you
you're
wanted
right.
to.
Well, right. And so obviously, this is going to be somewhat along the lines of my perception of freedom. But I think if freedom has any reasonable definition, it's that you are free from interference from outside sources, right? And so if you are in America, I think you are more free from outside interference than you are in Europe, right? In America, like there's only the like very specific parameters that the courts have to go through before they can search your phone. In America, you're allowed to say opinions even if they tend to like not be within the current Overton window. In America, you're able to I don't know, start a business and pursue a dream. I think at in a
No
more
businesses
effective
in
way.
Europe.
No.
Well, in a more effective in a more effective way than I think in a lot of places in Europe. So in the things that I would like look at in terms of like measures of freedom, I think America is better.
Okay.
And at being in Sweden for extended periods of time, I mean, it definitely has a different feel to it, right? You definitely feel the presence of the state on your head, like every day, right? Like you do feel a little bit watched.
You feel it on your shoulders.
That's your paranoia.
Right
I
on
think
your shoulders.
I think that's a self-report. Totally a self. Like,
Yeah, you're walking through the city. Like, you're walking through the city. You're like you're
Okay,
talking
so-
to people.
I will accept. I will attempt to accept even your framework. So I would ask the question like, how free are you to have no interference to engage in sex work in the United States in comparison to some parts of Europe?
So, with exception to Nevada, that's a great example.
Certain counties
of-
in Nevada, but go ahead.
Yeah, certain counties in you're correct. Certain not Vegas.
Not
don't-
Vegas.
Yeah, don't lead people down bad legal ideas, illegal ideas, I guess in this case. No, there are absolutely again circumstances which I would agree that there are certain places in Europe that have elements of them that are more free, and prostitution is one of them, and especially like perhaps like certain types of drugs could be one of them as well. So So, but I mean, obviously, those are specific things that I advocate for America to be more free in, right? I think we should look at Europe and say, okay, here are a couple like aspects of freedom that we should also incorporate within America, but also not give up our conception of freedom, which I think overall, like the freedom of expression and the freedom of thought, it ranks so highly for me that I'm willing almost on that alone. There's other factors, but almost in that alone, I think the United States is more free than any country where the government can come get you if you say the wrong political opinion.
Yeah, so I think you just place, like, just by, from what I understand of your value system, since you put whatever freedom of speech as the highest, well, since by your perspective, that's where you're the most free in the United States, therefore America is most free. But since you don't value sex work or the consumption of certain substances, you don't place a lot of value on that, well, then that doesn't go into my freedom calculation. So you just don't count it.
We would be more free. I count it. We would be more free if we had that stuff legalized. I don't disagree.
Right.
Also, gun possession is another thing that we're much freer on, by the way. So, I mean, and we're fucking the best compared to any European country on that, right?
You're the best at killing each other. I agree.
You should see the shit. You should see the shit I got. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, you're the legally.
It's all.
You're the best at the freedom for mass shootings. I would totally grant you that.
No,
We're also the best. Wait, we're also
No,
the best at killing other people. That's why every nation needs us to run shit. All right.
We're also the best
I
at killing
that's straight.
deer, right? Like during the weekend, I can just like walk out to the fucking woods and I'm ready to go. That's like the brilliance of this country, right? The freedom of being able to go out.
We're
to woods
also
and
the
not be
best
mauled by
at
a
killing
bear.
shooters. How many shooters have just been fucked up by people who have carried their own weapons?
Not many. Like other than you're talking about cops, and but not many
still
actually.
happens.
It's actually
It still
extremely
happens.
rare. Hold on, but I'm gonna go down the line
You have
and
a
I want to hear
right
from
to
all of you
defend
guys,
yourself.
right? So we are here from Corey. Fallenor, what are your thoughts?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Nah, but he was going off. Y'all don't even know.
Toy, you're up a new one.
Oh, and taxes as well. I wonder.
Okay, so Fallenor's having some trouble. Let's go to Ty.
Okay, just make sure we're on the same page. We're talking about like who's more free and like what constitutes that freedom. We're not talking about like just our travel bans anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. It's really weird for me because like freedom is kind of a nebulous concept. Because like a lot of people describe freedom as like, hey, just the freedom to do whatever you want. Like you can just choose to do it, go do it, right? And for me, this has always been a little asinine, quite frankly. For me, freedom has always been about like, do you have the ability to choose what responsibilities you inhabit? Do you have the ability to actually responsibly practice your speech? Do you have the ability to become a homeowner? Do you have that ability to become a parent? And most of the Western world's largely on the same page with these kind of things. Like we don't deviate too much. When it comes to like firearms, since that's going to be the contentious one compared to all the Europeans, right? Yeah, it's weird, right? And I'll absolutely bite the bullet in the regards that like, yeah, we allow the freedom of firearms, but it also has consequences, right? We do have mass shootings. We do have more suicides than anybody else or per capita because of the fact that people can just, eat. When it comes to the other side of that, though, is there a benefit that we don't see? And I just, I'm sure that there is, but the problem is it's really hard to put that into numbers because the argument that the right makes, and I actually will support this to at least some modicum of degree, is that if you're pissed off the government and the government knows you have a gun, they are a little less likely to play with you. And that, I do think that is a very real kind of thing. Is that something that's worth that calculation for people? That's up to your own ethics and values. And quite honestly, I haven't figured it out myself yet. Yeah, I think we're all at least largely on par, is basically what I would put it as.
Thank you. Fallenor, are you ready?
Yeah. I would say y'all can hear me, right? I just want to make sure. I would say overwhelming. America has the most liberal level of freedoms pretty much out there. You can say whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can go wherever you want, however you want, whenever you want. There's very, 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 very few restrictions, and most of those restrictions are actually in place to ensure people have more freedoms. That is absolutely not the case in most European countries. That is not the case in most Asian countries. I wouldn't even begin to recommend trying or attempting to figure that out in most Middle Eastern countries. You'll probably end up dead or yoshogi'd by the end of the month. I would say there are consequences to freedoms, as with all things. If you give someone the capacity to do something, you've given them the freedom to do it. They're going to do it. But just as good people will do it, bad people will too. The problem is criminals commit crimes in 100% of cases. No amount of regulation, legislation, or preventative measures are going to stop them from breaking the law, because inherently it's what they do natively. It's how they become declared a criminal in the first place. And so you're not going to change that by giving people freedom. People who do the things that they want to do because they enjoy freedom are going to have those freedoms, and they're going to do those things. The best thing that you can do is try not to criminalize things that are overall not harmful or negatively impactful to others other than the ones conducting it. For instance, marijuana usage, I could really give a shit less if someone tokes up. I do care if you do that while driving, but otherwise I could care less what you're smoking or consuming in your own home yourself. Not what you give to someone else, but what you consume by you, for you, by you. But that's my thoughts on it for the most part. I would just watch what you say in countries, especially Europe. You're gonna end up in a bad place.
I'm gonna fight you on this later on, but let's go to FK.
Oh. Wait, what was the question? Is America the freest country?
Yeah.
No, it's it's comparing America and Europe and whether ones are.
Yeah, I really agree with Lactoid. It feels like, I don't know what the reason is. This might just be really anecdotal, but for some reason, every immigrant that I've seen, and I've seen a lot of fucking immigrants fresh off the boat, people who've been here for a while, they keep wanting to come to America. I've seen a lot that have even said, I'm going to go to Canada, and they just end up coming back to America to open whatever small business it is they want to open.
Sorry, I gotta stop you there. That's like the ultimate observation bias. The immigrants who come to America really like America. Like
no.
Come on, that's like the ultimate observation bias.
Wait, I've seen like a lot of different like types of immigrants, but for some reason, there's like a large proportion of them that keep wanting to come here to like specifically open up businesses here. And like a lot of the arguments they'll usually make is they like how they're taxed better, especially like here around Texas, right? They like how there's less regulations and less red tape on the certain like way or certain businesses that they want to open, right?
Yeah, the ones who chose America,
it's just things like that.
Like America.
Like so as as a Canadian like Lactoid, just FYI, there are immigrants in Canada, as in like our population only grows actually now because of immigration. As in I think we just hit 40 million people in Canada. Yeah. It's like
and you guys will probably have to start loosening up some red tape restrictions you have if you want some business.
And as far as I can tell, like this notion that like everyone just wants to go to the United States is just like simply like not true. Like I'm in Canada, I intend to stay in Canada, and just by my anecdotal experience, I know other people that want to stay in Canada. It's like I don't know what argument.
They're brainwashed. All of them are brainwashed.
I mean, that's cool. They can stay in Canada. I'm just saying, I see a lot of people who come to the United States specifically for that like business opportunity and that capability.
But all you're saying
and also,
is that
there's a lot, there's
America.
bias in this, but I personally watched, like, I've watched my dad, right, go from that position of like come to this nation, no ability to speak English. He literally took like a year of community college, learned some English, started working in the restaurant business, and after like 20 years now, he got his own place finally, right? And he's working in his own place, and he's like doing everything the way he wants to do it. And funny enough, he specifically opened in a really like not rural, it's like a farm area, right, where a lot of people have like cash money. They have the good shit, but like it has a lot less restrictions, and he's a lot happier with that lack of restriction there and that ability to literally like walk in, find the business he wants, talk to the owner there, set up the deal, and get that shit done quick. And now he's working within the span of like, I think 3 weeks it took him to start working there.
Okay, I want to deal with this later. But HPC. We'll go to HPC or then I go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with a lot of the general sentiments. I think it's kind of an ill-formed question, right? Like, is America freer than Europe? You know, freedom is going to be, as several people talked about, it's going to have various uses depending on the context. We could talk about, like Lactoid said, the most freedom would be the least amount of obstructions anywhere. And then you could also talk about a concept of freedom where we have certain constraints in place that allow for people to flourish and therefore have the most freedom because they have the most choice about what they'd like to pursue, things like that. So it makes much more sense to talk about these things in talk about the specificity. Like, let's get into actual cases where, in this case, Europe is more free. In America, having guns and possession there's more freedom there. And it just doesn't really make sense to try to compare them in this general way, like which country is more free. It's just kind of not very useful.
Okay, well then do that. Do what you just said.
Do what?
You said you wanted to compare a specific case.
No, I said that
and
if
other people
we're
have done
gonna
that as
have a
well.
serious conversation about comparing the freedoms of other countries, it makes more sense to get into the specifics rather than have this nebulous America.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard what you
Okay,
said,
so-
right? But other people have done the same thing. So yeah, you have an example. Give an example.
I mean, I gave the example of guns. It's a very obvious example where there are obviously more freedoms for gun possession in America than there are in Europe. And that's
Okay.
whether or not you think that's a positive thing is gonna vary on your values in particular. Do you want me to
I mean, if that's all you meant, then yeah, we've already brought that up. We already brought examples like that. But okay, fair enough. All right.
We also have better food, more food choices.
No, that
God,
is
yes, we
absolutely
do.
not true at
That's
all.
absolutely
No,
true.
it is.
Bro, these
No.
motherfuckers up north.
There's a reason why we're all big, okay?
Leave him be. These
Yeah,
motherfuckers
you-
up north put
yeah.
some fucking what? They put some gravy on fucking French fries and said,
And then
"Guys, we made
beans.
something
Yeah,
special."
okay.
Poutine is a
These
delicacy.
fuckers put
Many-
beans on everything. I swear to God.
No. Again, as someone who is in a city that receives an influx of Americans, like Americans love poutine. Americans love fries with cheese curds and gravy. That's right up
Yeah,
their
they
alley.
might love
Oh,
it, but
yeah.
you guys are acting like you created something so special. We create that by accident on Thanksgiving. The only difference is our potatoes are mashed. Like, I don't know what to
Yeah.
say.
Let's go to Aiko.
There are several things I want to respond to. I guess the first one is that I spent a lot of time in Europe and living amongst expats. And yeah, shocker, every expat I meet prefers Europe to America, even though they came from America. All of these expat
My mind is blown.
Americans keep wanting to go to Europe. It's crazy, like 100% of them. It's like 100 out of 100. It's just an amazing coincidence. Also, I just wanted to say I agree with Lactoid. When I walk the streets of Europe, I feel the oppressive lack of homicides, the oppressive lack of processed foods, and especially the oppressive lack of untreated illnesses. It just really, really weighs me down every time I go over there. I actually went to, when I was living in Italy, and you wouldn't think of Italy as being one of the richest OECD countries, but I got very, very sick when I was there. To the point where they had to take me to the hospital. Took me to the hospital. I got treated. I felt better within a couple of days. And then I was out. On the way out, I walked by the desk. I was like, how much do I owe? And they were like confused why I was asking that because everything was free. And I walked out of there with a bunch of antibiotics and everything I needed to like get better.
It really weighed down the heavy burden of the government.
Yes, and the second they said that's no charge, I immediately felt the oppression. Yeah, it's true.
The person who paid for that felt the oppression.
Europeans are forced to help each other out because historically all of them were literally killing each other. Right? There's like
Constantly
Italy.
murdering each other.
Italy
Yeah.
literally was all about like, okay, we're like, here's a fucking whole story on how to not kill each other because we've been killing each other too much. Every fucking king decides like we need to stab the next king. All right, that's why nowadays you guys all sit around and we go, we gave each other healthcare, which guess what? Everyone's getting stressed about now, and you guys are fighting. And like, what's gonna go? I'm gonna be honest. I talked to some leftists today about like what's going on in France, and he's the way he's been talking about it. He's really worried that this is just gonna lead to like a revolt and like a big right wing shift in like these European nations.
Oh, there's already a right wing shift.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Look at Le Pen got 41% of the vote. So
Yeah,
it's not
that's
like
that's all happening.
late
to the party. I like what HPCR said, talking about, and he's getting straight to the matter. Whether you consider being free of constraints being more freedom, or being constrained and allowing individuals to flourish, and that is like the heart of the divide here. I think. I say that we should have these constraints. That maximum freedom means maximum chaos. Honestly, it means that there will be a group of individuals who basically can just unleash the most amount of violence, the most amount of misery upon the rest of the populace, right? But you can all say that you're free, right? That there's no constraints here, but that hierarchy is going to form. So to keep things from happening, we have restraints, and there's certainly a balance, right? Obviously, you can tighten the constraints too much, and then you're like an authoritarian state. But there's a balance there that gives everyone the maximum amount of happiness and ability to grow and fulfill their dreams and maximize their capacity. And I don't believe the U.S. has found that balance.
I agree. You disagree, Lockwood?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So I'd like to get on this for a second. There's always going to be that argument, right? Between people who like value maximum freedom versus like, like, hey, if I'm safe and secure and I get if I get food and all that, then I'm good. That really is just going to come down to like people's ethics. Here's the part where like my analysis gets in. The United States and its government is built to be far more of a, for lack of a better term, rural government. It is built to be a highly decentralized institution and largely not reliant upon the government institution itself because it wasn't supposed to be there that often. But we've transitioned to a point where that's not working as well as it used to because we're not that kind of country anymore. We're a suburban country, for lack of a better term, right? We have very strong urban cores that have a lot of voting power, but they also have a lot of problems that are indicative of themselves. And we have not really struck the balance into like adapting that into our national psyche. I do think that is a huge problem. Just the model that we have is outdated, and I know the right gets pissed off when I say that, but I truly believe that. The second part, though, that falls in with this is that I would absolutely give the American model more legroom than I would, if you will, the European model, except for the fact that what you have to rely upon in that institution is that you have to have a very strong sense of community where people on even the local level, or at least on like a institutional level, are getting together with like the League of Women Voters or their church or, their unions or what have you to do that representation on your behalf. And unfortunately, the United States has pissed in that shoe for the last 60 years. We don't have hardly any of our former communities that are still left and thriving. There's only like 2 left that are still active, competitive, and doing what they need to do for their own constituents. And that's like the military, and I'm going to say it, it's the gays.
Okay. I wanted to, so when Aiko was talking about his story in Italy, I said, when he was kind of sarcastically saying, the oppression of being able to walk out the door. And what I said was the person who paid for it felt oppressed, right? And there's truth to that. The United States is the highest disposable income in the world, right? If you want to talk about freedom, right? The U.S. is the highest median disposable income in the world. In the U.S., your run-of-the-mill person can afford more of everything than anywhere else in the world. On top of that, our housing space is on average twice as large as Europe, right? That's another thing. We have a lot more space. We have way more space. We have way more income. We can say whatever we want. And people in response to this will, and also we pay for the security of the free world through NATO. And then in response to this, these European countries that are on our teat, like usually quite literally taking advantage of the fact that we're paying for their security, can use that money and pay for like very specific social programs and then brag to us about how they can afford these social programs.
Yes,
the reality is
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That part too.
Yeah, right. And so like in terms of being the locus of like the free world, the US is absolutely number one.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
The space thing is nonsense, right? Like this, I think the state of
Literally freedom to move your arms.
No,
like,
no.
that's freedom.
Literally, I think the state of
equally
Pennsylvania
distributed throughout
is-
the United States. the
is
space.
like bigger than like almost
Medium.
every single like European nation, right? Like it's just like one of our states completely eclipses them. Yes, we have more space. We can.
And he's
build
discounting
avenues.
Canada, obviously
No,
not
no, the
everything.
housing
Canada,
size- no, no,
way
the housing
He's talking
size.
about housing like square, but it's
Yeah,
still
the square
equally-
footage of your houses like here
But it's
are
not
like
equal
twice as
distribution
large.
across
Yeah,
citizens
but
of
your
the United
bodies are larger. Like you need that space. Like
You're
also getting
because we
you're
have
also getting
better
more-
food.
you're
Because we
also
have more
getting
access to
square
food.
No,
feet
but
per-
we
you're
can
getting
have-
more square
No.
feet
I
per dollar
underst-
too.
We don't just eat maple syrup all day.
I
Look.
understood you meant the housing space. I do
Beans.
understand that, but we can literally build out more than European nations. We could just have the space. We can be
They
extremely
could do that
inefficient. That's why
too.
we have the fucking suburbs. That's why we have the fucking
You're
suburbs.
telling-
the most inefficient use of space, period, which we should absolutely ban. I won't get off that train ever. Yes, you heard me. Ban. Demolish the suburbs.
You can
right?
take my
Get
suburban
their
house
ass-
from my cold dead hands,
We
okay?
need
You're
one
not taking
giant
it.
city in the
You're
middle of the
You're not
United
taking
States.
it. And these European
Wow.
countries, they absolutely have they have undeveloped areas. It's not like all of them are Singapore. Okay,
Yeah,
they could build bigger houses. They just can't afford it.
they have to be more efficient with their use of space and the way and plus they're building on old cities, right? Like centuries old cities. And so it changes the way you do city planning. So that's the thing. But then you said something else that was nonsense.
I
What
can't
was the
hear
first
you
thing?
over my high ceilings. I can't.
I think of the other thing
How
you
dare
said.
you over your
If Lactoid was
pool.
in the United Kingdom right now, his neighbors would be yelling.
Absolutely, they'd be banging on the wall. And then
Yeah, like knock off that
demanding
libertarian
beans.
nonsense. We have freedom here. So, but the idea that someone that you are being oppressed, right? That like the social services oppress you, which is basically what you were saying previously, right? That social services oppress you. That the disposable income. That's what you said. Yeah. Disposable income. Yeah, sure. We may have more disposable income, but where does that go? Where do we dispose of it? Right? We dispose of it, making up for all the services that we don't have.
Which makes it not really disposable, right?
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
not actually
money is
disposable.
taken out of your paycheck in order to pay for socialized medicine.
It's after disbursement, so it includes like insurance costs. So it's disbursable income. It's not like the calculation doesn't include that.
I mean, that could still go to things like outside of your insurance and stuff, which a lot of people have to pay for. Like even just going to the dentist.
So U.S. copay, like insurance pays way more, but the U.S. copays aren't that significantly different than a lot of other places.
I got a quick question about that because I can't ever recall the conversation occurring, and maybe I'm mistaken and it did, and I was just too drunk to realize. But everybody loves to go on this tirade about free healthcare in Europe. Have we ever actually collected the data on the impact of free healthcare and the actual health of the citizens of the collective?
Oh,
Yeah.
Corey can talk about
private
that.
healthcare in the U.S.
Yeah, not perfectly.
Well, so I'm saying
it's
it's
hard.
like we kind of should because it's like the water's free. Yeah, well the water's free because it's loaded with lead.
So what metric are you interested in specifically? Because like there's a whole bunch of metrics and some of them are difficult to compare across countries, like for example infant mortality, stuff like that. But I can use a specific example and I can back this up if you can look at a specific patient population that actually requires a high amount of medical intervention. For example, cystic fibrosis patients. I'll link this study in the Discord chat. But on average, cystic fibrosis patients live about a decade longer in Canada than they do in the United States, and I think that matters. And when you also compare just mortality overall, outcomes overall don't favor the United States by just about any metric whatsoever.
That's because we eat ourselves to death.
With all that good food.
Oh yeah,
Lactoids.
There are trade-offs to freedom. There are trade-offs to freedom. Okay, like I look Cajun
Eating
crawfish,
yourself to death is not freedom.
Are there microplastics in them? Undoubtedly. Okay, but am I gonna stop? We've had this conversation, Corey. Okay, when I have like a whole giant fucking bowl of Cajun crawfish, and you're sitting up there with your beans and maple syrup. Yeah, okay. I guess so fucking oppressed we are here in America. I'll be okay. Jesus.
That's true. Canada.
Oh,
doesn't have
wait.
PDAs.
Crawfish, Cajun crawfish. You're thinking the French for that, right?
Okay, no, it's like no. It was an American thing. It's like chicken tikka masala. Technically, England developed it, but we all,
But we made
Does
it
France
better.
have crawfish?
diversity
Does
is
France
our
have crawfish?
strength, Aiko. Come on.
Yeah.
Does France have crawfish?
Does what?
Because does France have crawfish? Because once they got on American soil and those Frenchmen were stepping on American land, they might as well have been American. That's Cajun
Absolutely.
crawfish. That's an
Ooh.
American delicacy.
How very open borders of you. That's
I am
amazing.
very open borders.
That's great. Yeah.
I am so open
The
borders.
second you step
I'm so
foot
open borders
on-
that there shouldn't be any borders. There should be one
I'm
nation
so open
under
borders.
God.
Like, we
Indivisible is
just
liberty
had a
and justice for
Russian
all.
show up at our borders with top secret plans for a bomber plane. I'm so open borders. Just let him walk right on in.
Oh my god. All right.
So, sorry. Do you want to go, Tiberius?
I don't even. I had something great to say, and somewhere along the lines, y'all made me fucking.
We'll just have to
forget it.
believe that. We'll have to take your
yeah.
word on that one.
Well, look, I understand that you would hate almost everything I had to say anyway. So, like, I respect it where it is. That being said, I'm super psyched for topic 2. So hopefully we can get there soon.
Oh, yeah, me too.
So, Lactoid, you've made me angry again.
Oh
no. But no, so this idea of restraining freedoms, right? Like, you understand this as well, right? You get this. You said it before, like, your freedom ends, like, to swing your fist ends where my nose begins, right? Like, you would agree with that constraint, correct?
Yeah. So, like, again, infringing upon somebody else's person, right? That's a clear, like,
okay.
Consent, I think, is a better word.
Giving weapons to people who are clearly irresponsible, given the level of gun violence that we have here, would be constraining other people's freedoms. Like, for instance, Valinor said before, you can go wherever you want. But in fact, previously on this topic, you said the opposite, right? You talked about how there are all these places that you don't want to go to because of the violence, right? That constrains people's freedoms. It constrains the freedoms of the people who live in those areas to be able to flourish, to be able to go outside, right? There are some people who are traumatized because of the amount of violence within their neighborhoods. And if there were no guns there, or less guns, or just highly regulated the amount of guns that were there, that simply wouldn't be the case. They would be more free to flourish.
I disagree with that, and I'll give you a U.S.-based example. Chicago just said the exact same thing, and they have an all-out gang war where they literally have, it's like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas level car shootings, driving down main streets, gunning at each other in broad daylight.
How does that disprove my point?
Little Tootie was one of the 14-year-old gangbangers that got shot during the shooting, and Chicago has one of the tightest gun control laws in the country.
Yeah, but come on, Fowler, come on. Let's not do basic Second Amendment counter arguments here. You understand that those guns pour in from other states with looser red states with looser gun laws, right? That's where they magically come from. Is those
and
states,
Chicago
right?
borders Indiana. It literally comes right up on the border.
I don't deny there's like some level of trade-off. Okay.
Yeah, there has to be, right?
There has to be, right? But just I guess in my perspective, there's a lot of studies that are done on this. I forget what the organization is, but there was a giant meta-analysis done of all like the studies of gun control, and it turns out like the vast majority of studies on whether or not gun control works are complete shit, right? The 1996 crime bill, or the 1996 assault weapons ban, had no measurable effect on violent crime in the U.S. The types of gun control legislation that are being pushed are like don't significantly affect like infringement upon freedom, other than the fact that they restrict a lot of law-abiding citizens from carrying firearms. And so, is every person's calculus going to be on this going to be different? For sure. But like for me, I think the calculation comes out on one side.
I agree that U.S. gun control laws are extremely ineffective. Yeah, sure. But gun control laws in general being ineffective is not the case. We know this is not the case. We've seen this in other countries where they just ban the guns or severely limit the guns. And then guess what? Less gun violence or no gun violence. Ending mass shootings. That's the thing that countries have been able to do that we can't. So it's not that these things aren't possible. Under the weak-ass American laws, yeah, absolutely. We can't do it. But other countries have proved otherwise. Aiko, you want to say something?
Yeah, with the American stuff and the American studies, it all depends on what your metric is. So Lactoid might be right about the stat that he gave, but that very same law, the assault weapons ban, over that 10-year period, reduced the number of mass shootings and mass shooting casualties. And at the end of that 10 years, mass shootings and mass shooting casualties went up and up and up, and sequentially have been going up ever since.
Right.
So it's true that it didn't affect general violence.
Right.
But it did did affect the one type of like mass casualty event that is unique within the OECD to America.
Right, but this is like the harsh reality. Like mass shootings are not a significant like element of crime in the U.S. Like they're
It's
not
significant to the victims, though. Like
all crime is statistically significant. Like all crime is going to be significant to the victims, but like mass shootings are not statistically significant when you're looking at the U.S. And
right. So the way
because assault, like quote unquote assault weapons. First of all, the bans proposed are just lunacy. They don't make any sense. But like even if they were like effective, if you could remove them and there wouldn't be replacement with other kinds of items, like mass shootings in of itself, like those numbers are just like for me not significant enough to like restrict the rights that of almost half of Americans.
I understand what you're
saying.
saying.
All the things that they love to do.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think that what's important to note is that even though this might not be what you consider to be statistically significant in terms of like the total number of deaths nationally that are caused by this or whatever, but to me, what that sounds like is that in order to have our gun rights, we have to sacrifice a certain number of children.
Yeah, collateral damage.
Yeah, but I mean,
same thing with cars. Same thing with
It's also the same thing with
sacrifice children every day so we can drive.
It's also the same thing with a right like freedom of speech. We sacrifice the fact that there's probably going to be some people who are going to be Nazis or like hardcore communists or like even pedophiles. There's people who are like, what is it? What's the term? Like whatever, pedophiles that'll argue that pedophilia should be legal. That's a fuck thing. We can all dislike it, but freedom of speech gives them that ability to do that, and we can all just say, like, listen, we accept that there's some bad things that come out of having these rights that we agree on.
And alcohol as well.
Dead people in the streets. Great. But like beyond that, right? Like so one we could reduce all gun violence by having harsher laws. So
are you pro banning alcohol too, just to reduce all the crime that comes along with alcohol?
I would be fine with that. Like,
I'm fine with banning alcohol.
Don't ask me. I'm fine with getting rid of alcohol. But like, we can reduce gun violence in general. I hear you that mass shootings aren't statistically significant. I hear that, but their impact is, right? So there's more to it than simply the number of people who die, which is significant in the U.S., right? We have tons of people who die from that. But even that's the case, right? It terrorizes the populace and it changes their behavior, right? The way that kids go through school now is different than 20 years ago and 30 years ago. The security measures that they have to deal with, especially in certain neighborhoods, they've been doing that for a long time, right? They've restricted what children have been able to do, right? In browner neighborhoods. But now white kids are also dealing with it because of these mass shootings. It changes the way the populace does things because the populace is utterly fucking terrified of these things. It changes the way how we interact within our civic life. And so it doesn't matter even if it's statistically insignificant, right? Which I agree with you overall, but the impact is oversized. I go, and then if Lactoid wants to respond, and Corey.
Well, I just wanted to finish my response to Lactoid because, like, there are several things that he put in there, and the one that I really want to focus in on is the car comparison, because it is true that like our freedoms have been restricted on cars. Like an airbag saved my life, for instance. I'm alive today because of it, but it's a restriction. I had to pay extra money for that car that I bought because it had an airbag in it.
That's so
mandating like seatbelt laws, click it or ticket, that saved a lot of lives. The speed limit in America, depending on the on its application, like there's some highways where it doesn't matter, but in a lot of like roads, the speed limit saves lives, right? All of those things are ways in which we've reduced the total number. Now, the reason we don't say, oh, let's just not have cars altogether is because there is a trade-off in lives as to, like, if we lost our cars tomorrow, actually a ton of lives would be lost if we didn't have our cars, because cars are also life-saving things. So we have to balance that out with the risk of car accidents and stuff like that. But we do everything we can. Well, hold on. We do everything we can to mitigate the risks of cars. We also license cars, by the way. So if you want to treat guns like cars, like I'm all for it, because there are many ways in which we've mitigated the violence.
Absolutely.
But I would say that with assault weapons, what we've gained from people having assault weapons, by which I mean semi-automatic long guns, I think the benefit that we get from those is less than the lives lost each given year. Like we're to the point now where it's more than one mass shooting per day.
We get no societal benefit from those.
Yeah.
But,
so I mean, yeah, let's regulate them like we do cars.
All right. So a couple things. So I when you say like we would ban cars off the road, when you say this will lead to a whole bunch of deaths, I don't know like why you're saying that. During the pandemic, we prevented people from going outside. The car traffic dropped to an all-time
Unless there's an emergency.
Unless there's an emergency.
Yeah.
Sure. So like, why not just ban cars?
Also
Why not ban cars an exception for emergencies, right? We want to roll along with that same logic. Why should you be able to drive to the movie theater, right? You're just going to sacrifice your own entertainment. You're going to put you're going to put your kids at risk because of your own entertainment because you want to go watch the new fucking Indiana Jones.
Well,
or you
have to go to work.
You want to right right. So you're working on if you're working from home, you don't need a car, right? Except for emergencies. And also if your job doesn't save lives, then what's the point, right? You're costing lives just because you want to go get like money to buy your third TV with your highest median income in the world.
Rent.
Bro, think about how
hold on with your highest median income in the world. So sure, I'm not denying there are specific circumstances that you could justify using a car, but in the United States, we don't just use a car for the absolute critical circumstances to maximize saving lives. We use cars for all sorts of people I know just fucking drive because they enjoy driving. People buy cars because of how fun they are. People like gain a tremendous amount of personal satisfaction and entertainment by being able to travel to different forms of recreation, and they do that using cars. People drink alcohol, an intoxicating substance that consistently leads to a lot of violence and leads to a lot of death. And we're not, we don't ban that because, hey, most adults can do this responsibly and they can drink, and they like removing that freedom from people. The trade-off for most people isn't adequate. Same thing with tobacco. Same thing with marijuana, and we're moving into shrooms. Like there's a whole bunch of shit that we're like coming to the point where it's like, well, fuck. Like yes, art. Like as with every freedom, does it guarantee perfect security? Now we have regulations on guns. The ATF does regulate them. You should see a lot of the regulations. They're relatively strict. And then in order to get a concealed carry license, you have to go through a fucking class. You have to get licensed, right? I had to get a fucking license for that, right? So there's absolutely hoops for that. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why people with concealed carry licenses are statistically safer than people who don't have concealed carry licenses. People who carry guns, on average, are much less likely to commit crimes than people who don't, as long as they're carrying them legally. That's true. There's just like a number of examples we can look at, and I'm not even fighting you guys if you're going to say, well, the statistically insignificant, but like national heartbreak number of deaths that happen from mass shootings is enough for me to want to take away rifles from most Americans. If that's your calculation, you can make that freedom calculation, but I don't share that calculation. And I think it's pretty obvious, like when you go talk to most like gun enthusiasts or just general people, like, yeah, they like the freedom of being able to own property when they don't misuse it.
I want to,
Corey.
yeah. So to expand off of that, so like, hypothetically, to sort of Aikau's point of like, the federal assault weapons ban, if it in a hypothetical world, if it was shown that it resulted in like 0 mass shootings, that is, it was eliminated, would you still be against it? And that includes like school shootings.
Yes.
Okay, so you're just like, no matter what, even if it was like, it results in like 1 mass school shooting or like multiple, like dozens of mass school shootings.
Yes, so there's a number of deaths in which it would get to the point where I might change the calculus, right?
Okay.
But you guys, you can talk about how. So in the 1950s, people brought their guns to school for range practice in the gym. And you look at the fucking history of U.S. mass shootings, and it really only started to become a problem like after Columbine, right? That was like the major fucking issue. Before then, despite there being guns in schools, kids would bring them for range practice in the gymnasium. It wasn't an issue.
Yeah. Well, so
maybe a better question is why is that the case?
Yeah, sure. Like I don't want to like that is a valid and good question, which maybe deserves a panel in and of itself. But also to follow up on my question, and also maybe to sort of tease out how you like view freedom, and also using Aikau's example of cars. This is a little bit of a tangent, but when it comes to maybe contrasting positive and negative freedoms. So like this is probably in the pipeline at some point of like self-driving cars. And like it's probably going to be shown, and you probably agree that self-driving cars are going to just be universally safer than people driving cars. I'm curious, like, would you fight for the right? Like, should people have the right to actually physically drive their cars when there's the option of self-driving cars? And would you be okay with companies phasing that out? Actually, like it's no longer an option. Like we're just going.
Companies can do what they want, right? If they want to phase out any kind of product, I'm fine with that.
Should governments, if it's shown, should governments compel companies like self-driving cars are just universally safer?
Yeah, it depends. It depends on how statistically safer it is, and it would only be for like maybe it depends on the roadways, right? If I want to get like a manual driving car for like local roads or my own private roads, like that's totally different. But like if we see some mass amount of death coming from highways, I'd consider it, but I would need to see like actual numbers. I would need to see like something that justifies taking away a freedom from innocent people. Like that's normally something that needs to be like rigorously justified.
Yeah,
and I just don't see it justified here.
I think our goal isn't to take away things from people, right? Our goal should be like, if we get this self-driving car, why don't we just set up lanes specifically for self-driving cars, right? It should be how do we integrate how do we give people as much capability to do what it is they want to do, right?
I don't want to be assuming self-driving cars are much safer. I wouldn't like unless it's like a totally separate, like segregated, separate but equal lane. For a lot of
self-driving cars, I think the only way they would like realistically work is like the roads they need. At least currently, the roads they need have to be like.
But why should we incur that extra cost of like, since you just want the luxury to be a dangerous driver essentially in comparison to self-driving cars? Why should
if you want to switch the system, it's on you to make this like system capable, right?
Well,
it's on these industries. Oh, go ahead.
I have a theory on this. China, because they're not a democratic country, because they're top-down, authoritarian, they're going to be able to flip the switch first. They're going to be the ones to say, they'll pick a major city, Shanghai, whatever. You are now a self-driving city. Nobody can drive. And then they're just going to spread around China. And eventually, if it works the way people think it's going to work, eventually the rest of the world is going to look at China and say, shit, why are we dying on the highways and they're not?
Not to mention traffic and efficiency. Like
yeah. There's lots of benefits to it. So once China proves that it's safe and the West like gets tired of being the only ones that are like dying in car crashes, then maybe they'll start like instituting in the West. But I think China will do it first. But just to back up your question, Corey, when the assault weapons ban started, across the 9 years that followed, mass shootings reduced by 2/3.
Yeah, I have. I'm going to link it in the Discord. I know this study or multiple studies, but
okay, good.
I know the ones you're referring to.
Can I get in on this for a minute, please? All right. For when it comes to self-driving cars, just don't fucking worry about it until you see self-driving trains. Like just straight up, like the level of difficulty is a factor higher than what trains are. Because trains can only go on the rails, and you basically have to control the switchboards, and you control their speed, right? Cars a lot harder because you have to account for literally everything else that could possibly be on that road. Don't even talk about self-driving cars until we have self-driving trains. Just straight up. Just don't talk about it. It's not going to happen. All right.
We have them here where I live.
Like they have like the test zones, right? Like have what is
right.
it? Generation
I live
2.
I live in a test zone. Yeah.
Right, and they have what? Generation 2 self-driving cars, which they're basically like, hey,
I can get a robo-taxi right now.
I'll talk to you later. Okay. Anyway, there is some interesting research that I've seen regarding self-driving cars, but like they're not going to be ubiquitous until you see something like self-driving trains, just because of how much easier it is to do. It's not that we can't do it, right? But it's going to be one of those things that like you have to kind of shift the entire infrastructure all at one point, because the biggest problem for self-driving cars is the human driver. If you have to interact with human drivers, it's going to be a complete pain in the ass. All right, going into the guns for just a second here. All right, I'm a right winger. I am an owner of a Beretta 92A1. Right, like I believe in like responsible gun ownership. The reason why we keep having mass shootings and all this other wonderful things that are happening, and I say that as sarcastically as I possibly can, is because gun owners in this country lost their fucking minds after Waco. And I don't know exactly like what metabolized into them, but they have this idea that everyone and anyone should have a gun because you should be able to fight off a fucking APC when the federal government comes charging at you because you know, running a child sex predator ring. Like I'm trying to meme this as much as I can, but like every major gun owner I know, every like diehard defender of 2A is an absolute jackass because it's like by under no condition can we limit the fact of where people should have or like access to firearms? Should we have reasonable regulation on it? And it's like, all right, I'm happy that you have a little constitutional amendment to protect that right, but you guys realize that we're getting to that point where people are exercising this right so irresponsibly, it's being begged to be constitutionally taken the fuck away, right? Like, Lactoid, I will fight you on this.
Yeah, no, we're gonna fight, because when you make fun of 2A supporters and gun enthusiasts for being concerned about government influence, it seems to be in contradiction to what you said before about how, or I'm sorry, maybe somebody said it before about how there is a dissuading factor from fucking with people, especially fucking with communities, if they're armed, right? And no, do I think one gun's going to be enough to take on an APC? No, but some Taliban farmers that they or fucking Viet Cong, dramatically without the comparable weapons whatsoever, were able to, and being on the defensive and being able to resist oppression is one of the benefits that comes with having an armed populace, and that in of itself is somewhat of a guarantee on freedom.
All right, let me
I
split
think I think like
Can
I don't like how the goal for everyone else is always like take away guns rather than just setting up the goal. Maybe we should integrate guns as a part of our society. Maybe we should be training people on how to properly use them. Maybe we should go back to that era where in schools you're actually taught how to handle guns, how to deal with them properly, what their dangers are, how to safely handle them, and where you go from there.
Well, that's
All right, I wanna-
The
Wait,
NRA
Damn it.
fights that too. They don't
Everyone
want
should
that
get a
either.
gun.
All right, just for FK, like that can go either incredibly well or incredibly horribly, and I have absolutely no idea which way that will go. Right?
Well,
I will
historically,
100% say that you have a point.
Switzerland.
Right? Switzerland's weird because they regulate the shit out of the ammo. Like they'll give everyone
Yeah.
a gun, but it's hard to get bullets.
Yeah, we can
So-
regulate ours too. I think I'm okay
Right.
with setting up like restrictions to avoid these like things from happening. But I also think it's like important to be able to have access to like, in my opinion, almost any type of firearm, as long as we have like the proper steps in place to make sure you're not going to misuse that firearm.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So I think we agree more than we disagree. And then it comes to lactoid, right? I did make that very statement earlier. I think that right wing argument at the base level still has a point to where if you have a firearm, the police for sure are going to be a lot more cautious about possibly dealing with you, right? Like they're scared shitless just to come up on somebody whenever they do a regular traffic stop and getting blown the fuck away, right? I get both sides, right? I get both sides of this. Number one, is the consequences of where we are now worth just that like unlimited freedom or that very unrestricted freedom? I'm actually a little bit ashamed because my state of Indiana, which I do largely support, had like you had to have a 3 grade or had a background check at least. You had to have at least some qualifications to get a handgun license. I have it, by the way. At least you had some level where it's like, hey, can you prove that you're actually worth having this firearm, even to some modicum of degree? And now we've gone into constitutional carry. It's like, all right, you just have the constitutional right to have a fucking firearm. Like, seriously? Like, this is how you lose rights, is you get people so pissed off with like the absolute negligence. And I will say that as your lawyer, negligence to actually like show any kind of like responsibility and control.
So like social media accounts.
Oh my God, don't even get me started.
Wait, what?
A well-regulated social media account.
But by the way, a quick fun fact for people: well-regulated. The word "regulated" doesn't mean what it means now.
We're gonna get into that in topic 2. I guarantee we're gonna fucking touch it. All right.
I just want to say that's not a defeater for the Second Amendment. I just want to make that very clear. But
I think it should be, but go on.
it should
definitely is not.
But we'll figure it out. But this has been a good discussion. Thanks all for participating in it. We're going to our next topic. Hey guys, if you are just stumbling on this channel, consider hitting the follow button. We have great conversations all the time with a variety of people with different opinions than myself. It would be great if all these guys simply repeat it back at me, my brilliant opinions. But for the benefit of the rest of you, I decided to invite people like my friend Lactoid. So if you enjoyed these kinds of conversations with people across the political spectrum, hit that follow button if you're on Twitch, hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube, and consider supporting the channel by subscribing to the channel on Twitch. supporting it monetarily some way through bits or using Amazon gaming or yeah, Amazon Gaming says Prime Gaming here on the channel. It's free for you, but it does a ton for us. It's the beginning of the month. So the leaderboards are clear. Consider helping us out now and stand at the top. Astride heroes, really. So thanks for the people who are here. But yeah, if you want ad previewing, if you want access to emails and all that good stuff, then consider supporting the channel on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, remember if you want a message read out to these individuals, like super chat, we'll make that happen. So consider using a super chat there. Okay. All right. So let's get started with topic 2. Topic 2. The U.S. Supreme Court has delivered several controversial opinions in recent weeks and years. According to a new ABC poll, citizens are becoming increasingly convinced that the Supreme Court justices rule based on their personal views rather than a sober assessment of the law. This has lowered the standing of the court in the public's eye. Is this fair? Are justices actually operating on partisan lines? Even if they are, is that a bad thing? And if you do think the court is going in a negative direction, be down about it. So yeah, you guys all know cases have been coming out. People have been getting upset, which is like the usual order of things, honestly. But is this like the lowered opinion of the public? Does that actually deserve the court? And if so, should something be done? Let's start with my friend Lactoy.
Yeah, we talked about this before, and I'm looking forward to talking about it again. Like I said before, in a history of partisanship, integrity feels like oppression, and that's quite literally what's happening here. This Supreme Court is one of the least political and least partisan Supreme Courts we've had in a very long time. They are incredibly principled. This concept that all legal philosophies are equally valid is asinine. The legal philosophy that's currently being espoused by the majority in the Supreme Court is one that is deeply principled and one that is actually based on legal analysis. And when you take the time to actually go and read the opinions that they're coming out with that are quote unquote so-called political, you begin to realize, wow, in contradiction to some of the other cases that have been decided in the past, these ones are actually well written, and these ones are actually principled, and they're actually based on a historical and legal analysis. They're not just pulled out of their ass, which is how a lot of prior cases, especially the ones that these recent cases overruled, were decided. So I think it's crazy that the Supreme Court basically ruled, like legally, it is the case that you can't discriminate against Asians, and you also can't compel people to speak about something they don't agree with, First Amendment, 14th Amendment, and then all of a sudden, like, this is the fucking issues that the political left in this country is freaking the fuck out about. I think it just demonstrates how hyper-partisan they are, and that's that's all they've ever wanted. We all remember Obergefell. It's ridiculous, and some people are calling to abolish the court. Absolutely insane.
Okay, let's go to our friend Eleanor, who is like furiously chewing. Like I'm just
Lactoid employed iCow's debate tactic.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, man. So having worked for the U.S. courts in the past and supported all the judges across the country and multiple countries with a foreign U.S. presence, I can say that this is probably one of the best Supreme Courts I've seen so far. I have to agree with Lactoid. They're not biased. They're not discriminating against one group or another. They're making legitimate judgment calls based on valid legal precedents and historical interpretations of the Constitution as it was intended and as it was drafted. They're making interpretations of law as it is written and as it is drafted, both for federal and state. And that is historically what the Supreme Court was intended to do. Their job is not to legislate from the bench. They're also cracking down on judges who are doing that, which I applaud, because both sides of the fence have been screaming for that for a long time. They're forcing judges to make calls based on what the law says. And I think that if it continues, we're actually going to see a correction of legal precedents and legal practice back to the more conservative traditional basis of law as it was intended, which is to reinforce the rights of Americans individually and collectively in a way that's fair and impartial. And I agree 100% with Lactoid. You shouldn't be forced to say something. You shouldn't be compelled to do something. If you're made to do something against your will, that's a violation of consent. In sexual acts, we call that rape. And I don't think anybody here would advocate for that. I think that would be a crazy and illogical argument to even attempt to defend or enforce. And I would openly state that one of the biggest issues that I see that's ongoing right now, that's going to run very much so afoul of the Supreme Court, is what's going on in Michigan now, where they've criminalized or are attempting to criminalize pronouns. And if you don't use their preferred pronouns, you're not only going to be fined an astronomical amount of money, you're going to jail. I think the jail time right now is 5 or 10 years, which is more than most rape cases see, which is outrageous. You'll get more time for mispronouncing someone than you will for rape. And that's just outrageous.
Okay, I don't know how we got the rape. Like, but
It's a matter of consent. It says.
It's it's fine. I
They are
appreciate
in
your
Scott's
ability.
position on screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I appreciate you your ability to carry us there, Fallon. I'm very creative. Let's go to Franco.
So the last time I heard that prediction was about 10 years ago. Jordan Peterson was reacting to that law in Canada or whatever. And strangely, I don't know why, like something happened because not a single person has been arrested or fined or put in trouble in any way as a result of that law. And that's a law that actually exists, not one that's just, been sort of made up to be a future law. It still has failed to catch anybody. Corey, you must be very disappointed in the Canadian legal system that they can't seem to catch any of these offenders. But listen, this obviously, this is not a court that I ideologically agree with. Dobbs was probably its most, I don't want to say shocking because it wasn't surprising decision, but electorally it was a gift to Democrats. So I don't know how much Republicans have to celebrate there. But there are some good things that have come out of this court, like the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was upheld just a week or two ago. Alabama now has to give that second district, make it give black representation to a second district instead of packing them all into one district. That's a good thing. The independent legislature theory, that sort of crackpot theory that MAGA wanted to use to overturn the election in 2020, the Supreme Court just struck that down as a legal theory. So no, the legislatures don't get to act independent of their courts and independent of their governors. The Indian Child Welfare Act, that Holland versus Burkine. By the way, that's one of several decisions that Gorsuch has ruled on because he's a very pro Native American rights justice. And so that he's been able to make it so that Native American children get to be adopted by Native American tribes over and above white people who want to try to adopt them. And the Supreme Court sided with Native Americans there. So there have been a lot of surprise cases. Of the cases that liberals are disappointed with, I don't think they're as big as people think they are. I think, Prime, I've told you before, on the last open panel that I was on, that I'm, not a fan of collegiate level affirmative action. So I don't see that case as all that big a deal. On the student loan case, notice they kept in place the most important aspect of the student loan forgiveness, not forgiveness, but it was that they cannot ask you to pay more than 5% of your discretionary income. So, and discretionary income is your income minus the poverty rate. And then you take 5% of that, and that's what you pay. Payments used to be much, much bigger than that. So when payments resume, they will resume at much smaller rates if you have a lower income. So now student loans are being paid back at a progressive level. That was way more important to me than the $10,000 or $20,000 one-time forgiveness stuff. And I can't remember the other. Yeah, I think that was it of the cases that people have been complaining about lately. So overall, obviously, I would like to see a better court, but I can live with a lot of the cases that have been coming out lately.
That was a long one. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
Aiko.
sure.
A very
Sorry.
thorough answer. All right. Let's try to shorten it up a little bit. FK, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually agree with almost everything Icro said. To add on though, on every other case, yeah, I think they ruled pretty well. Um, Including when it comes to the affirmative action case, I think they actually do a pretty good job at carving out the aspect that you can write in about how your race has affected you growing up or how it's affected your experience and why that would be important to the college. I think it actually might be a little bit better for it to be on the individual to be like, listen, this is what I'm bringing to you at the collegiate level, right? Um, what's the other one? Oh yeah, and then when it comes to Supreme Court bias, I'm gonna be honest. We put people up there historically, and I think all the time people tell us we all tell ourselves oh, these people don't have any biases, they're above that. But the reality is they all have some way of interpreting the law that's gonna be different from somebody else, right? They all go up there with that individual way of interpreting the law, and they all just work based off of that. Um Right now, I think we do have a lot less trust, specifically because of all the connections coming out between people's finances and specific people not recusing themselves from certain cases. But I think that's happening more and more just throughout the whole government. I think we're having society's having a lot of problems with politicians in general, just having a lot of financial interest publicly that they're able to move around individually.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Yeah, I'll put it this, or excuse me, I'll put it in this regard. The Supreme Court's been weird the last couple of years, and I don't know if just more in how I've kind of grown up and see it change over the years, and I'm just only getting used to it. But the long and the short here is, I believe that this is actually one of the most interesting courts, and when it comes down to it, it's probably actually one of the most balanced that we've ever seen. I know that's a hard thing for a lot of the lefties to swallow that for a second, but it really is a 3 left-wing court, a 3 centrist court, and a 3 conservative court. And there are some times where I've absolutely disagreed with this court. But when it comes down to it, it's probably one of the fairest courts. And even if you assume that it is, right? Even if you assume it's completely loaded, I do like the Supreme Court and its function in the regards that, sometimes the right's in charge, sometimes the left's in charge. It's usually on some kind of time delay from the political winds. But everyone kind of gets their chance after a little while to really scope the legalistic agenda of the country for, 10 15 years. I kind of like that. It's actually been one of the things that this country still has kind of kept an even rapport with. I know a lot of people are pissed off. I know that a lot of people are seriously hurt by some of these decisions that have been made in the last couple of years. Got to remember that that's pretty much gone back the last 200 years. And there's some right-wingers that I can point you guys out to that you might want to have a chat with because they're pissed at what happened the last time the left was in charge. So yeah, I'll just end with that.
They're pissed at this court too.
HPCR.
Cool. So I'll be brief. Yeah, the Constitution, obviously most legal language is vague and needs to be interpreted. So while I don't necessarily disagree with some of the other lactoid specifically, I think the calling into question the legitimacy of the Supreme Court, given the recent decisions, I think that's a little silly. I don't think that. I think the institution is working the way it's supposed to. So I don't think any sort of radical changes to the institution would be a good idea. But I do think to push back a little bit on lactoid, assuming that there is an objective way to interpret the Constitution, like there's some guidebook, whether you're a textualist or whatever, that's obviously silly. And so both there's a long history of back and forth between various interpretations of the way the Constitution should be taken and the way legal language should be taken, whether it's delineating rules and principles, things like that. And so I would just push back a little bit on the idea that there is a right way to interpret what's going on. And in the past, the courts have necessarily been wrong. It's more just going to depend on your values for in what way you think the court should contribute to society. But we'll get into it.
And last but not least, our friend Cord.
Yeah, I'll also try to be brief. But yeah, first, to address the framing and let's say misinformation by Falinor of Bill C-16. There's an entire subreddit devoted to tracking the number of arrests associated with Bill C-16. I'll link in the Discord. Spoiler alert: it's 0. Where it's just it's not happening, and all of the fear mongering totally unjustified. But to answer the prompts, where it's partisanship. Basically, I expect the Supreme Court to be partisan. Just we all have our biases, myself included, and I think that falls in line with we try to limit our biases or minimize them, but at the end of the day, they're still there. So I would argue that yes, they are making partisan decisions, but that's more or less what I expect of pretty much any human being. Where is it a bad thing? It's just a thing. Do I think the court is going in a negative direction? In my opinion, yes, but that's just my opinion because I'm making a judgment along partisan lines. But to answer also the last question of what should be done about it, since I was paying attention to the last panel that you were on, Prime and Lactoid, I'm actually open to the solution that you brought up, Prime, in terms of sort of a lottery, and you pretty much have a collection of Supreme Court justices, dozens and dozens, hundreds, and then randomly selecting from there. That I can entertain that idea. That seems like it might be a step in the right direction. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Open to the panel.
Okay. All right.
Before we go any further, I looked up. It was I think you said Michigan or Mississippi. It was Michigan. That thing. Literally, the first thing that comes up is that it's in the case that somebody's being harassed or intimidated, right? So if you're following around somebody and actively trying to use a pronoun to harass them, it just makes it so that part of that harassment now is you could be using a pronoun to harass them, right? It doesn't just mean you walk by somebody and use the wrong pronoun, or it doesn't mean you use the wrong pronoun just because you don't know or whatever. If you're actively making it they have to prove that there's harassment involved with it, right? For that to do anything.
It's like calling somebody a slur over and over again.
So just to clarify, based on your own explanations, we'll say, FK, if you have a pronoun and I refuse to use your pronoun, you're saying that I'm going to go to jail for harassment?
No, it's not if you just refuse, but if you make it a point to go out of your way and to actively harass me, and part of that harassment is using the pronoun also, I'm pretty sure that in court, then that would you would be able to build out a case where that pronoun is a part of that case, right? I don't think it would ever be the case that you would ever just end up in court for just saying the wrong pronoun to somebody.
Okay, so because I'm trying to figure out how this, because I've heard a lot about what did you call it, Corey? BC-16?
Bill C-16, where if you're going to argue that the U.S. is more free than Canada and arrests aren't happening in Canada, it's hard for me to fathom that you think this is also going to occur in the United States, unless you want to admit that the United States is less free.
Well, I know that there's one instance of a gentleman who was arrested related to his daughter transitioning, and he was prosecuted for that regarding refusing to acknowledge her pronouns. But I'd have to read up on that case. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that it's spreading to places like Michigan. It's less so to the fact that the pronouns are what they are. I mean, if somebody wants to call themselves Fay-Fair, Frog Self, that's up to them. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to be a jerk either. So I totally agree with FK in that. If you're just being a dick and harassing people for the sake of harassing people, that's another story altogether. And you're just being an asshole. And you can't charge someone for being an asshole, but you can for mispronouncing them.
Sure. I don't want to get too far into this though, but let's go to
the Supreme Court.
Please, Supreme Court.
When it comes to the Supreme Court, I think what's going to be important, because here's what's interesting on that gay wedding website case. I won it goes back to the idea of does somebody have to be forced to make a gay cake? And I don't think you have to be forced to make a gay cake. But then the question would be, if a gay couple walks in and they just want one of your cakes, right? You have a cake on the shelf. Should you have to sell them that cake? Right? You don't have to do anything to it. You don't have to make it you don't have to write the spouse and spouse name. Or the groom and groom's name. You don't have to write you don't have to give them the two little figures of a male and a male, a female. You just have to give them that cake. Does the company need to do that, or do you are they allowed to still discriminate?
Right. So under current law, they would still have to do that, right? So in the case, the 303 case, the one that was just decided, yes, the finding was that you can't like you still got to serve people, like you can't like not serve people, but you are not going to be compelled to make a specific product because that runs afoul of the First Amendment. So you don't have to make like a website like celebrating the marriage between man and man. But if you had like let's say like 80 stock like wedding websites and somebody wanted to buy one of them and they were gay, you would have to sell them that. You just couldn't be forced to create one because of the First Amendment implications there. One of the things, I'm just going to go into this. So one of the things here, along with so this case, I think is an example of where the legal reasoning I think is very sound, and I also it just lines up with my like moral opinions as well. So psychologically, it's very satisfying. But Aiko, when you were going through the different cases that this court decided on,
Right.
There's a couple things that make it a little bit more fuzzy, right? So the Native American children being adopted by Native Americans,
Right.
that one's actually a little bit more dicey because quite literally the finding was if you have a Native American parent who wants a white couple to adopt the child, they want to give their child to a white couple for adoption, the
Right.
tribe can intervene and stop that process to make sure the child goes to somebody who the biological parents do not want the child to go to. That's an example, right? And so in that case, also the McGirt case, and the McGirt was the one where they basically gave a half of Oklahoma to a blood quantum ethno-state. There's like a number of cases. Yes, that's what it is. There's a couple.
That's Gorsuch. That's all Gorsuch.
Yes, it's all Gorsuch, right? And so there's a couple cases here where where I read them and like deep down, like morally and politically, I despise them. Okay, I think I think they're actually like fundamentally like kind of Nazi-ish, kind of like racist. Okay, but like legally, the legal process when you actually read the opinion is sound, and I think that's the critical distinguishing factor between this court and prior courts, which is I'm not saying they're perfect, but they are much more principled in the sense that they're actually pursuing like legal like doctrine and explanation and historical analysis, as opposed to just like again trying to achieve partisan ends. Not all like legal philosophies are equal. You on one side, like people refer to it as the conservative side, but this is the side now that is ruling in favor of like trans bathrooms, ruling in favor of Native American tribes, et cetera, because their principle is not partisanship; it's following the law. Right. On the other end, the other like political, like legal philosophy that's at play here, like living constitution theory, is openly and explicitly partisanship. They quite literally advocate openly that the Constitution should change to adapt to modern needs. How is that not partisanship?
No, they're both inherently political. To say that one, yes, they are.
No, they're not. Because in originalism, you have somebody who maybe personally hates the idea of like a particular outcome, but legally they feel compelled to reach it. A living constitution theorist will never come to that same opinion.
That's not true. Of course, it never has happened. No. That there's some. That's such garbage.
I mean, they might. I mean, they might for like.
Really,
I can't say definitively it's never happened, but when you follow the actual philosophy of living constitution theory, if you're following that, like you're just simply trying to make the Constitution match up with what you want. Like Posner said, I already know the outcome before I even read the facts.
It's a different interpretation about the purpose of the Constitution in its origin, right? It's not the same as textualism or originalism in that way. It's going to think like this is a living document such that we need to make sure that it potentially could be refined, our understanding of what's expected for reaching the kind of nation that we want to reach. And to say that
we want to reach.
Yeah.
That's partisan because the nation we want to reach is going to be different.
Are you joking? Of course, America is an experiment, and we're all headed towards something. We haven't like that's going to be true of any.
No, right. But where we are heading towards is a partisan question.
Right.
Originalism is not about trying to get somewhere other than just what was the intent of the people who.
Well, wait a minute.
Saying that it's not a living document is a political stance. It's
originalism You have to first. I think you have to
No, it's not.
distinguish originalism from textualism.
Sure, yes,
Which is what
newer and scholarly.
originalism. You have to be a mind reader. You have to read the minds of the founders and read the minds of the lawmakers because you're going beyond the text, right? But textualism is what Gorsuch says that he believes in. That's what Alito says he believes in, and you can tell which one actually does believe in it.
Alito's
because
more
in
of an
that trans,
originalist.
and in that trans bathroom case, Sotomayor specifically used originalism and textualism to appeal to Gorsuch, and that's how she was able to bring him over.
Because he's principled.
But Alito was on the other side of that, and he was pissed because he basically said that Gorsuch wasn't actually using originalism, or he was using it wrong, or something like that.
Sure.
So, I think Alito and Thomas are an example of people who aren't really principled in the way that you say.
No.
But the fact that Gorsuch can be pulled over based on what he says his principles are, tells me that he is more sort of bound to what that philosophy says.
No. Okay. They are both going through the analysis, and
Right.
yes, you can have two people use the correct method that they should be using because that's their fucking job, and come to different outcomes, right? So you could have Gorsuch, who's convinced by originalist arguments for one thing, and then you could have Alito, who's convinced by originalist arguments for another thing. But at least that should be the process. The process should be people using a specific legal method to analyze and try to get to a correct answer. Yeah. The analogy that I used in the prior panel that I think is critically. It's the only actual legal philosophy, because when you look at again, living constitution theory, it's quite literally where do we want to go? That's a partisan question.
No.
Let's bend the Constitution.
Wait, did anyone
where
on
do
the
we want to
Supreme
go
Court ever
randomly?
say living constitution?
The context
Wasn't that
is
just
the
a Bill Clinton
Constitution.
thing? That was just an offhanded comment that Bill Clinton made. I don't think there's a
the American
Supreme Court justices are.
So they reference it. So the American Constitution Society, which is essentially the sort of the other. It stands in opposition to the Federalist Society. American Constitution Society, openly advocates for a constitution that is living and changes with the times.
But is that
right?
but is that ever mentioned in any Supreme Court decision?
I don't know if they're going to use that specific word, but that's the idea. That is the way they think. The ideology that they're espousing. Those are the organizations that they come from.
It is
in the same way. That the Federalist Society is emphasizes very much original.
Also an ideology, correct? It's not somehow
it's
unbiased and apolitical. Of course,
it is a legal philosophy, and I'll explain again. I had to do this before, right? So when we're talking about is it political? There's one conception of political, which is everything is political. I understand that, okay? When I'm talking about political, here, I'm talking about whether or not somebody should be swayed by their own personal desires to achieve certain political or partisan outcomes when it comes to analyzing the law. So the analogy that I used was, let's say you have two cops, okay? Both of them believe that their job is just following the law as it's written, but they have different understandings of how the law is written. They might come to different outcomes, but they're both doing their job in the way we want them to do it. But then you have a third cop who's well, actually, I think the law should change based on what I want. So I'm just going to enforce different laws. That's literally the comparison.
Can I just point out?
It's not
a straw man. It's that simple.
It is.
Have you read Sotomayor's dissent? It's fucking crazy. She goes on for 6 pages about slavery and then misrepresents citations in her own dissent. These are the most incompetent justices I've ever. It's ridiculous.
Can I just point out here that the Supreme Court has been majority Republican appointed since Nixon. So a lot of these decisions that you're talking about, the only way that they could happen was by bringing in Republican appointees on those decisions. This is when you're talking about the court being balanced and moving in one direction or another, it hasn't been majority Democratic appointed since the 60s.
I'm not saying it has been. In fact, this actually bolster my point, because my problem is with the legal philosophy that's expressed by certain members of the court and not necessarily who they're appointed by. That's the problem I have, right? The quote unquote liberal justices, I don't view it that way in terms of, what outcome is the one I politically want? The one is I read the opinions and do the opinions make fucking sense? And the Roe v. Wade didn't make any fucking sense. And that's why it got struck down. I want solid law that makes actual sense based on an actual fucking legal analysis. And this is what the current Supreme Court has given us. And people are losing their shit on Twitter.
And they're
ridiculous. Voting. Yeah, and they're voting because they're fucking mad that for the first time Like their left-wing hacks don't have enough power to like get them what they want politically. That's quite literally the fucking reason they're mad.
No,
Again, a majority Republican
I think,
appointed
though-
court also
Yes.
decided Roe.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna jump in here for a second on this.
Left-wing hacks.
Look,
if it's a
so,
living,
wait.
oh god,
Okay, yeah. So the big thing here that I want to split hairs on is this. I actually agree with the legal doctrine that was proposed for the end of Roe v. Wade. I did not personally support that because while I despise abortion, there is a level to where I knew that was a pretty damn good balance to where we were. And I didn't really want to see that boat get rocked because as much as I could live with it personally, I knew that the right was going to take an ass whipping from it because they do not like understand that this country is pretty damn socially liberal, right? And they were going to take a beating on that. Basically, long story short, for being said here is that there's some parts where I really agree or disagree with this court. The problem is that when it comes down to it, almost every decision they made, they seem to have a pretty good reason for doing so, even if I don't agree with it.
That's what's important.
And I want to clarify, I guess, your position or understand your position better, Lactoid, where it seems like from what I gathered in the previous panel that I watched a bit of, and obviously this one, you clearly are advocating for a certain political like philosophy or like or legal framework where you mentioned specifically like originalism. And it seems like, yeah, legal philosophy. And you say, and I think you mentioned like not all whatever legal or political philosophies are equal. I'm curious, like what makes you advocate for originalism? Basically, how are you rooting that?
Because it's the only like legal philosophy that actually involves like a framework of analysis to try to get to the right answer, right? The idea of there are laws passed, okay? Like what power do these laws have? Like does it just like do laws just naturally change when like the people like when the justices decide, well, I'm kind of feeling like the law should be this way, as opposed to the people who passed the laws, right? And I thought that was the process, like how a bill becomes a law, blah blah blah, the fucking song, and like the fucking the people who passed the law, they had a very specific intention for it, and then the question is, well, what does this law apply to? What does this constitutional protection apply to? Right? Well, let's actually do an analysis, like an historical analysis of the people at the time, of the statements that were made of the time, of the applications of the time, and find out how it was meant to apply, as opposed to open partisanship of like, I want to get this outcome, and so we need to we need to make it there. Quite literally, the first 6 pages of Sotomayor's dissent to the affirmative action opinion were ranting about how slavery was evil and we need this to like get rid of the legacy of slavery.
Okay, so you said that if I remember correctly,
which is not a legal philosophy.
Okay, sure. Where you seem to be advocating for originalism because you say it's the only legal philosophy that allows you to get to the right answer. What is that right answer that you're like referring to?
What the law is? Because look, I understand. Like I am like a fucking libertarian nut, whatever, right? But like that's like one aspect of my life. The other aspect of my life is like a lawyer who is like invested in this, like in the integrity of this system for like my fucking career and my fucking life. Okay. And that is important to me. That's like an essential element to me. And when I see like people make decisions not based on like an actual rigorous framework, but just because like they want to see a particular outcome, it bothers me.
I have a question for you real quick. I know Corey's kind of throwing you out as like the legal originalist, but you always struck me as more like as a legalistic spiritualist in the regard. It's like you think about what the spirit of the law entails, but you'll move with it as people move with the times to some degree. Like you won't completely.
Oh, I'm the opposite of that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't think
that's what he was
like,
just railing against.
Okay, like there was a point where it's like I thought there was like some mobility with you. Like you recognize the principle of like understanding where you come from and like holding to that standard that was set, but there is a level to where we understand that like the standard kind of moves, right? Like what we expected of our forefathers is not what we expect of us.
Yeah, the Overton window moves, and there's like systems in place to recognize the shift of the Overton window. That's what we have a Senate for and a president for, and Congress and all of that. Supreme Court's job is not to be dictating what laws were passed, like dictating the new meaning.
There's always a level of interpretation going on. It's not going to be as literal. I mean, does freedom of speech include flag burning?
That's
Yeah,
true, but I
it's
think
Wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
when it
wait, wait.
comes
Hold
to
on. It does, and originalist framework and arguing for like the fact that you should be able to burn flags has struck down 4 congressional attempts to do so, and you can thank originalist thinking for that.
yeah,
I don't think
I think the issue is when it comes to like Roe
Absolutely.
v. Wade. I'm pretty sure most scholars just agree that that was like a really roundabout way of setting up that type of legislation. Which, even if it is the case that like most Americans agree that like abortion should probably be something that's like protected, right? Like, I think the way we're going about it now is probably a lot healthier, right? Actually having people go out, vote, elect people who can
Oh.
like set it up at a federal level. It's probably like a
Yeah,
safer way than just hoping
I
that
would
the court.
disagree with that.
1 second. I'm sorry I missed it. I was looking up something, but IRI, thank you for rating us to 243 people. Oh man, I'm sorry for
Wow.
not shouting you guys out. And thank you, Desperado Sensei, for gifting a sub previously. Shout out to you. Yeah, and guys, if you came through IRI's crew, hello, hi. We're talking about the Supreme Court, but you could have guessed that by now. I'm not sure how long you guys have been here. But hit that follow button. We have like discussions all the time, contentious discussions, informed discussions. We got a lawyer here, right? And he's spitting facts. Well, libertarian facts. So if you enjoy that stuff, hit that follow button. We're also on YouTube. So Exponential Socials and chat for us at social media. So follow us there. And yeah, hit that follow button and consider, subscribe to the channel. You get our ad-free viewing and you get our emotes. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming here, if you'd please. Okay, back to it, guys.
Does anyone here have a problem with what everyone's been bringing up, like the lack of standing in some of the cases?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Does anyone here have a problem with the lack of standing? Is what everyone's been talking
Which
about in some
case?
of these cases.
Which case
Yeah,
specifically?
I think the one
303?
that specifically was talked about is affirmative action, and it was that one company in whatever state it was that
And student loans.
never or
No,
student
they-
loans. It wasn't affirmative action. It was student loans. It was I forgot what the company's name, but it was the company that they said was being harmed, but that company never actively went out of its way to like show that it was being harmed, and then
Nelnet?
that the
Is
company
it
was actually
Nelnet?
being harmed.
Or Sally Mae?
I think it was
Those
the first
were
one you said. It
Those
started
would have been the
with
two
M.
that have been most impacted. For quick clarification, people who don't know, Sally Mae is the people who underwrite it. Nelnet is the servicer who actually collects the monies they
That was
receive
them.
compensation
It was
for.
the second one you just said.
No,
But yeah,
it was specific.
let me
That's
look.
not what it was. It was in
And
Nebraska.
the other impacted parties are mutual funds and pensions, where the debt bonds are bought and held, and
No,
they're
this
the
was-
recipients of the compensation.
The specific party here was a nonprofit that was a public arm of the state of Nebraska.
Yeah.
Who MOHLA, MOHELA.
Yeah.
Are they one of the
Um,
impacted
Well,
funds?
that's actually from Missouri. It's a nonprofit government corporation created in Missouri to participate in the student loan market. So they collected a whole bunch in fees, which they then used to subsidize different elements of the education in their state.
Yeah, but they never actively were a part of this case. Like they have internal emails where even they were saying that they didn't like they weren't going to experience like harm. Right. So the question that what came into question is there standing? If this is what the case is built on, this company, this branch of their government never like was involved in this.
Are you
Should this
sure
case
that
have-
there's evidence
Well,
that they said they would never be
That's what
harmed?
that's what the
In
arguments that I've been
regards
seeing
to
going
harm,
out are.
there's a substantial amount of harm incurring because a lot of the mutual funds and pension funds that were in fixed incomes, they bought a lot of the bonds for educational notes, and those weren't being serviced, so the monies weren't being received by the funds to distribute to the recipients, and so it was negatively impacting people's fixed income checks.
Hold on, real quick.
Retirements, other things.
I'm reading the opinion. The government conceded that the plan would cost MOHLA $44 million a year. So like the other side like told the Supreme Court, yeah, it's going to cost them money.
Well, the government did. Okay, I think I'm gonna
The
have to look
opposing
into this
party in the
further and
lawsuit
see if I
admitted
can
it.
find- Well, no, I'm gonna have to look into this further. The government might have said it, but I don't think that the organization themselves was ever a part of it. I don't think they ever like were involved in actively like proving that they were gonna suffer something from it.
Look, I mean, if you're in a court case and you concede an argument in front of the like justices or judge, like that's considered conceded. I mean, they're not going to like. There's nobody arguing in favor of a position. They're not going to like.
Well, no, but could the court should the court case? What I'm asking is, was there a reason to even bring the court case up if that company themselves never actively said that they were going to suffer anything?
Yeah, because the government said that admitted yes they would suffer. So
Where did they admit that?
it's in the opinion. The opinion
Yeah.
they say the government conceded that they would have lost $44 million a year. In
Yeah,
money.
if both parties agree that the organization would have been impacted, they don't have to get the opinion from the organization because both
But
parties have agreed they'd be
Oh,
impacted.
okay. Did they
Yeah.
agree that prior, or did they agree that throughout the case?
They agreed that during trial.
Yeah,
Alright,
I was
look, can I-
asking, should it have gone to trial? That's the question. Considering that that company never originally was gonna never said that they were gonna experience any suffering, never tried to prove that they were gonna experience any suffering from this from this decision, right? They brought the government themselves, the state decided to bring that case without that company's involvement, right? And then in court, it was proven that they might have suffered a bit, but they never had a reason to bring it in court originally.
Well,
That's
no.
the
So
question.
the company is like a public arm, and if the government challenged standing, and there's another court case in which there was no standing found, and so that was unanimously decided, and as not being valid. But in this
Schoolhouse
one,
Rock.
right? But
Get-
Schoolhouse Rock, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, get in on this. Schoolhouse Rocks. Get in on it, please, now.
No.
He lost it. Damn it. Hey, at least we got the reference. We're not all completely youngsters here.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not look when you have in a lawsuit, when you have both parties saying there's there is standing, I don't know how much ground there's going to be to argue it, right?
Well,
if they had the opportunity to bring that argument before and they didn't, that's their fault. So
There's a similar issue with another case, which is the LGBTQ rights case, because the person, so the company said that they didn't want to build a website for a gay wedding, and then the person's name leaked. He's a straight guy who's married, and when asked by the press, he said, "I had no desire for a gay wedding. I'm not even gay." So this was actually something that never happened. And traditionally, what the courts do is they avoid ruling on a case if they can avoid it at all, and they only rule when they're forced to, because they know that they're going to set precedent for future things. This seems to be a court that doesn't care about doing that actually actively wants to seek out hypotheticals and then rule on them. And I think that case might be one of them. It's just strange to me that when this person's name leaked, it turns out he wasn't gay and he didn't have any wedding coming up.
Well, the next question you have to ask is, was the name that was leaked the actual name? Was that certified to be?
Well, it was, the document came out unredacted, accidentally unredacted.
They
So I
found
mean, if
the
it was
address and number of the person, and they called that number that was on that document, and that
Right.
number led to a guy who had the name, but he was a straight dude.
there's a mistake. So just to clear this up a little bit. So this lawsuit was filed before that specific event was reported. Okay, so
Yeah.
this was already accepted. Now, during the course of litigation, they did get a request for a gay website essentially, and it very well may have been a false name given. It very well may have been a troll. Right? There's no actual way to verify. I mean, it doesn't appear to be real at this point. But basically the only relevance of that is they said we received one already. But that's not that didn't actually have any bearing on the lawsuit, and that really didn't have any bearing on the decision, right? Because the decision had one sentence in which it said she had received a request, period, which she did. Now, that request may have not been, and as we know now, it may have been a troll or a falsehood, but the court already accepted this before that was even reported. And the court's ruling, when you look at their analysis of standing here, isn't about that particular reported event. It's about this concept of, especially when it comes to crime, or sorry, criminal laws or any kind of enforcement of such. Should you have to wait until your freedom is in jeopardy, before you challenge a law? That's the question. And so,
Then with the court, are you okay with the opposite of that? The court ruling on hypotheticals.
Well, it
yeah. So
that's what they were doing.
Right. And there's precedent here for that, right? So in certain circumstances, especially criminal laws, right? If you want to do something that's illegal, but you don't want to fucking risk your freedom on a fucking dice roll, Like there have been prior cases in which you've been able to sue to try to get like a ruling on whether or not that law can even apply to you in the first place, which is what they did here, and they found that it violates the First Amendment.
So do you even need a circuit split anymore? Can you just say, hey, here's a hypothetical thing that might happen. I'm going to take that to the Supreme Court. Because typically the Supreme Court doesn't want to do that. Like they've always been reticent to. They've always not ruled unless they absolutely had to. And it seems like this is a change in that philosophy.
Well, the first argument I'd bring up with that is what's going on right now with the CDBCs and violations of the Fourth Amendment in regards to unlawful search and seizures. Because I don't know if you guys are aware right now, but the U.S. government has stepped in through a digital clearinghouse for all transactions for 40 of the largest banks in the world. And they're receiving all of your direct transaction information in real time.
Just the NSA doing this?
Interesting.
No, that's the U.S. government through Treasury.
I'm okay with
Treasury.
that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm okay with the U.S. government. If they saw my penis, I wouldn't even care.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's not the end of the world.
If it's on Apple Cloud, they already
that's-
have.
Well, that's how I'll intimidate the U.S. government is by showing them my penis.
Yeah.
But so I want to get other people in. HPCR, you haven't said anything, so do you want to?
No, I mean, like, yeah, I was gonna give a little more pushback on Lactoid's idea that there's legal frameworks, and the one that he values in particular is somehow like less biased or doesn't have any inherent sort of like political origin. And I mean that not in just everything is political way, like the Aristotle way, just like, I mean, like actually have like sort of its origins and political dispositions in early American history and stuff like that. But I mean, like, yeah, I generally don't dislike or disagree with some of the decisions made recently. At the very least, even if I did disagree or feel like less sympathetic with, they are well argued in some sense, and I think they're genuinely and authentically trying to achieve the kind of goals they think would describe America as they see fit and stuff like that. So I don't think any of them are like ridiculous or anything like that.
Does
I think
anybody
that- I
here
think
have a
that-
problem with their financial ties?
Do you mean like
Maybe, but it's somewhat unrelated to the rulings. It's
Yeah.
completely unrelated to the rulings. Sorry.
A
Doesn't pass
vacation and
like
80
right,
grand
isn't
for
that
his
the issue?
wife forever
Talking
ago isn't really something I'd really look at to any significance. I've seen so many transactions for politicians in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, we
80K
shouldn't be
isn't
okay
even
with that
a
either.
currency.
But like this is
Yeah.
a case with the Supreme Court. Like,
What?
do you like? Does it just at the bare minimum, right? It has to hurt the integrity of the court in the eyes of the
Not a good
population.
look.
Well,
Right.
the issue is appearance fees and speaking engagements and everything else. It's very typical for high-profile personnel to charge $250,000 to $500,000 for
Yeah,
an
they shouldn't be
appearance
allowed
fee.
to.
No, I don't want to get too far in this because I know Lactoid really wants to focus on
Yeah.
the heart of the matter. But I think the issue is that the Supreme Court isn't like regulated by a code of ethics. That's the problem. And that when they violate ethical regulations that other judges have to follow, there are no consequences. I think it's a huge problem.
I was under the
Can I-
impression that there was an assessment of that, and it was found that the Supreme Court has their own code of ethics that
they
they
don't have any. They
internally
just can do
police.
whatever they want.
not a codified one, but obviously
Mm.
Yeah, they don't have a codified. The only
Yeah,
matters is
a
codified.
loose, yeah, like precedent or something. But yeah, they don't really have like an actual,
They
rules
get
that-
fast and loose with those pounds of kilos.
the
Like-
hope is that when the president signs them, that they would be thoroughly checked for all that kind of stuff. But
My understanding is it's very rare, but there is like an impeachment process. But the
God damn it,
problem-
Lactoid, you beat me to it.
Oh,
Like I just
sorry.
need to, I just
Yeah.
need to like balls in here for a second. Like for real, this is my problem with like 90% of like what the Supreme Court has done over the last 40 to 60 years is that Congress will not get off its fucking ass and actually pass any kind of major legislation. Right?
I agree.
And like let's throw our political biases aside here for a second, right? Whether you are absolutely for gay marriage or you absolutely hate it, that should be codified into law. It should be in like some level of articles or even in the constitutions. Like, hey, you know what? We respect gay people. Like, we understand that they have the right to marry each other, right? Like the fact that the Supreme Court had to like sidestep into that, where they're basically legislating from the bench, is still fucked up. And what really concerns me is that this is the Congress that is actually supposed to hold them accountable. They can impeach anyone on that court if they can prove that they violated any kind of ethics. Clarence Thomas, you probably should be fucking impeached.
I actually
Can be
listened to the
impeached,
full.
cannot be convicted.
I listened to the full
66
congressional.
votes impossible.
Believe it or not, I did listen to the full congressional hearing where they addressed about ethics rules for the Supreme Court and whether or not that should apply. Like specifically, Clarence Thomas was brought up a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
It is a pretty like partisan question, and there's some questions here when it comes to like it turns out every single fucking justice is doing this. So technically, like you should impeach all of them. But if we're gonna hold this like kind of like this particular standard, I don't know. It's really dicey because of also separation of powers. You don't want to step on that too much, or as really as little as possible, given what the Supreme Court's
But
supposed to do.
hold on, do you agree that they should have a code of ethics or not?
I think they should have. I would be okay if they like came together and created their own code of ethics and then like presented that publicly.
Nothing can go wrong there.
Nothing can go wrong.
Like they really put into some kind of.
I declare myself innocent.
Yeah, we can give that. Well, hold on. If we put that up and then like we see what their draft is, I would want them to do that first at the very least, right? I'd want to see that first before any other action is.
Well,
makes total sense
I
for
think
them.
we're looking at the wrong area. I really do.
This is Congress's job, like straight up. This is the
Yeah.
job of the legislative branch that they need to write into law. Hey, Supreme Court, you have a constitutional right to exist. We have a constitutional right to tell you how you're going to do your fucking job.
Well, you're exactly right, Tiberius, and this is my problem with most of the decisions that the judges have had to make. I want to make a focus on that. Had is the key word. Congress has been in session. I think we're on Congress 118, 119. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I think this year they're projected 22-23 to be in session 112 of the 365 days. Personally, I would love to receive a salary for working 1/3 of the time frame. 212 to 260 is the expected work days for the average American. They're meeting with less than half that. And I think the biggest issue is the fact that they're not doing anything. And that's the problem. Not just the federal Congress. I want to put the onus as well on the states. Because as the justices said with the Roe v. Wade decision, this is something that the states should have decided on a long time ago. That Congress should have decided on a long time ago. This is not the place for the justices to be involved in. Their job is to to judiciate existing law. There is no existing law, which is the problem. That has been the problem and continues to be the problem, not for just this matter, but for many matters. Congress has repeatedly refused to do its job because they don't want to have that onus of, oh, well, we did or did not do X. And if we just let the sleeping dog lie, all it does is continually create division in the country, and that's just not an acceptable behavior. They're paid to do a job. They should be forced to do it or fire them and get somebody who will.
Now, in the case of Thomas and Alito, who are the two biggest infractions right now on the court, I don't think it's Congress that's going to solve this issue or the court balance or anything like that. It's going to be the Grim Reaper because they're both in their 70s and they're the only justices that are anywhere near that age. So we don't know what the court's going to look like even in a couple of years. We just don't know. I think if Republicans manage to have the White House when either of these two step down, then they have the court for a generation. So we're talking about a court that really, without something like a code of conduct, is really going to be unchecked in its power in a lot of ways. So even though I struck an optimistic note earlier saying that, there have been a lot of decent decisions coming out of this court, I don't expect that to last. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on a lot of different other issues. It just hasn't happened yet. And, because we don't know what's going to happen with those two seats. It's always the case with people in their 70s or older that are in court. Same thing with Biden. Same thing with a lot of people in politics. We're getting very close to the GOP sort of locking down, or I should say the heritage locking down its agenda for a generation. because this is a heritage court. It's not a Trump court because they keep fucking Trump at every turn, but it is a heritage agenda that's being pushed here, and I think it.
In the Heritage Foundation, I want to clarify for those who don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah, or the Heritage Action Committee, or I don't know which one of them is actually the one that's like picking these judges. But I mean, that's what Trump had to do when he ran for office. Is he had to promise to only appoint heritage judges. So, like, we know that this is what's happening.
Okay, so I have to clarify a couple things. So the Federalist Society comes up with the short list that the president picks. That's like a process in which they're
Federalist. Sorry.
Yeah, they go through the judicial philosophy of justices and find ones that are, first of all, like legitimate, and also like I understand that obviously like a more conservative leaning political party is probably going to be more oriented towards preferring judges who are operating on principle if that principle is one that like in of itself has a propensity to support prior laws in the way they were written. I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is the willingness. Don't leave that out. That's important.
Well, right. But I want to clarify a couple of things, right? The other thing that was said, there is a test about for standing, right? If in this, it was brought up in the opinion in 303, if she could show a credible threat that existed to Colorado that would compel her speech. There is prior case law, Susan Anthelis versus Dreyhouse back in 2014. That was ruled in that 2014 case, cites stuff before it as well. So there is standards, especially for criminal penalties, in which you can preemptively look for a injunction to prevent the enforcement of any kind of like criminal statute or specific laws that would violate your rights if you can show that there's a credible threat of that happening. As to again, like the short list about like the this or this this agenda. Again, this is a legal philosophy that is built on an actual legal framework. And HPCR, you said before like they were well written, and you would admitted that. My question for you here, because this is the test I give anybody who, I'm not saying you're doing this, so maybe this is unfair to give it to you, but I'm going to give it to you anyway, because whenever people tell me like how unfair it is, like how much politics is in court, it seems like this usually comes from people who are actually like the most invested in trying to get as much politics.
Hey, Fallon, we got some background noise from you.
So yeah,
go ahead.
So HPCR, let me ask you: can you name any Supreme Court case, and you might be able to? Can you name any Supreme Court case in which the outcome was very much against your political views, your partisan desires, but the legal process was so good that you think that it should have been ruled that way anyway? Can you name me one?
Yeah, I mean, even just like the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Gotcha.
It's such an easy one to be like, when you hear it, you think, okay, I really need to see the reasoning because I'm inherently against this. And I think the 14th Amendment you could ultimately include right access to abortion under that, just like you would birth control and these other things. But upon talking with some people and interacting with what was said, I actually think that the reasoning is really sound, and I understand the point of view that it should be up to the states and Congress and legislature and things like that. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not someone who's just like, you can't be of course, the Supreme Court is inherently political. I'm saying that you have two legal frameworks that seem to dominate American history, and one of them isn't more legitimate than the other. It depends on your values about how you think the court should interact with the country. But both sides are attempting to achieve the kind of success that we would want for the country. They just have different dispositions about how to start. That's all.
No,
we can talk about textualism leads to less civil rights. Generally, we can talk about we
have to come to like, I guess, like an agreement on like some principles here. Do you think that so when I'm talking about like originalist justice as being more principled, I'm talking about them being less inclined to make rulings based on their own personal like partisan desires. My question for you is, do you personally have any issues with justices, like on principle, making decisions based on their own partisan desires? Do you think that is just as legitimate as a judge who makes a ruling based on the law?
No, I don't think that they should. Of course, what I'm trying to say is they're not bringing in their own bias in general politically, but they are bringing in their own bias about how the Constitution should be interpreted. You can have
Right,
different-
yes, I'm limiting it to just that, like how the Constitution is interpreted, right? Because originals believe the Constitution should be interpreted by doing like an analysis as to what the law was like meant to do, while living Constitution theorists, right? Their philosophy here is the Constitution should just be what we need it to be now. Do you think these two are equal philosophies?
I think I would probably have a little bit of an issue with the way you characterized.
They're open about it. This is explicit.
Well, I would say that, like, for me, the difference is that basically the living document side is going to be something like you should prioritize interpretation that advance the statute's purpose initially.
I think the easiest example would be like when it says all men are created equal. Does that just mean white men, or does that mean all men in America, or does that just mean all people in America? Right? Like,
it's going to be necessary.
Evidently, there's a different.
Yeah,
you could look at it
the
differently
ERA
depending on the context, right? You could
Actually,
look at it
we're gonna
different
look at the
depending on the
exact
history.
laws and try to back off and be like, look, the Congress does the legislating, and we just interpret exactly what they said. And then something on the living document is going to say, like, the court should align with what they think that the spirit of the law was when Congress passed it. And those are different interpretations. But no, I don't think that, and I don't even think there's any way of deciding which disposition is a better starting point, but besides pointing to your own values, which, like, you have yours and I have mine. But it's not to say that one's less legitimate than the other is silly.
I'm saying it's less.
Do whatever you want. Who gives a fuck?
Yes, no, that's literally that's again
of the law.
No, that's not. No,
It
is. This is not the case. We're talking about like the spirit of law, the spirit of the law. Like, what does that even mean? Or like, if you're talking about the spirit of law, hold on. When you're talking about the spirit of law, like, what better way to find that out than actually like doing an analysis of what the law was intended, what the law was
doing an analysis?
No, they're not.
Okay.
If you read Sotomayor's dissent,
Supreme Court justices on the other side of your disposition have done a real analysis of the work.
They haven't. I encourage you.
Looking at the text, they're not staring at the words, going, "What does each word mean?" They're saying, "What was the purpose of this law when it was passed? What was the spirit?"
Originalists are doing that. That's what originals are doing.
And
you have to understand.
I don't think you know what originalists are or textualists.
I promise you I do. Okay, because I promise you I do. I encourage you. Hold on. I encourage you to read Sotomayor's. I encourage you to read Sotomayor's dissent on the recent affirmative action case. Quite literally, you read the majority opinion, and it goes into a full analysis of what the law is. You read Sotomayor's dissent, and the first 6 pages are about how slavery is bad and how we need to make amends as a country for how evil it was.
Which you can put anything you want in
the other side.
There are. You can. But hold on.
Okay,
it's moral bloviating. It's not legal analysis.
Along these lines, I want to ask Lactoid. I want to just give a little test to this idea that the Federal Society just wants people to be like originalists and not sort of make up the law, because there are, I'm sure you're aware, there are legal originalists, like liberal originalists, especially coming out of the University of Chicago. There's a whole school of liberal originalists. Would have the Federal Society put forward any liberal originalists, or has it all been conservatives?
I haven't read the full original or the full Federalist Society list on proposals for the president. There may be some on there. It very well could be that like they did an analysis of the quote unquote self-proclaimed liberal originalists and found that they were actually not that. I don't know what their analysis is on that. I haven't done that deep dive. But
yeah, I mean, if they're nonpartisan,
I should. I'll look.
If they're nonpartisan, right, it should be pretty much an equal split, because you can find these people if you look for them, and the list only has so many names on it, and there are tens of thousands of lawyers across the country, so you can find enough to put on this list on both sides. But my hunch is, and
if the candidates are actually originalists, right, that's the important part.
If they're actually conservative, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that's the real test, it seems to me.
So hold on. So you are alleging, like, I'm just curious then, you are alleging, like, or implicitly, that the Federalist Society is actually not motivated by originalist beliefs, but is motivated by some kind of, like, we got to get the Republican candidates in. Like, do you have any evidence to back up this claim?
Well, I just look at the list. Look at the list and see how many of them are actually conservative. Or
have you done that?
I looked at the list that was given to Donald Trump when he was told these are the candidates you can select from.
Yes.
All of them were conservatives.
Okay, and which of the quote unquote liberal originalists, which by the way,
I mean, I don't have the names in front of me now, but I don't have a list of everyone that's in the Federalist Society.
We're talking about a group that's so like fucking small, and I'm not even sure if they would want to be a part of the Federalist Society, because like they might have fundamental disagreements with like other originalists on the court.
We're seeing a lineup of values with dispositions on how.
But what I would say though, one thing I would say real quick. If the court was just like liberal originalists or whatever, if they call themselves that, I would prefer a court of all originalists. And if they used an originalist interpretation to come to the most fucking left-wing commie bullshit, I would just accept it as the law.
Yeah. So that's the thing. If it's value neutral, then it shouldn't matter. But it's not value neutral. That's why it does matter, right? That's why we like. Then the Federal Society wouldn't be a conservative leaning one.
Oh, you don't know that. You don't know the Federal Society is like. Have they looked at like these originalists and discriminated against them because they're left?
Yeah, but magically it just happens to be conservatives that they always push. Like
because 98% of originalists are going to be conservatives, maybe 99%, maybe 99.9999%.
Yeah. So like it seems like it does. This is why I was getting at before that this isn't value neutral. You have and if that was the case, you'd have people like one judge would be just as good as another in doing this, right? As long as they have the acumen to analyze law.
Or if they were accurately applying the legal philosophy, right? If they were actually doing an analysis.
Sure.
Look through, right? The problem is like left, like Democrats specifically, because they are like a more progressive party generally, and they're pushing for change. They are intrinsically at odds with like legal philosophy that hinders them, right? They're at odds with any kind of philosophy that would prevent them from accomplishing a more progressive agenda, which is changing things.
But
obviously they're going to push for like living constitution theorists. They're not going to push for originalists because originalists might stymie their push for political progressivism.
At the moment, the liberals are just trying to preserve what they have, right? It seems that the conservatives are winning at tearing things down that were established earlier. So that's what seems to be happening in a lot of these decisions.
Again, in a history of partisanship, a principle decision feels like oppression. They are undoing like a limited set of ridiculous cases.
I'm just responding to your claim that liberals are pushing things forward and conservatives are just trying to, maintain the order. Right now, it's liberals that are trying to maintain gains that had previously been done, and it's conservatives who are changing things.
No, I understand the confusion. So what I'm talking about, like, there's going to be a better way of putting it maybe is that there's going to be like maybe a natural sort of like proclivity for people who are very progressive to want to select justices that are not particularly interested in following like a principle of like understanding the law and following the law, but more interested in like pushing a particular political agenda because their party's more interested in change.
Their principle could just be that they think this way of interpreting the Constitution, that it should try and capture what we think people meant when they passed legislation. It could still be a principle. This idea that
is originalism.
Lactoid has issues.
Originalists are just unbiased, apolitical members who happen to be conservative.
They're less biased. They're less political.
And then
Lactoid doesn't have issues with
trying to get in politically, and they couldn't have a principled disposition about interpreting the Constitution. It's so silly. Like, of course, there are two. What?
No, legally, like when you read their opinions, like legally, they're not arguing from the law. They're arguing, like if you read a Bergefell,
you don't
go read a Bergefell. Like literally, like there's pages of just fucking moral bloviating about how we're going to be on the right side of history.
No, there's
like,
not an objective take on the law. That's so retarded. You're going to argue from your interpretation of the law.
Lactoid isn't saying that there's an objective take. He's saying that there's like an objective process that you probably go through when proving whether or not something is like sound legally or not.
FK, thank you.
God. Not less biased than the other. They're naturally interpretations.
HPCR. No, okay, let's change the rules a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you on the aspect that like I don't think one of them is less biased than the other. I think both of them are like just as valid, only on the basis that it's like it comes down to at the end of the day, if you want to interpret this document as something that changes with the population, or if you want to interpret it as something that was written and like you want to try to estimate what the state of mind was for the people at the time that it was written.
I'm saying
we have to just
valid disposition.
Yeah, go ahead.
All I'm saying here is that that the liberals are on the back foot right now, and because of that, really their task isn't to change things at the moment. It is to preserve things. It is to preserve a college's right to be race conscious in its recruitment. It is to preserve
Racist
the right
against
to
Asians.
well, I actually am against affirmative action at the collegiate level. I'm just describing a fact that they're preserving a college's right to be race conscious on their admissions policy. Okay, they're preserving the right to an abortion. They're preserving the Voting Rights Act. They're not pushing anything forward at the moment. They're trying and failing
to conserve,
to preserve the existing order and to maintain established rights as they perceive them.
Let's say there was another legal philosophy. Let's say there's another legal philosophy that came out, and the new legal philosophy was not. It wasn't any of the big ones, but instead it was the legal philosophy of "fuck you." Okay, and the justices, when they made these decisions, they actually never wrote any opinions. They just said, "This is the case. Fuck you." Every single ruling they ever made was one sentence long.
Badass.
And then they all got together and they consistently ruled with literally whatever Obama tweeted. Right? Obama
that was
tweeted it.
Bush v. Gore.
Hold on.
You just described Bush v. Gore.
No, it's not equally valid.
Okay, wait, hold on. Obama tweets something, and then they immediately just copy, they literally copy and paste Obama's tweet into their opinion, and then they just sign it. Okay, that's what they do. Fuck you, and then they sign it.
Right.
If you don't think that's an equal, you say that's not an equally valid legal philosophy. Okay,
no, that's not what I'm trying to say.
Obviously. Why is that not?
Well, we would point to justifications.
Well,
we would point for justifications.
That's the problem.
Go ahead, FK.
Y'all both just nailed it in your own statements, and I want to point that out. And Lactoid, you said it perfectly, which was, hang on, let's change the rules a little bit. And then I think it was Aiko who said they're preserving their rights. Well, you have to remember, our only rights are what's defined in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the additional amendments. Those are the
as
only
interpreted
rights.
by the Supreme
Everything,
Court.
Yeah, as
no, it's not even interpreted by the Supreme Court.
The Constitution says that. That's what the Constitution says, that the Supreme Court gets to interpret it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They may interpret it for interpretation for enforcement, but it's already drafted. The law is already passed, and it becomes a right until it's superseded by the court. But it's still a right until that ruling from the court comes.
Right.
And that's the key point. There is the Constitution is the superior law of the land, and then underneath that is federal law, underneath that is state law, underneath that is local law. That's the pecking order. And the problem with both of you have hit on is people have an ideology of what are predefined rights, and then on the left side and the right side of that argument at the same time is people are saying, well, if I don't like what the rules are currently, then I'll just change them. But there are certain things, especially within the Constitution, there are certain things that we need to have, certain inalienable rights that we must have, like the right to bear arms to enforce our other rights, the freedom of speech to express our dissidence against certain policies or new rules or rulings. And I think it sets a dangerous precedent to try to change things just because we don't like them. Because what we change today will infinitum impact the future. And the rights and the things that we had and were able to do, like when privateers used to own galleons, which were effectively the equivalent of effectively U.S. carrier ships, loaded with 40, 50, 100 plus cannons, and their own private armies of 5,000, 10,000 men, that has fallen far from grace of what people are arguing. You can have a plastic receiver bump stock. From I used to be able to own the equivalent of an anti-aircraft battery. And it's a very slippery slope and a very dangerous precedent to try to change things just because we don't argue with it.
Let me ask.
Sorry, I just have a question for Lactoid and Aiko, and it's just it's to prove Lactoid's point, at least in my mind, is someone like Justice Roberts making decisions that he legalistically feels like he is compelled to do, but he personally hates. And that, for me, I think he's probably done that in his dissent at least twice that I can think of, where he's just like, I think this is bullshit. I think this is immoral, but legalistically, under the Constitution, this is what it demands. Do you disagree with this?
Yeah, I think he's fighting for the integrity of the court. I think he's trying to create as many decisions that are not 5-4 as possible. I think he wants to create as much consensus on the court as he can. And he said this, like he said this in interviews, is that he wants to create precedent, conservative precedent that will stand the test of time. And for him, that means, because he knows that if you push things way too far, you'll get a big backlash in the other direction, and he wants to avoid that. His strategy has always been to chip, like for instance, on abortion. He didn't want the Dobbs decision to go the way that it did. He wanted to go from 24 weeks to 20 weeks. That was his next step of sort of chipping away at the issue. And a lot of issues, he likes to chip away at it. That's what he does. And he does it in a manner where he can maybe bring one or two liberals in with him, or sometimes he'll flip all the way to the liberals and bring somebody like Gorsuch or Kavanaugh with him on some issues to throw a bone to the liberals. And honestly, like, I think some of the most important decisions we've had have been because of Roberts, like trying to form that consensus, especially voting rights this year.
I definitely agree. Elected, but elected, you want to?
You real quick. So, HPCR, I'm picking on you.
Yeah, go ahead.
The living constitution theory, and you can look
Let's
this up
call
as
it
well.
purposivism, which is I think
That's not something. We gotta be careful here, because this is
it's a kind of, because I don't. Yeah, the like loosey-goosey living constitution is not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to like a real theory where the point is the interpretation of the statute's purpose and not the interpretation of specifically the text.
No, you're describing the difference now between textualism and originalism, right? Textualism.
No, I'm not. That's textualism and purposivism. No. Purposivists argue that courts should prioritize interpretations that advance the statute's purpose. Textualists maintain that a judge's focus should be confined primarily to the text. This is right off Congress.gov.
Yeah, so purposivism may be like a subsection of originalism, but originalism is the overall like broader theory. This is like first fucking thing on Wikipedia. Originalism is
originalism. Textualism is a kind of originalism.
Yes, no, it's not necessarily. There's a difference. So originalism is a theory of constitutional interpretation that asserts that all statements in the Constitution must be interpreted based on the original understanding, right? The actual like what was the purpose of these documents? What was like the intent, right? The original meaning, the originalism of this fucking document, right? That's like the concept behind like originalism. Textualism is
framers were specifically had in mind. Yes.
Right. Yes, exactly. And then textualism is, what are the words like written down on the paper? There's some textualists who believe like, what did it mean to the common man back when it was written, compared to there's some textualists who believe, what is the common understanding now? Right. So they actually want to take into account like linguistic changes. So there's two different like elements of that as well. Living constitution theory is important because that's like the primary ideology presented by the American Constitution Society. And this is the organization that backs the liberal justices, the quote unquote liberal justices on the Supreme Court. So on living constitution theory, right? The idea behind this, and I'm just reading right off here, the Constitution is said to develop along society's needs and provide a more malleable tool for governments. Right? Develop along society's needs. Let me ask you a question. If, let's say, the leftist fucking partisans, like living constitution theorists, took over the court, and they had fucking 9-0, okay? And they made a ruling that actually the Second Amendment now means that people have a right to bear arms, like not like guns, but like arms that are from like a bear, right? Yeah. Like that. That's what they're going to read it as.
I would drop violence immediately.
And so my question is for you: how would you possibly what analysis would you use to tell them that they're actually wrong?
I'm a vegan, so that's easy for me. Or I'm aspiring,
is there even an analysis that you could use to say that they're wrong, or would you just say, well, it's all partisan anyway?
Well, I would never say it's all partisan. I would disagree with the interpretation. I mean, like, I do think that they should be using interpretations to try to capture what is meant by the spirit of the law, what they think the intention was in that sense. But I don't think
that's originalism, right?
Maybe we're having a disagreement about some concepts then, because from my understanding, originalism is not as loose as that. But yeah, maybe we should have like a long.
So you're talking about like with the original intent of like the people who made the document.
Of the legislative, like the spirit of the law, like what they expected for the American experiment to come out. But originalism is going to be much more conservative than that in some sense, where they're not going to be able to, because that interpretation involves sometimes you would probably
mind reading.
Legislative properties, right? So you would end up with like, no, they should only be interpreting the laws, not refining them in some sense.
What do you mean by wait? What do you mean by refining them?
Like refining the way we understand some of the references in the Constitution, like persons or things like that, or all men or things like that. You would refine some of those definitions so you would.
Yeah, you're talking about like adding things to keep up with today's times.
Yeah, essentially, which you would be
right.
against.
Well, that's a living constitution theory, right? Living documents got to change.
Again, I'm for
so
it.
it's not originalism. It's not about like the actual intention.
I don't think it is. That's what I'm trying to point out. Is I don't think my disposition is one of originalism, but I still think interpretation, using the interpretation of the spirit of the law to then, but if that means in some ways creating positive laws out of the interpretation. Like getting rid of Jim Crow laws, things like that, or that's all like normal. Like that's. Would you be against that? I would assume no. Like you're okay with the stuff that went on there.
So the 14th Amendment was one of the Reconstruction Amendments, and that was used, like, first of all, at the time, before it was rolled back, and like administrations that came afterwards, was absolutely used to like desegregate the South and like protect free Black people that were living there. And in fact, that basis was one of the reasons, like one of the historical basis argued for when later cases happened about desegregating and ending Jim Crow South. There's absolutely originalist arguments to push for the 14th Amendment's meaning to actually provide protections for people. One thing that is absolutely fair, and this came up when they were trying to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, which is that the 14th Amendment does treat genders differently, right? And we obviously we accept this to some extent. Not in the Civil Rights Act, it's a little bit different, right, with Title IX. But the 14th Amendment specifically is different because the U.S. government treats genders differently. Technically, if the 14th Amendment was about gender, then it would be illegal the fact that we only have men sign up for selective service. But the 14th Amendment does allow the government to discriminate based on gender in certain circumstances.
Let's use an example, like the 8th Amendment, right? The cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, okay.
So originalists, from what I understand, would look at it and it would be different. Whatever would be considered cruel in 1790, whatever. Whereas a person with a living constitution might take a broader view of what cruel means nowadays. Do you think that that's an appropriate characterization of originalism?
Wait, wouldn't Lactoid's position be built off of like case law? Basically, it would just be like over time, new cases that have come up show that like what does the Supreme Court do they continue to maintain a certain position, and if they continue to maintain that position, it's probably mandatory that they maintain that.
I want to see case law like from that time, especially.
I think that's usually what originalism is referring to. Like you're talking about what the intention was at the time, correct? Yeah. And so at the time, cruel and unusual punishment in 1791 is probably we have different understanding of what that would be nowadays, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that in this way, would you still say that we should reference 1791 though, in terms of
yes, legally speaking, I would say you would have to. Otherwise, you're just you're just legislating from the bench. Do I personally like this? No, but again, that's the difference between us. I don't care if it's something I don't personally like. I actually want to see a strong legal principle followed with all these decisions.
I think there are reasons to think that we should take my view, where we would look at something like when it was drafted, 1791, and we would use cruel and unusual punishment as we understand it today. That seems like a really normal thing.
Then update that.
I get that you disagree.
Update that through congressional methods then, if you want to update that.
Can't you understand that both positions seem reasonable in this sense? Or do you really think yours is unbiased and mine is somehow politically charged?
Mine's actually unbiased. I just copped to having fucking 1791 torture methods being used here, okay? You really think that I would do that if I was like trying to pretend?
I think we're both being unbiased here. I think that...
No, I'm the one being unbiased.
No.
Because I will bite bullets on this.
One, let me say this. First of all, neither of us are being unbiased, but in your sense of unbiased, such that we're just interpreting the Constitution. If we have different standpoints from where we would interpret the Constitution, both of us are just doing that.
No, but I am saying I'm legally okay with something that I dislike personally. That's the difference here.
But
it's not about personally disliking. Go ahead.
No, you go first. You go first.
It's not about personally disliking the outcome. It's about understanding that it's reasonable to assume that we should interpret the Constitution the way that I said, or the way that the living document is that we would refer to the laws and understand the laws within the context of today. That seems like a normal conclusion to come to, rather than go, we can only interpret the laws as they meant them in the 1700s. That's wild.
I don't think it's a coincidence that conservatives like the status quo. I don't think it's coincidence that conservatives
of 1791 1791.
Of 1791 to reach back into the past, right? Why? Because conservatives and their demographics, they had more power then. They're reaching back to a document that empowered them in all cases, right? So when you look, you look back at the original intent. Yes, that is a political act. You're saying that it's simply unbiased, but well, it's like it's unbiased that like I have a right wing in a looser sense a right wing document that I can look back and say, hey, this didn't say what you it said strictly these words, right? And we have to read it strictly that way, and we can't have any other interpretation of it, right? It gives you a home field advantage there. If I had a left-wing document, a purely left-wing document, and I could do the same thing, and I could be originalist too. Like, oh well, look at this. It just tends to be that in most cases, it kind of goes my way. That like I get the political advantage of looking at this document and going word by word. Hey, that's what they said. So I guess we can't look at it any other way. We can't update our understanding of the law. We can't have a changing of the times, but it just happens to crumple in my direction.
But Prime, to be fair to Lactoid, that's not the case, right? He's saying you can update your like understanding of the law. He's just saying that those updates are carved out as like Congress has to make those updates. And here's the issue, right?
Yeah,
the way
but
Lactoid's like the way
but that doesn't matter.
Lactoid's wait, it does matter because the way Lactoid's like ideal system would work would be like for that cruel and unusual punishment case, right? At some point in Lactoid's ideal system, right, Congress would have gone together and been like, hey, we're going to recognize these things as cruel and unusual punishment. And then in the future, there would be like a court case that goes on and it might happen. And the court case gets to cite Congress and be like, Congress changed X law. And then after that, it might go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court might rule that actually, yes, this is now constitutional because it went through the congressional like process and was changed.
Yeah,
so that's why it's allowed, right?
It
And then you
doesn't
don't have
matter
to
because
refer back to 17 whatever.
It doesn't
you can
matter
refer to
because
that
we're
congressional
talking
change.
about the Supreme Court. Like, I wish that Congress, yes, would do more. I wish they would legislate more. They've given up their ability to regulate the power of the purse. They've given up everything, right? So no one can blame them for anything. So they do nothing. I agree. Congress should do more. I'm talking about the power of the judiciary, and how they wield that power, and where they and the document that we're saying is like unimpeachable to the like this is an unimpeachable document, and we have to read it exactly as it is, and we can't understand that we have a changing environment that requires
But
go ahead.
do you want to rely for that changing environment to be on the shoulder of our Council of Elders, the Supreme Court, or on the shoulder of our like actual representatives, the
I would like.
Congress?
Hold on. What did I just say? What did I just say before?
Yeah.
Like
Whatever,
No, but
whatever
I-
gets
I-
the outcome,
I-
whatever
wait,
gets the
I
outcome
get,
he
I
wants.
get,
No,
I get what
no,
you
I
mean.
don't.
No, wait,
What-
Prime.
Hold
I
on.
understand what you mean, but the issue is what you're arguing for is going to be a position where it's like whoever gets into the presidency could either try to pack the court or do whatever they
Once
can
again,
just to change. the
you didn't
Supreme
hear
Court.
my. That's right. You
on
didn't hear my
everything.
previous system, so I'm going to just repeat that for you now. So I would for completely reforming the Supreme Court, massively expanding the court to like 50 justices, just for example, and then having a lottery system as to which judge handles like which a group of judges handle a case. I would massively reduce the individual power of any judge, and to avoid exactly that. So like I don't like the actual formation of the court, and so I'll just leave that there.
Prime, I wanted to say, 'cause
So,
you-
Corey and Aiko do want to jump in, but I'll let you go first.
yeah, I just wanted to respond to something you said. Let me explain to you kind of. Here's an example of why I'm not biased, right? I think taxes are slavery. I think they're evil, and we've had this conversation multiple times. But
Biased against tax.
yeah, I hate taxes. They're evil. Slavery, theft, all that shit. But there is a very specific amendment that allows for income taxes, and that was passed with the intention of allowing income taxes. That amendment went through, and it is the law. If tomorrow there was a challenge to whether or not the government could levy income taxes, and if for some fucking reason the court decided, well, actually, we don't think income taxes are constitutional, I would not agree with that, though. I wouldn't agree with that from a legal perspective. From a moral perspective, Volinor, 100%. Like personally, I'd be like there'd be there's two hearts. Like my fucking personal like
The
morality.
weight of the government lifted all that oppression.
It'd be so satisfying, right? But like I would tear apart the opinion, especially like if it was reasoned as well as fucking Sotomayor reasons her shit, and it just wouldn't be good law. And it should be struck down, and income taxes should be legal because that's the fucking amendment.
Sorry, I just okay. So I'm gonna a quick response. Then I'm gonna go to Corey, who's been waiting so long, and then to Aiko and to Ty. We are already on bonus time, so if someone needs to jump out, then that's okay. We've already like gone past 11:30, so just be aware of that.
I actually got to bounce. I didn't realize it was that late.
Okay. Thanks for being here.
Take care, Ty. Be well.
I love you. Bye.
Yeah,
So, do you want? If you want to get a quick outro, then go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like pleasure being here, guys. I wish I could have added more, but I got a headache about halfway through that. And I just Lactoid, like half the time I love you and half the time I want to fight you, and I can't make up my mind which. It is a very much a love-hate relationship, sir. But no, absolutely great being with you, Earl. If y'all liked what I had to say, just Tiberius D, Twitch and YouTube, and if you guys just want to ever chat, you guys on the panel, just give me a message. Anyway, take care.
Tiberius _D, because he's like stupid, put an underscore. What a terrible idea. But anyway, have a good one, buddy.
Take care.
Underscore, honestly, like be better than that. Let's go. So just quickly to my friend Lactoid. So if I said I don't think I said it, but if I did say it, I do apologize. To imply that you are biased, right? You specifically, Lactoid, are a biased individual. I mean, I think we all are, but like, and for this general sense, that's not what I meant. I said at least I believe I said conservatives in general. I think that there is a political ideology that has, for historical reasons, wanted to preserve a past that empowered them. I think you have latched on to this legal framework, originalism, for your own reasons, right? And they can be principled reasons. Maybe things I can agree with in the broadest sense, right? But it wasn't meant to attack you and say that you aren't principled. But I think others see this as this framework gives me an advantage, and I'm going to go with that. That's what I meant to say.
Fair enough. And there's absolutely people who might do that, right? They might not actually care about the principle. They just say, oh, this is a rule like this. This makeup seems to make rulings that I like. I'm not in the same category of those people on either end, right? On either end.
Corey, Aiko.
Yeah, I just have potentially a quick question, and maybe to build the bridge to Lactoid, or something we can maybe both agree on, and maybe for other people, where it's like, I think in the previous panel, the WIC panel, you mentioned that you probably want to like codify like this is the Supreme Court, X number of justices, and that's it, right? How do you feel about an age restriction, or rather like an age limit, as in like after 70? Due to what we know of like cognitive decline and brain age, I would even extend this to politicians as well, of like you just should not be able to do these things after like 65, 70 years old.
That'd be interesting. I don't know. I have to think about that. That'd be interesting, right? I would feel, well, first of all, that would have to be by constitutional amendment, because currently,
yeah, I totally understand that.
Age is a protected class in America, so like legally you couldn't do that. But then there's also the question of like, let's say you have like a justice who's like 70 and they're fucking sharp and they're wise and like they're, they actually like, they have like a very distinguished history, right? It would feel bad cutting them just because they hit 70, but like as a general principle, I don't know, maybe.
Well, I mean, so I can understand, and like it's sort of like a mixed bag in terms of like there's totally even going to like 80 and 90, like there are some like sharp 80, potentially 90-year-olds, but I think on the whole, like on the large average, the cognitive abilities of those like past 80, even just like what you observe in like the supermarket, just like not there. Where it's like unless like
just give them the man-woman person TV test.
Yeah, exactly. That solves everything. The most ultimate cognitive test.
So like
to
35, like 35
My
to
issue
70
with
is
it
like the
is
government age.
It's life expectancy.
I think
Yeah,
like
Life
I think
expectancy
we
is still
lower
going
it.
up.
I think like 20, 25 to
No,
like
25.
65. 25 to 65 should be government age.
You want a
Rokana has a
25-year-old
bill.
running our country, dude?
Yeah.
Rokana has a
They
bill.
just be able to like they've just been able to fucking rent a car, and now here they are fucking
Their
running the
brains
country.
have just formed in their skulls.
Yeah,
They're
just
just
It's a fresh
25.
brain.
But like,
let's go-
yeah,
If
like
a
given
25-year-old can get elected, he's probably
yeah,
really good.
I just want to say, like, given like what we know of like brains now, which might change with advanced technologies. Like, I don't think anybody at least past 80, like, even should be in politics or like needs to be. I think 85.
I don't appreciate these attacks on Aiko. Aiko, go ahead.
Rokana has a bill suggesting 18-year term limits, in which we know exactly when each seat comes available, and it happens every 2 years, so that every president basically gets 2 appointments per term. That prevents something where, because in this last situation, Obama had 2 appointments, whereas in 2 terms, whereas Trump had 3 in 1 term. That sort of thing like creates some imbalance, and the court tries to address that. But really what I wanted to talk about was something that I think is really important if you're talking about the structure of the Supreme Court, and very few people know about it. And that is, there's something called the FISA court. Now, I know everybody knows, or I know a lot of people on this panel know what the FISA court is.
Don't get me started.
But what a lot of people don't realize is that every single judge on the FISA court is appointed by the Chief Justice. And that we've only had one Chief Justice since the FISA court has been established, and that's John Roberts. Now, I just so happen to be okay with Roberts's picks for that position, because in terms of NatSec, I think he's pretty good. But I can imagine somebody being Supreme Court Justice one day who would fucking abuse the shit out of that. And I'm just wondering what people think about one person having this much power over an entire court that's oversees intelligence.
So one of the things that I'll say about the FISA court, and my input will be severely limited because of the work I just got done doing. The FISA court does incredibly important work. We had pretty much all of our warrants go through FISA, and for incredibly good reasons, and that's where I'm going to leave it for that part. There is absolutely no way that any form of good outcome would come for them being anything other than a classified court. That being said, personally, I do not agree with the prosecution component being FISA-based. I am very much so against it because of things that I have seen personally and things that I have provided information to or components to the investigation to that make it incredibly difficult, if not completely impossible, for the defendant to have a fair trial, because a lot of the citations will be, oh, well, that's classified, and they won't even be able to rebut the evidence provided against them simply because of the fact that the prosecutor said that's classified. And that's incredibly unfair to them, because there's been instances that I have seen, not with my FBI work, but with previous instances in DOD, where information was not accurate, and unfortunately, because it was classified, the individual in question was not able to challenge the information, even though the information was erroneous, because of the fact that the information was classified. And I do not find that fair or effective in terms of justice.
Okay, but what I'm asking is,
Frustrating.
putting all that power in the hands of one person. Imagine if Donald Trump in his first term had appointed Rudy Giuliani to be Chief Justice. Okay, and now he gets to pick. He gets to pick all of the FISA court judges.
Yeah,
and then
Personally,
they
I
get to decide.
It's just bad to have one person do that.
How would you
It should,
split
be
it?
a, it should be a component between the Chief Justice with 2 peer Supreme Court justices, as well as the Senate Intelligence Committee, where most of that intelligence briefing is gone through in the first place. I think those should be the 2 oversight bodies, because then you have a representation of the people through the Senate, and then you have representation of the people through the courts.
Sounds like an improvement.
Because one's going to be legislators who draft law related to intelligence, and the other one's going to be judges that are appointing judges based on the judiciary processes and the enforcement of law.
Because the right talks about FISA
fair,
a
we can-
lot, so I can only imagine like what would happen if, like, the current Chief Justice is pretty balanced when it comes to national security issues, and I think, isn't going to cause a problem there. But I just don't know that that's guaranteed to happen in the future.
One thing that I will say that I can talk about is that the thresholds for getting a FISA-based warrant are unbelievably high. The evidence that I've personally seen submitted to get FISA warrants that I've been part of the investigations of, the level of threshold of proof that we had to go through in order to confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the individual was a risk or a threat or a person or persons were a concern was so unbelievably high that I don't think we've ever seen a false positive. Let me rephrase that. For the location that I worked at with the group that I worked for, in at least 17 years of the oldest person sitting that was still operating as the original team members, we never saw something that was a false positive. In 17 years. Thousands of FISA.
Right, but we've only ever had one person, like, as Chief
Appointing
Justice.
people, yeah.
since
And
then.
I don't necessarily think that should necessarily be a process where the judges are permanent either, as an anti-corruption.
They get 7-year terms.
Yeah. There should definitely be a term limit on that, and I think that the limitation should be relatively stringent because of the fact that the access to information that those judges have access to and the briefings that they receive are an absolute threat to national security.
But on the other hand, shorter terms means that it's easier to capture them within one presidential term if you need to. You know what I mean? Like, and because the Chief Justice can be there for a long time, like Roberts can have been in that position for decades, will have been in that position for decades. That means he will be defining the FISA court for more than a generation. I think we're lucky that we've got Roberts in there. It was almost that Harriet Miers person. So I can only imagine what would happen there with FISA court and with a bunch of other stuff.
So I think we'll leave it here. I think we've hit it hard. Fauner, again, you can mute yourself for a bit because we that background noise. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No worries. Maybe have phones on next time. Then we won't hear that. But still, thanks all you guys for coming on and having a really spirited debate. Someone named Duke Debates, they used a super chat for $1 on the YouTube, which is the first super chat. So shout out to you. But you didn't leave a message. He wanted me to read this message, but there was no message there. So
you get to improvise. Who do you want to give a lashing to?
Yeah, right. Well, the Lactoid always, right? Like, who else would I do that? I think Lactoid would feel cheated if I didn't yell at him. But yeah, I do really appreciate you guys coming through. If you've enjoyed the channel, whether on YouTube or you're on Twitch, hit the follow button or the subscribe button over there on YouTube. We'll have more in terms of a walk-on panel. We can have more content for you. We'll see if people want to join afterwards, and we'll decide from there. But stick around. We might have more content for you. Open walk-on panel, so stick around. I'm going to give an outro to all these kind of people, but we have more content coming. Lactoid, I love it when you can just like hold up these debates, like just with just your two arms, right? You can hold up a side debate. So shout out to you for always doing such a great job, right? Like when you're ready to fight, like you do it well. So thanks so much, friend.
No, I really appreciate having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity for me to educate your audience as to why the Supreme Court is actually a good thing. And for anybody who is threatening to pack the court or even crazier, abolish the court, you are crazy. Anyway, like I said, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you who fought with me, agreed with me, talked with me. That's what I love. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Yeah, more Supreme Court opinions will come down, and I'm sure we'll be having more conversations like this soon.
Thank you, thank you. All right, next we have Fallon Noor. Again, it was nice seeing you after all this time. We hope to have you again in the future.
Yeah, man, it was definitely fun. Like I said, I really enjoy all the conversations, everybody. It's always fun to come on and discuss things with everyone, especially with the Supreme Court and all the spicy inner workings. I've missed these, Prime. I've missed you. And the fun chit-chats and the fun lashings. You're not as brutal as you used to be. That makes me sad.
We don't have
Where
the
did
right
that?
mix of people. We got a lot of nice guys here, right? We got a lot of nice people here.
Fuck
No, the
Civility is
assholes aren't
killing
around.
me.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
heated for me. I just want to make that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's leave it
like,
alone.
these could be
Yeah.
bloodbaths. Like, I especially want to say I appreciate your input, Aiko. Gorsuch has been very kind and conservative towards my people. One ruling that was not discussed that Gorsuch was very kind about recently was the Arizona v. Navajo Nations in
Right.
regard of the water rights and preservation treaties going back to the 1800s.
And
he
Holland
was
v.
very
Buchan.
considerate to that. Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they did not rule in favor of the nation in regards to its
Right.
water rights, but that's a battle that we will continue to fight.
But Gorsuch was on the right side of that one.
Have a great day. Yeah, Gorsuch was on the right side of that one, as well as Sotomayor, and I appreciate that. I'm disappointed that Justice Roberts was not, but I do understand his argument that he made in relation to them effectively trying to amend the interpretation of the treaty versus on its historical enforcement and spirit of the treaty as per the other treaties that have historically been recognized.
Talk about originalism. Like, conservatives ought to be in support of these treaties. And they're generally not, except for Gorsuch. And Roberts sometimes.
And that was disappointing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I understand.
All right, so let's move on.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
You can consider that my closing.
Okay. Well, then I go. Thanks
In the interest of saving time for you,
friend. And so then we'll move on to HPCR. Thanks so much for coming in. And this was I liked when you were fighting. Like, this was like the most animated I've seen you, right? Like, lactose nonsense brings it out of you.
I mean, he said some crazy shit, so. Yeah, I'm HPCR. Thanks everyone for spirited discussion. Thanks Prime for hosting. If you like what I said, that's good. I do some informal debate stuff. In fact, if you go to everydaydebates.com, you could set one up. Pretty dope. But yeah, and Lactoid, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the competing interpretations of the Constitution if you ever have a chance. But yeah, that's it. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, Everyday Debate followed my channel earlier. Okay. But great. Thanks so much. And then also we have FK, who's a bit more than average. But FK, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, Prime. It's always fun talking about this stuff. Yeah, this one was. It's been a chill talk. It seems like it was pretty spicy for Lactoid and HPCR, but I think for everyone else, it seems like we were all mostly on the same page, and like the places we argued were kind of like surrounding issues. You can catch me anywhere: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Kick at Just Average FK. Right now, I'm trying to learn how to play League.
We weren't at all on the same page on the Supreme Court thing. Like,
no, we were.
Not.
A lot of us agreed that most of the Supreme Court decisions weren't like the worst things that to come.
Those,
okay.
Yeah, but those were like that. That's not where most of the discussion was, though.
Yeah.
Like there were some okay decisions. Like, I was relieved that the Voting Rights Act still exists, but it doesn't mean that I like this court.
But you can't be racist against Asians anymore.
You don't have to like the court, but it feels like
Let-
everyone
hey,
can
as an
kind of
Asian,
agree on.
yes, you can.
Yeah.
Well, oh, you're right. You're right. They just, they can't do it
Hit me up afterwards.
explicitly.
Most
FJ, I'll
of the
have to read.
disagreements seem
They have to say
stem
that
from-
Asians are less dynamic or whatever the fuck.
Most of the
Harvard does.
disagreements seem to stem from Lactoid's opinion that there's only one way to look at the Constitution.
Indeed. Let's go on to our friend Corey. So Corey, you're one of those nice people that I was talking about before.
Nice and boring.
No, not nice and boring, just nice. Your counterpart, Scott, isn't here, and so if Faulkner wants to come back next week and interact with Scott, will probably be here. Then he can get all the toxicity he wants. But as long as we have guys like Corey here, kind individuals, this will be a bit more calmer.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Although your opinion might change now, given what I'm going to do now. I'm going to briefly answer Cal's question about the FISA court, and I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm going to cite the great intellectual Kanye West. No one man should have all that power. Everything else, I strongly disavow about Kanye West. It's the only thing that they said of utility. But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate always being here and getting into it as best as I can. If you like what I have to say or hate it, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell84, and Twitter, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell, and FK, HPCR, I'm just a Bill, and follow Nora and Lactoid, always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Hey, love you too. All right, so we're gonna go on to open walk on panel. Exclamation open in chat lets you know how to join. Go into our Discord, go into the robot waiting room, jump in. We'd love to have you. We'll pull you in. We'll have a discussion. If we get some people joining in, we'll stick around. That's up to you guys, but we'd love to have you. And again, consider supporting the channel if you can. All right, so we're off, but we're going to open walk on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
I love you guys. Good night.
Okay. All right. There's my face. Thanks all for being here. And I'm sorry that again, Duke Debates guy, he gets our first super chat, but just didn't leave a message that I could read. But I don't think he's watching right now, which is really unfortunate. But hopefully he comes back, and then I can send me a message and I'll read the message. Whatever that message is, I'll read the message. Okay. Any which way, guys, consider supporting the channel. This is how I make things happen, is when you support. If you don't support, then we can't have the channel. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, again for that one sub previously. At the top of the leaderboard here on Twitch, for this month, since this month just started. But we would love to see others, maybe even surpass them if you want. I mean, you can be Desperado Sensei. You can prove who's boss, giving a few subs. It's as simple as that, right? You can give 2 subs just to start, right? Just to show them that you're twice the fan. In any case, though, guys, I do appreciate anyone who does help out, but we do need assistance. Use your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming on this channel to support us. And if you're on Twitch or YouTube, consider using the super chats and sending me an actual message. That would be useful. Sending me an actual message so I can read it. Shout out to anyone for support there. Okay. So let's see. We got one person, my friend Aiko, who wants to join us for the open panel. We'd love to have more. So jump in. I'm gonna copy and paste the instructions. Hey, thank you, Stinkfist 570 for the 300 bits. You're really kind of you. Putting at number 2 on our bit charts there. Because our friend Toyola already gifted 1,000 bits previously. But thank you, Stinkfist 570, for the kindness. It actually is helpful. I'm gonna, like I said, copy paste the instructions to join the open panel into our YouTube chat. Because I never, I just want to make sure you guys feel included out there in YouTube land. If you guys want to join in, That's how you do it. Link in chat. All right, so let's jump into that open panel right here. Hello all.
Hey, how's it going, Brian?
Fine. So
Rich is
yeah,
messing with his headset because for some reason Discord's messing with him.
he's being an old dude. Yeah. So you got your camera, Jack?
Yep, I was getting there.
All right.
If it will kick on, Jesus Christ, fuck you, computer, you stupid camera.
Any second.
There
we
it goes.
Go. All right.
That was interesting.
Okay.
That was a fun panel.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, especially when they mentioned that bill, I was like, I actually just downloaded that. Let me send that to everybody because I was just about to read about that.
Yeah, this is completely separate, but there is a bill in Michigan. Oh my, gotta mute. Gotta server mute Ico because getting a lot of feedback there. I'll
I think he's
unserver
messing with
mute
his
him.
headset.
Yeah, I'm sure. But anyway, there is a bill that passed the Michigan House. It hasn't even passed like the whole state. It hasn't like been signed by the governor. And it basically just does it adds gender identity and sexual identity, I think, or to their like anti-discrimination law. That's pretty much what it does. That's it,
Yeah,
right?
all it does is add the criteria that if you were to use these particular things as a form of harassment, it counts. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It is adding something into a current law. It's not changing and adding a new law, etc.
Yeah, and well, I mean, it does change. It does like change some things, but like it's
Well, yeah,
it's
but it's
very minimal.
modifying
very
an
minimal.
existing law. Yeah.
Yeah. In
That's
any case, conservatives and conservative leading outlets are bitching and moaning and crying and whining about this because they think, well, you'll end up in jail for 5 years if you use the wrong pronoun. It's simply scaremongering. I've read the bill. It's not a very long bill at all. It's and all it says is that yeah, you can't intimidate people the same way you can't intimidate people on the basis of their race. You can't do it on their gender identity. Simple as that, right? And
Yeah,
it's repeated like harassment, right? So like it's not just like hey, use the wrong word.
repeated
right?
and targeted.
Repeated and targeted. Yeah. So like you can't just like oh I use the wrong pronoun. Oh, am I gonna go to jail for 5 years? No, obviously not. It's if you are trying to terrorize someone, basically. Just like you can say the N word, you can say it, it can come out your mouth. But if you are targeting someone and harassing them and terrorizing them, yeah, then you might end up in jail. Simple as that.
Yeah. Precisely. Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck if I'm one of those guys because I grew up in the inner city. I don't give a fuck if people say it when they're singing along in songs. I really don't. Like, that never bothers me. I don't care what race they are. If they're singing along with the music, it's because they love the music. You know what I'm saying? But when you are using it as a form of hate speech, that is different. No matter how you want to apply it, no matter which slur we are using, if you are using it as a form of hate speech, it drastically changes it. And the Supreme Court ruled on this fucking 40 years ago that hate speech is a problem. Like, I don't understand why conservatives are fucking, like, so pissy about it, especially when it was a conservative court that ruled on it.
Yeah. So, it's like I actually, before you, that this came up, someone else sent me that article, to use within a topic. And yeah, it's ridiculous. Like they sent me an article from the Daily Mail and being bombastic about it. Like if you use the wrong pronouns, you're gonna end up in jail for 5 years. It's like pure clickbait. It's like perfect clickbait. But just read the law. It's very short. Oh, and I can tell you the law. It's a Michigan House Bill, I believe 4474.
Yes.
Yeah. So just like read the bill. It's fine. Like it's no big deal, guys. You'll
Most of this is not legalese. You don't need a fucking law degree to understand this. This isn't one
Yeah.
of those bills. Like, this is something everybody with a high school education can understand.
really easy. So
Mhm.
yeah, check it out before you get scared. Before someone will try to scaremong you later on. Hey, Prime. Sorry. Kobe says I'm doing some laundry, but I'd be curious to talk about the protests in France. Yeah, Kobe, if you want to talk about the protests in France, we'd love to do it with you. We touched on that a little bit during the last panel, but only a little bit. So we'd love to hear what you have to say. But so why don't we move on to that, since we don't have anyone here who would, be so bombastic as to say that, like, beware everyone, like
Not right now.
pronouns could get you locked up.
Lactoid may jump in a second. We can have that in a minute. No.
Oh, okay. But
I'm joking.
yeah, no problem. So to preface, my man Kobe, I'm sure he'll be here soon. Hopefully he'll be here soon. Yeah, so there are riots happening in France, I believe around Paris. Am I mistaken about
Oh,
that?
it's all over France. It's in Marseille now too.
Okay, all right, all over. Yeah, actually, you're right. It is all over. But there was a child there, and a French kid of Algerian descent. And he was stopped by the police, and like the police ended up shooting him. The police originally reported that, like, I think they originally reported that he had a car that was like driving at them, and they like shot him to defend himself or some nonsense like that.
Yeah,
Something
they
along those.
hyperbolize their language, absolutely.
No, not just hyperbolized. No, don't let them off the hook. No, they straight up made up a fucking story, like made up a whole cloth, right? But then video came out, and they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess we fucking lied out our teeth." And this kid was just like driving away, and apparently you can hear him say that, like, I forget exactly what they said. They said something terrorizing to the kid, like if you don't, like, we'll like shoot you if you don't relax or something like that. I forget exactly
It's
what
if
they
you
said.
if you don't calm down, you're gonna get shot. Was the
Yeah,
exact
okay.
words. I
Yeah.
had somebody who speaks French
Well,
translate
in
it to
French.
me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In French. But yeah, so
Yeah, because my French sucks, so I had to have somebody who speaks it translated.
same here. But yeah, so yeah, that's what they said. And then this kid, like, he freaks out. It's 14-year-old. He freaks out. He speeds off because they want to get shot, but then he gets shot. So he's
Yeah,
like driving
well-
away from them, not a danger from the cops. But those bitch ass cops decided to lie
See,
and execute this kid.
No, and I agree with all that. The reason I said they hyperbolize the language, because
Is it
technically with the 17.
He might be 17. So I'm sorry.
It was
he
the
might be 17.
14-year-old, but the 14-year-old was the passenger.
Oh,
but but he was the one that freaked out and said drive. That has come out since. So,
okay.
It's a big confusing situation. The reason I say they hyperbolize the language, because I've watched that video several times now. The way that second police officer was positioned, he was leaning over the windshield. And in the split second, yeah, that looks like he's driving at you, and the guy was, fucking high adrenaline, etc. That being said, everything else, no, they murdered this kid. This is not the norm in France. This is that armed police do not generally respond to, or are not usually used in response to this. The only reason they were is that the French police were already on high alert due to the other riots going on in the country. Or another protest going on in the country. So it was like this was a giant house of cards that one little wind knocked down and turned into a horrible tragedy. Because normally that cop wouldn't have had that firearm. Normally that cop would have been responding with tasers, etc.
I wanted to go 1 second. I just got to shout out our friend Desperado Sensei, who sent us 400 yen, which is $4, on our super chat. And it said this space was intentionally left blank. So thank you, Desperado Sensei, for being our second ever super chat. Much appreciated, friend. You're always kindly trying to support the channel, support the community. Really, really kind of you. But okay. It's less than $4, but still, thank you, thank you, Desperado Sensei, for the big kindness. Okay, so yeah, Spaniard, yeah, that's the link to that bill. Hopefully you can open it, but that's the direct link to the House Legislator bill. We have our friend Kobe. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. This ain't about cops nor black people. They're talking about a specific bill. Oh, sorry. Okay, so Spaniard. We were talking about two different things. We're talking about the French, like uprising that's happening now, and before previously we were talking about the gender pronoun thing that's happening in Michigan. So that's the bill I sent you. So I'm not sure if there's any confusion there, but okay. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll just leave it alone. Kobe, thanks for being here. Oh my God, he's so handsome with his beard. Kobe, thanks for being around. You want to talk about what's happening in France, and we prefaced it for you. So
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have anything to add to that part. I don't really have a lot of thoughts with regard to the actual like specifics of the incident. Definitely seems like it's an instance of I can't imagine that's the protocol of the French police. So he's probably and on top of that, I was reading this. From what I understand, there is a specific type of leave he was put on that you're almost only ever put on if you're a prison officer who's going to go to jail. So I just was reading that was sort of just like an indication.
They actually put him on that leave. Last I read, they were just.
So he's already off. So that's the big thing. From what I understand, like that's sort of the indication. But I don't know. I kind of wanted to. I mainly had some interesting. I don't know. I feel some interesting. I want to hear some ideas about some of the context that's around this. So I think if there's a little bit of context to this that's not going with the first thing should be. I don't want to harp too much on the specific incident, but the instance where he got shot was the second time that he had been trying to be stopped in sort of the interaction. He had fled an initial stop and then been stopped at a stoplight. And I guess like there's sort of the argument that the police are making that the reason that they sort of were following him more intently was that he had sort of was driving recklessly, fleeing the police. I don't know. Sure, will come out more in the next couple of years. However, a couple years ago, France had a really horrible terrorist attack where a man drove a bus through a crowd of, I believe it was for some holiday. I can't remember the exact holiday.
Yeah.
400 people were injured with that. An Islamist terrorist who was 14 years old beheaded a teacher at a school because the teacher showed a political cartoon. There's a very significant gang problem in France, like there is in America, in places. Those gangs are ethnic, and many of those gangs are Arab, and there are Arab communities that are, no-go zone does not mean that there's bricks in a little like wall of fortitude like a zombie movie. It means it's a gang-controlled area. And, anybody that's lived in America, we have those in America. And I've been reading a little bit about the Macron's presidency in the last 2 years. So Macron did not win, from what I understand. Le Pen almost won, way too close. And on top of that, the Yellow Vest protest happened. I'm not exactly sure my timeline. I'm not sure if the last presidential. I'm almost positive. The last presidential election in France happened after the Yellow Vest, but I'm not positive. I might be wrong on that. But Macron has been facing a lot of criticism for the president. I read the book I'm reading right now is called The Last President of Europe, and it sort of positions him as being the last representative of of sort of a 90s very EU centric politics. I'll try not to ramble too crazy much. I've been reading a lot about this. The last 2 years, Macron has tracked in a much more overt way about the issue of integration of the Muslim and the Arab communities into France. He had he came out and said he's like the rhetoric was crazy. There was a specific thing where he was talking about we need to talk the unwanted separatist elements and whatever. There's all kinds of things that the French government has begun to do. I remember France was brought up a lot with regards to the Syrian civil refugee crisis as a country that was going to be turned Islamified or whatever the right wing said by the migrants. But it definitely, I think it is. I mean, seeing Macron's policies, seeing the anger that this current riot has stoked, it seems as if the 2010 era of integration policies, they're not working out great. And it seems like race relations are not very good anywhere. And it seems like there's some people are making immediate similarities to the BLM riots in America. And I feel like there's something, I don't know, I feel like there's a similarity here from what I understand. I've been reading a little bit of French conservative thought, and there's an interesting perspective they say. Basically, the argument they make is that in France, one of the really big things with the French is the French public education is supposed to like make you into a French person. You're supposed to like view yourself as a French citizen through the education, and it's supposed to like downplay your national identity and upplay the sort of Republican, as they call, identity. Now, the argument that conservatives make is that some progressives who are very critical of the West and very critical of Western colonialism, et cetera, they kind of throw a monkey wrench in that process, where they allow this sort of the fifth column of Islamism into the conversation. They kind of agree with the Islamist when the Islamist says, actually, France are a bunch of colonizer genociders that did this to Haiti and this to Algeria and this to Morocco. And it makes it very difficult to make a forward sort of what we call civic nationalist appeal to Muslims of saying, no, France is good. France, you should want to be a French person. It's hard to say that when you have progressives that say, actually, maybe you shouldn't want to be a French person. Maybe France is a blah, 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 blah. I think that critique obviously is a bit too strawman-y of what the more serious, Orientalist scholars or decolonial scholars would say. Their criticism is not as simple as saying West bad, East good, colonized bad, or colonizer bad, colonizer good. But I feel like I see this conversation. You see this play out in debate panels a lot, right? Where you'll end up having the anti-American isolationist or the anti-American tanky that kind of teams up with, in a weird way, the progressive, because they end up are both making a critique of American imperialism. I don't know. I said a lot. I said a whole lot there, so I'm sorry for rambling. But yeah, I'd just be curious, like, if there's anything there.
I fucking love when my friend Kobe gets on, because it gives us a lot to think about. So I'll start us off, but I definitely want to hear what you other two, Jack and Aiko, have to say. And Aiko, I think you missed half of that, but there's plenty there still for you. And if you're talking, Aiko, we can't hear you. So just letting you know. But yeah, so I think that you can build a national identity, and a strong one, while recognizing like the abuses of the past. I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I think, in fact, you build a stronger identity when you do so, because like other people understand, like whether you acknowledge within the space of a public school, other people understand that these abuses happened, right? And they feel resentment for them. And if these things aren't addressed, both through like, apologies and like reparations, or maybe some other forms of like atonements, and like remembrances, like statues, things like that, right? If you don't do that, then I think you have a weaker national identity, because you have this underclass and you say that your pain doesn't matter, right? But look how great we are as a nation, as a society. Look at all the things we built. Well, the thing, because I went to Paris, right? And I've gone to London, and what in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, these are all great. And then white people will talk about how amazing Europe is in their Western culture, but like this wealth is stolen, right? Like this wouldn't have happened without that imperialism. If you don't acknowledge this, like other people are still going to know these things existed, and they will resent the country for it. So instead, and I'll wrap it up because I want to hear what everyone else has to say. You acknowledge these things, say this is what happened in the past. We're trying to make up for it in these ways, or we have made up for it, or we've attempted to make up for it in another number of ways. And then you move forward. Then you can say, yeah, I can be proud to be France. Like I am proud to be an American. Me, Prime. I'm proud to be an American. Because I think America has a capacity to overcome all those things that's happened in the past, right? I think America has a system capable of reform, and which has proven so in the past. And so, like, that's why I can still hold my head up high despite the atrocities that's been that's been done against people who look like me, right?
Let me stop here real quick. Do you know what I mean? Or what I say when I say the Benin bronzes? Have you heard of these?
Mm-hmm.
I believe, I might be wrong here, I believe they're taken by France, like 99% positive. The Benin bronzes, just a set of very beautiful bronze statues from Benin in Africa, got taken by some white people in the 1800s, and it was like a big example of like this This idea of like stolen cultural wealth. My question, something I would like maybe the other panelists I'd like to think about this is many people that euphemism you use, stolen wealth. People use that to describe equally the Benin bronzes, which are like these ancient African artifacts by like an ageless culture that were taken by colonizers after a war. They use that as much to describe that as they used Notre Dame, which was if I believe I'm correct here, that Notre Dame was built by what's it called? There's a term that's like alms, like donations by people of France. Like it was like a donate. People donated to the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church built this thing. It is like a famous historical thing of Catholic of culture, very very important. When that was burning down, you saw the epic posters on the internet being like, "This is fuck you, France." I think like that I would see that as being that's the fifth pillar, where you have this progressive that's saying that's sort of doing this. I'd be curious though. Be curious what other people say. Other people think.
Aiko or Jack, what is
Okay,
Aiko, we still can't hear you, unfortunately, friend.
Okay, so yeah, and no, they're not exactly the same, and we should have a unique term for this differential, because I think what Prime is describing is the proverbial statue in Harry Potter where when Voldemort takes power, all of a sudden all the humans are underneath everything else, and they're showing the greatness of wizarding kind, etc., and ignoring all the horrors
Can
below.
you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes.
Okay,
but ignoring all the horrors below. To me, that isn't stolen wealth. That is quite literally hiding your own crimes, your own failings, which is a much more violative crime, in my opinion. In doing so, you almost try to create the mythology that you were always this great. You didn't have to grow. You didn't have to improve. You don't have further room to improve, which I think is what is causing the stagnation within our politics here in the United States and somewhat within France. Now, we were never quote-unquote colonizers in the same sense that Europe was, but we have done it through economic means in the global south and very much cover up our misdeeds in this and act like, oh, because we didn't go out and actually physically colonize these spaces, we're better than what the other people did. Again, covering up our own failings and misdeeds. And you're muted, Kobe.
I like that distinction. I think that's very useful. I think we all kind of see that with sort of the CRT stuff we talk about here, where there's a feeling of it's like where to at some point these people just don't want to fucking talk about it. They would much rather the sentence on Little Rock be like a one sentence thing and then it begins and ends, and then we jump right to the 60s, right? So I like that a lot. I think there's something very real there. I do definitely want to hear though, Mr. Aiko here. What's your thoughts? French integration.
Yeah, now that I have my voice back. I think that there are also two issues with regards to acknowledging what happened, which I think we all have to do. But then, as France is illustrating, like the acknowledgement is not enough. The fact that people are acknowledging it can be like if they don't see a direction to go to remediate this, then they're just gonna what is it? The right is the language of the unheard, right? The Martin Luther King's famous quote. I do think that we start with apologies. Obama sort of famously was accused of making an apology tour around the world. And John Paul II, very famously issued a bunch of apologies through church documents, for historical sins of the church. But I think the next thing you have to do, I don't think that's enough. I think then you have to have some kind of plan, some sort of way. For France, it's how do you integrate people within France and allow them to keep their identity at the same time? It's something that America has been forced to learn how to do over time. France seems to be struggling with it in a way that's maybe a little different than the current American experience, at any rate. And I don't know what that plan is. Reparations to some degree. I think that I think there's this idea that if you're Algerian or from some other part of the former French Empire, that you are not legitimately French. And I think that there's something culturally that needs to, the fact, I'm just like France, like banned spires on buildings because they didn't want mosques to, have that distinctive look, and as well as hijabs and other things. I think that there are ways in which France was sort of more blatantly denied the identity of parts of their own empire, and all of this is like coming back to bite them.
I something I wonder with a lot is the Algerian War for Independence was like unbelievably brutal. It was the like origin, a lot of like the what you see as being like Al Qaeda stuff, that it was done on both sides to everybody. You can have a million stories of the most horrible things ever.
Agreed.
In fact,
Same with Tangiers.
the French government was not white supremacist enough for a league of like extra crazily supremacist French that like tried to like take over. It was a very crazy war. And I feel like that's like, I don't know, I feel like they're like, the issue is it's like I don't want to give sympathy to like the Marine Le Pens of the world. But when I read about the situation, part of you understands that it's like you colonize this part of you colonize the society. There's this fragment of that society in your society still. And during that war, they made it very clear that we're not French. We don't want to be French. We will kill you if we're French. We will kill all the French in here. And that was made very clear. And the people in France are caught up in a very fucked up middle ground there. And so I don't know. I'm there's part of me that's there's a sympathy that I have to this idea that you don't want to like give sympathy to this thing that was so intent on destroying you in this war that there are people still alive that were in the Algerian civil independence war. I think at least. I don't know. What do people think?
I think that the difference between America trying to integrate people and France is that we decided to be a melting pot of sorts where everybody could come in and bring in distinct parts of their culture when they immigrated here, and they made their communities, and it enriched us as a whole, as long as they supported into themselves and integrated themselves to the larger agenda of whatever the United States was going for at that time. Whereas it seems what the French is trying to do is erase everyone's differences as they bring them in. So like banning religious symbolism or or head coverings to show their religious affiliation because they're valuing like hardcore secularism. I think that's not a really good way to go because people really do identify and really have close ties to the things like their religion or other cultural signifiers that if you try to erase, people get understandably upset.
It also seems to be a uniquely well, not uniquely, I don't know if intractable either, but a very frustrating knot there, because it's like with African Americans, there's not like a religion. It's not like all African Americans like have like some sort of like animist African religion they still have. That it's like if we banned headdresses, it'd be like this huge anti-black thing. That's not how it works. But that's how it works with like Muslims, where it's like if you ban certain types of like clothing or certain things, or if you can, as Denmark is saying, I believe, if you do as little as say you have to shake a woman's hand to become a citizen, it can become like a fucking international incident. And so I don't know. I find it to be like it's interesting.
De Tocqueville sort of predicts this in his like letters about Algeria. Like he talks about about the colonization of Algeria and how it worked. And what happens is France comes in and basically destroys all the madrasas. And the madrasas, by the way, were like very good like educational institutions inherited from the Middle Ages, when they were like the dominant educational culture like in the Mediterranean, and replaces it with the French style of education. And what de Tocqueville says is, okay, but we're going to get kicked out of here eventually because the natives are hating us. And when we leave, the French style education will be destroyed as well. And they will have neither the madrasas nor modernist like French education. And his quote is, "We have made Muslim society much more miserable, more disordered, more ignorant, and more barbarous than it had been before knowing us." It's almost a prediction of of the rise of fundamentalist Islam as we see it today, and Tocqueville sees it 200 years ago.
Well, but he saw it because even at this time, we had a certain level of insurgencies within these regions as they were taking them. I mean, like
reacted to the French.
Yes, that persisted throughout their entire occupation that is very much glossed over in history. So he was not seeing something almost prophetic. He just understood how to do the math. And he had seen how many times this had happened in the past from other countries colonizing practices. And he was like, okay, we fucked up. We thought we were going to fix this and we fucked up.
Well, he saw more than the masters of the universe at the time saw.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know.
Agreed.
So, I don't claim to be a expert on the French-Algerian War. So I know very little. I know exactly what Kobe has told us. That's what I know of the Italian War. So okay, that's what I
Well,
got
just
to go
compare
on.
it to other revolutions, because I mean, the reason I know about this is not because I'm an expert on this war. It's because I've studied revolution so much throughout history, and that's all.
Yeah, fair enough. But I hear you, right? And you're telling me it was absolutely brutal. I can see it that way. Sure. But the people that are here, right? Because your argument, well, it wasn't your argument, but the argument that you brought up, was that, well, these people completely rejected what it means to be French, during this conflict, all right? Like, instead, like, get out and went back. We're gonna fucking wipe you guys out if we could, right? Fair, right? I think that would give people pause, if like, let's say, like, ISIS like got its wish and like made the caliphate, right? And people were like on board. The people there were on board for the caliphate, and they were like, death to America. And then, like, we go in and we defeat them, and then people start coming over from, like, the former caliphate. Like, it'd be a little weird. It'd be a little tough. But those people are there, and they, well, they want, they thought that this was their best choice. So I don't want to say they wanted to be there. Maybe they didn't want to be there. Maybe they wanted to be in a free Algeria, right? But they thought that this was their best choice, and they're there now. And so what are you going to do with these people, right? Like, you can try to keep them as an outsider, but it's going to be an issue. And I'll relate this to the hijab thing. Like, I've been back and forth on that issue, the banning of the hijab and other Muslim artifacts. But I think it's best to not do that and simply create an inviting environment in which people understand, like, the great bounty that is secularism, right?
Here's the question. I used to totally like that. I used to disagree with you there, and I would just stop, and I would stop asking questions, and I'd wait patiently for the radical Muslim to become a liberal. I'm joking, but like, here's be the question: we let them in the door. We let them in the door of liberal modernity, right? And then you got the fucking Marxist over there who's telling you that Western civilization isn't. It was inherently colonial. That was happening since fucking the Crusades, and it was just bound to happen. So really, it was just right. You got the feminist telling you, right, and obviously you can just go down the list, right? You can go down the list of all the criticisms, right? Where you have this inherent, and this is what here's the reason I brought this up, and I'm so happy as Aiko is here. I know Aiko is into this like religious stuff, and I'd be so curious because you're like an atheist when you hear what you say. Okay, Saint Augustine, the early church theologian in the City of God, he talks about he says we're never going to be able to have the city of God and the city of man on earth because of, he says, the libido dominandi. We live in this world. We have this urge to know everything, to dominate everything, to control everything. That is the big criticism of empire, of the West. That's the big Marxist criticism, that the West sort of inherently leads to the chauvinism, inherently leads to this domination of man over woman, of black over white. It leads to a capitalist domination of bourgeois over proletariat. It feeds into that part of the human animal in every vector of human life. However, I think that there might be another element, another will there. There's the will to dominate. I think there's also the will to subvert. We want to be on the edge of the new thing. We want to be the new guy. We want to dress new. We want to be the person who's using the new technology. And part of that is going to be critiquing and seeing what is wrong with the old world. And I feel like there's sort of this this frustration where the liberal lets in these sort of liberal modernity, I should say. There's this influx of different cultures through migration, whether through war, whether through climate, whatever. In the case of Algeria, it's a combination of colonialism and war. They're in that society. You have one part of the society that has this overt will to dominate, that is going to say, no, you must become French. Stop being a fucking Muslim. Stop being a fucking Algerian. Shut the fuck up about this shit. And then but then on the other end, you have this will to subvert, where you have the person that's looking for every reason to agree. And you have the people, I mean, the tweets that I saw that was making me think about this were people that were tweeting saying, this is saying, after X amount of years of damage done to Algeria, this is being done down to France. This is comeuppance. That's a very common argument you hear. That's many times made by people of the power holding group. It's many times white people in America who will say, white people, we're lucky that black people aren't asking for revenge. I've heard that by like a million white people and a million of my white liberal friends. Very common. And to sort of will to, I don't know, maybe I'm overly thinking this, but what's the thought here? I feel like there's a contention here where if we let them in, there has to be a balance between the will to subvert our currently existing society and our will to allow our currently existing society to dominate them. I can agree with you, like with the hijab. I don't want to dominate them. I don't want to end up doing some insane thing where Muslims can't be teachers or Muslims can't be judges. But the other end, on the other end, I don't want to sit here and say, actually, maybe, is it wrong to have, a child bride? Can I say as a Westerner, you see people do this all the time, and these liberals. So I'm curious, what's the thought?
I think you see the answer in the difference between the experience with importing Muslims in the United States and in France. Like in the United States, I taught for years in a district that had the largest mosque in the Southwest. I'd say a good 20% of my students were Muslim, and they were overwhelmingly liberal, many of them progressive. And I would expect them to be like more extreme in their views, and they weren't. There was something about like their experience coming to America that and their feelings about it that were different than what you typically hear about Algerians in France. Mm-hmm. And I think that a big part of it is the way secularism works in the United States. Even Jefferson said that the Constitution is meant to protect Christian, Mohammedans, and Jews. And by Mohammedans, of course, he meant Muslims. And so even at our founding, we had this idea that, we've been very oppressive on a lot of fronts in the United States. Don't get me wrong. But one thing we got right was how to structure secularism in society. And I think that might have something to do with why the Muslim experience in America is not the same as in France.
And I think that, and I'll just say quickly that yeah, I just say quickly that I'm not sure, at least in the States, that it's a choice that we're forcing on people, right? So we celebrate the idea of the Irish American, the Italian American, right? We allow people to celebrate their ethnicities, and that's okay. Well, certain ethnicities, but still. But the general idea is we allow people to celebrate these things. People wear it out loud. But within the process of becoming American, it's a process that takes to be fully American. It usually takes generations, right? Where people are born here and they feel accepted within this land, but it doesn't say that whatever you were previously is gone. You're not allowed to back. You're not allowed to remember these traditions and customs. You can see that carry on through generations, and by the third generation, it's kind of gone because I don't give a shit about this, right? I'm an American, so we allow that. It doesn't. This idea that it's all or nothing, I think, might be a problem in France, right? Again, I'm not an expert here, so whatever. But I can imagine a situation where people are looking at you, thinking, look at all these foreign artifacts this person wears, these customs that you celebrate, right? You aren't French. You aren't doing it the French way. rather than saying, well, this is a person who's been imported here, and this is a piece of their past, and that's okay, right? Like, well, our society is strong enough to absorb these things, but still like have the core principles. And eventually, people will adopt those core principles because our principles are strong and they're right and they're correct.
Yes,
And I will just add on. Hold on, I'll just add on slightly because mine's real quick. Like I grew up in Detroit. Now I grew up in inner city, but like that's not too far from Dearborn, the largest Arabic and Muslim community in the United States outside of I think it's Maine has one bigger. Um, this was a place we loved to go. It was we didn't fear going in there. It was we go hang out in the fucking madrasas. We'd hang out in the mosques and talk to these people because first of all they had great goddamn food. Second of all, they love to just sit there and talk and have conversation and drink coffee and like that is like a form of entertainment, much like we're doing here. So it was like that was a form of interlacing of communities where they didn't try to force their things on us. We didn't try to force their things on them. That really didn't change until 9/11 because I still have friends who live up there. And then it was these people have been here long enough. They should be Americans by now because they've been there for 30 years at that point.
I want to add something, and then
Yes,
Kobe
and talking and speaking more to Little Bug Boy's fears about subversion. I think it was a British politician who coined the term, but I really believe in it that we need a muscular liberalism because we as liberals we have good ideas, we extol good virtues, and the goals of being more open, more tolerant, and letting everyone have liberty and freedom and conscious will to achieve what they can with the sweat of their own brow and become good citizens of whatever country they are great things to live by, and we should definitely keep that going and guard it jealously from people who would try to overtake it or subvert it from the inside. However, and the way we do that is just by stating clearly what our beliefs are as liberals. Everyone has civil rights that are granted to them by the creator, and because of that we also believe in secularism because everyone has one of those rights being the ability to exercise your faith as you see fit. So I think that we should just make sure that that is always the forefront, and whenever anyone tries to either from without or within try to chip away at that, we need to be the stalwart gatekeepers that say no, this is what liberalism is. We are tolerant to everybody, but we will not allow our institutions to be subverted or taken over and destroyed by people who don't believe in liberalism. Because frankly, I think that liberalism is such a broad, overarching structure that lots of other things can function quite successfully in a liberal society. Like there's Muslims communities that thrive, like in like Jacana and Arset in like Dearborn, Michigan, or in like Southern Texas. And there's like Christian communities and there's atheist communities, and I think that's always a good thing. I think.
Go ahead, Kobe.
I know. I think a lot of people said some pretty interesting stuff. I think I've been unblackpilled a little bit. Okay, I see the light, the American way. I think there's hope. Okay, the French need to become more American. It's really the truth.
Indeed. Let's colonize them.
Assimilate, Kobe. We just want you to
get better
assimilate.
bread. At the very least, we will get better bread if we colonize the French.
There's just a couple things. I find it very 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 interesting. I think the switch from Mohammedan to Muslim, could this be one of the first historical instances of wokeness gone mad? Like really, like we've been calling Muslims Mohammedans since we called them Saracens. It stopped being Saracen, became Mohammedan in like the Fifth Crusade, and been that. And then we stopped. I'm just saying. I'm joking. I'm joking. Of course, I'm joking.
I blame Jefferson. Jefferson.
I do. I would make perhaps a anti-settler, bit of a anti-colonial critique, a bit of some of this America lauding here. I would say I think one of the big things with the whole idea of like our religious differences is that free real estate, which is a big factor of all of American history. If you really really disagree, you can go to the other side of the mountain. You can go and conquest some Indian territory. And that has been the solution to many a problem. That was the ultimate final solution to the MQ, the Mormon question. the Mormon Extermination Act did not work, and they sent them all to Utah. France can't do that. They no longer. There's nowhere else they can send them. There's no. Maybe I know. There's that little part in South Africa or South America that is technically still part of France. They can maybe they can like like restart the empire over there. I don't know. I think you said something kind of interesting for Prime, because it reminds me of another set of criticisms, which is like the whole like the argument of like becoming white in America, which is like you come to America and you have these diverse principles and you're kind of allowed to practice them in some like certain ways, but then over time, if you kind of want to succeed, you have to like give up those principles and adopt this more like it used to be kind of more of a WASP, the more WASP principles, but it's changed, change over time, change, time frame and area, et cetera. But you kind of have to like adopt these more white principles, to become part of the culture. And I feel like that's, I don't know, I feel like there's sort of that perhaps that would be like the critique like of the other side of that, which would be that like while we do it, we do it differently, and perhaps we have advantages to the French system. That would be the disadvantage, is that there's sort of this subtle, while there isn't a overt, there used to be laws about white and black people, but now it is, obviously there's not like an overt racial caste, but there's sort of a definitive cultural caste that starts with like historical inequalities of communities, et cetera, et cetera. So I that's something I would think about. I think I definitely agree with the muscular liberalism. That's something that I think like the only way any liberal society can work is if there's like a gravity nexus of like specific principles. That's like, if you enslave people, we will get rid of you. That was like the big last one, right? And I was having a conversation with my mom about this, because we're talking about like LGBT rights, and I'm like, at the end of the day, if we can't agree that maybe California are going to let teenagers get sex changes and Florida is not, then there's going to need to be some very significant constitutional action to change that, because that's the principle of America, is that as long as it's not against the Constitution, if Florida wants to have different laws than California, they can have different laws, and that can mean very, very different things. So I said a lot there.
So I think that in terms of your criticism, like I actually, oh my god, I don't like saying something. I agree with Canada. So like this idea, because we have the idea of the melting pot, and they have the idea of the mural. What's it called? I'm blanking. Mosaic. Thank you. The mosaic. And basically, like, rather than like everything melting, becoming this like or going into America and just become this homogenous thing, right? That makes up everything. Like, they have the mosaic in which like everyone is a piece of this mural, right? And that mural makes up the whole, but still distinct, right? Each piece is still distinct, but it makes up the whole. So I hear you, and this is a problem with like Black America. People talk about like, code switching, that like to actually make in the world. Yeah, you can talk in Ebonics. You can have like quote unquote Black customs, but if you want to be serious, of course, well, you've got to talk like Kobe. So yeah, like
white people have code switching too, right? Like when we're
stop
out
saying the N-word, and then like
that's right, yeah. Yeah, it's like that old Eddie Murphy skit, where he paints himself white and everything's free in the shops and everything. Yeah.
Yes, see, but it's like what Prime just pointed to was actually the distinction that we need to make, because America's original intention, we call it a melting pot, but that came later. Originally, it was kind of the mosaic. It was, you are helping create a better whole. You aren't becoming this homogenous portion. Yes, we expect you to assimilate to a point, but we are also going to assimilate parts of your culture because you are now part of America. And that is what Canada succeeded in, because I think they saw we kept fucking shit up doing it our way. And they just kind of like learned from our mistakes, as we should learn from others' mistakes and our own as well. And it's because if you actually look at the progress of laws, they were like, America's fucking up, and sometimes they beat us to the punch, sometimes they're a little bit behind us, but every time their law is a little bit more expansive, a little bit more overarching, allows for more diversity within cultures, etc. As they progress, they always progress a little bit more, because they see are doing it too slow and too little.
I do I have about 10 more minutes, and then I need to get my laundry. So maybe I'll ask the last little question. And this has been a question that me and you kind of many of our political discussions started with kind of this discussion, because we started talking during the and a lot of the streams that I was on were during and around the Black Lives Matter protests and sort of after that. But just sort of the effective, when are protests and rioting effective? What are the goal? What should be the goals? These kind of things. I'd be curious. What there's obviously a big thing that people are talking about with regard to France is that this is going to cause Marine Le Pen to win. That she's going to run in 3 years or whenever they have another presidential election. That Macron's not going to be able to do anything, or he's going to have to tack right really, really hard and do a bunch of right wing stuff. And there's already been, his response to this has already been a lot more firm than I think some other people have. I think you would have respected, some of the other protests. And so the question would be: the riots are definitely, we see it in history. Riots are the voice of the unheard. But the question is, who listens, right? What happens if the people who listen are like the Le Pen voters and people who are maybe have like sympathies to Le Pen and she's a Trump like populist, just to for lack of a better descriptor. So yeah, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? It feels as if I'd be worried as if there was not a similar turn where the riots caught in the same way that BLM, the riots happened. There was a big drop in support for the movement. What's your thoughts?
The BLM riots were a failure because violence tends to not work. It galvanizes the institutionalist against the revolutionaries. And I think that violence should never, ever be okay, and it should never, ever be justified. But what happened was, like, there were lots of, like, people and pundits on the left trying their best to run cover for this, especially the violence and the riots and the horrible destruction of property. And it was so cartoonish and buffoonish that like people can see through it instantly, like the infamous, almost immortalized, fiery but mostly peaceful protest quote while a police building is burning behind the anchor. Like I think that's retarded. I mean, I'm sorry, sorry. I mean,
You're
ridiculous,
wrong,
ridiculous.
because like violence does work. It actually does get a response where peaceful protests oftentimes simply do not. Like for instance, black protests, black people protest all the time for our rights, and those things are just routinely ignored. We just do that. We protest, we petition the government, and that's just ignored. But then we have like the Watts riots. We have a series of riots, and then there's a governmental response. Uh, in terms of France, these days of riots have gone on, and now Macron is like having like a meeting with like all mayors, like the 220 mayors all together as a response, like because now this is an elevated issue. Now the government has to deal with this in a way that they wouldn't otherwise. Like I
We
wish
would
that
not
was
have
not
had-
the case. I really wish
would-
it wasn't,
yeah.
but
Yeah,
So-
we would not have had change without both Malcolm and Martin. It's just
Yeah.
the truth.
I agree,
So
but I think
mainly what I'm kind of maybe to focus it a little bit here. While it is true that he had that meeting, it's also true that the protesters like ransacked the house of a right wing mayor and injured his wife and kids, which is
Horrible.
not going to go over great. There was also the main one is the largest police union in France came out with like one of the most surprising. It was an extremely what's it called, vitriolic response that referred to the rioters as sort of savage hordes, referred to it as a civil war. It's hard for me to imagine that there's going to be like a meeting with those people, and then they're going to like, okay, we come on guys, let's the savage hordes are right. We got to reform the government. It feels like what happens is that those kinds of people, they're going to be people that begin to agree with them because they see video of the Holocaust memorial being ransacked. They see the video of like just like really kind of senseless. There's like seemingly quite senseless violence. I'd be curious though. I'd be curious. What's your thoughts?
yeah. So like, look, I don't agree with the violence. I'm just saying it's effective to getting a response. And the way that you are simply ignored otherwise, right? Those protests, those stop the violence protests that that Black community have been putting on for decades, those just are ignored, right? Maybe you'll get like a local news story, but then that's literally it, right? But when you make trouble, all of a sudden the state has to respond. And I just truly wish it wasn't the case. But I hear you, and you weren't. They didn't simply ransack that guy's house. They like pushed a car bomb into this dude's house. Crazy. Don't support that.
Yeah,
So-
the term is called ram raided. They used the car to get through the gate into the property because it was a gated property, and then basically the guy couldn't stop, hit the front door, injured. But the really fuck you, you're doing this absolutely wrong. I don't want you on my side part is they had fire bombs in the car.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
they weren't able to deploy, but they had fire bombs they were going to deploy if they had not been injured in the crash.
Yeah, car full of incendiaries. But anyway, the point is that I don't agree with that. And yes, there's gonna be like a counter backlash. Like that's like it's a double edged sword. You get that response, but oftentimes you're not gonna like that initial response. But I think I guess I'm being increasingly convinced that you kind of need both, right?
Mhm.
You need that peaceful protest to push the message and to say this is what we're about, right? Those riots don't actually do that. They just know people are angry about a thing, but they don't really articulate that. But they can raise it to. They can show that the level of intensity that people are mad about something, right? And they get that response to the thing that to the narrative that the peaceful protest has been pushing. Because like when the let's say like the mayor wants to the mayor or the president wants to negotiate, right? Wants to like calm things down. Who's going to go to? He's going to go to like a head, a representative of the peaceful protest. He's never going to negotiate with like,
So-
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, here'd be the issue though. So I am very how do I put this? I'm very sympathetic to organized armed resistance to whether the state or terrorist violence, militia violence, what have you. The issue is that I believe the reason you're seeing this kind of almost cinematic violence, people just destroying things for the sake of destroying things, blowing things up in even just absurd ways, is because there is no leader to that. It is a disorganized violence. It is a bubbling over. It is the last raindrop in the vase between the thing goes over.
Yeah,
And I'm remembering, and again, I'll be very clear. I recognize the systematic critique that says, well, when you cordon people into basically favelas in the outskirts of Paris and have them as your underclass, and you disrespect their culture and or sort of do things that they feel is disrespecting their culture, and then murder a person they view as a representative of their community, you're going to see a violent action. But I think of I read a book about the IRA in Ireland, and there was a very interesting thing that somebody said, which is it was like an old Irish saying, which said, and this is the last thing I'll say right now, which is, if a fisherman cannot catch fish with a hook or with a net, he might turn to doing something to the water, to poisoning the water. Many times when you have these like you only need how many mayors need to have their houses firebombed, right? How many how many of those instances until the fishermen, the people with power, the people that come into power, et cetera, until they react in a way that affects it negative, imposes a more harsh police state than existed before, in order to deal, in order as a response.
I thought you were gonna go the other way direction with that. Like the fisherman was the below. But go ahead, I think you want to respond.
Well, just when I heard IRA, I kind of perked up because this idea of violent and non-violent sort of reminded me of the way that Sinn
Troubles.
Féin was. You're right, yeah, because Sinn Féin was the political arm of the IRA. The IRA did all the bombing. The Sinn Féin did all the talking. And it was a similar sort of thing where eventually the English had to sit down with Sinn Féin. They didn't sit down with the IRA. They sat down with Sinn Féin. But what the IRA did certainly created the impetus for that. But with these French ones, here's something that I'm just not sure about. The Yellow Jackets had demands, specific demands. The people who were rioting over the change in the retirement age had specific demands. They wanted the retirement age not to be raised. These guys, I don't know that they have any demands. They're just
The only
being
demands I
destructive.
have seen is basically the same protocol that's in the UK. Armed police by basically internal executive order only. Otherwise, non-armed police only.
In my opinion,
That was the only demand that I've read.
In my opinion, this is why Occupy failed. Although I'm not saying Occupy was all that violent, but I'm just saying they never could figure out what they wanted.
So
Like,
at
they kept,
yeah. So sorry, bring it over to you.
yeah. Well, I mean that's it. I mean they just never could figure out what they wanted. They had these meetings after meetings after meetings, not only with themselves but with government officials, and they could never agree on what it was they wanted. And that's kind of why it just fizzled out at the end because they didn't have specific goals.
I'm reading a book about France. I love France. I love France. Okay. I was talking about the yellow vest, and this is the exact argument it makes, which is that Macron, he went to some protest, and he decided to do the whole like drive me by the crowd. I wanted to speak to my people, and he rolled down the window, and a lady like walked up to him and was like, "Fuck you, I hate you," and he got like really it blew him away. It blew him away because he's like, "Bro, these people fucking hate me." And so right after that, so that's almost so far 1 point in Prime's direction. Okay, ding. You yelled at the president, and what happened next was he called a meeting with like 5 of the biggest, like it was like a social media influencers and writers and stuff that were supportive of the yellow vest. So there you go. That's like it is an example of like sort of more direct action. However, because the protests were so decentralized, no one wanted these people. Like 3 of the 5 dropped out, and the other 2 that went were people that were like complete, like they're just like it was like if like a YouTuber met with Obama or met with Biden during the BLM protest. Like it was like it'd be cool, but it was like not gonna do anything, right? Like, and I think that's like ultimately it's like the truth of it is like I mean like in America, if there was an armed uprising against the government, it'd be like paramilitary militias, like the guys that need.
Bernie went to the BLM protests, and they just took the microphone away from him. Remember that?
Hey, listen. Okay, listen. He, as a Western man, a white Western man, he allowed himself to, does not stand in a position of privilege and allowed a marginalized voice to speak. So I commend him. I can't.
He reacted well to the situation, but it was.
No, but yeah.
So I feel like, I hear you, but. Like I agree with Aiko's assessment of Occupy that's why it wasn't gonna go anywhere. I mean it did change how we like looked at like the rich. It did some things, but like overall, like there wasn't a coherent message, so there couldn't be a coherent response to like the biggest protest movement ever at the time, which I think has been eclipsed by BLM. So that's necessary, right? Like you need a coherent message, like to get social change, right? Rapid social change. Like lots of things need to happen. Like usually, like you have to go through like the political process. You got to convince a wider groups of people and come together and like make compromises and move it up the chain. It takes a long goddamn time. But if you're going to do it in a short time, then it has to be a clear message that people can actually respond to. There needs to be some sort of militancy behind it, because like those people like they don't care, right? When the pandemic protesters, right? When those guys had guns, the government paid attention to their demands, right? They even intimidated some legislators to like stop their like close down the house or whatever, the state house, because they were so scared, right? They got a response from the government, surely, right? So the militancy help, but you also need that clear message that people can actually respond to and engage with. So they're going to denounce the militancy, right? Because that's always bad, right? And they're all bad people. But then they're like, okay, well, these people are reasonable. I can do something with them, right?
Well, yeah, because they don't want to push advocacy for that militancy, which, let's be honest, from a government standpoint, makes perfect sense. But at the same time, as you and I keep pointing out, it would not have happened without both. We needed both. We needed the people who would pick up the bats and the guns and fucking stand there, even if they never actually did anything. We needed that perceived threat.
Yeah, and just one more thing, going the civil rights route. You had people say Malcolm and Martin, you know, and that they needed each other. I don't think they're like quite the opposites that people think they are, but still, that that basic expression that you could have a JFK, you can have a the other Lyndon B. Johnson, right? You can have them meet with a Martin and say like, "What's going on with all these riots?" He's like, "Man, the riots are crazy. I don't know about that, but while we're here, I can express to you like what the community wants, right? And not like a YouTuber, right?"
I would say this because, like, perhaps bringing this back to what I was just talking, the first things I was talking about. Well, what becomes creating that dialectic and that coalition is very difficult when you try when you have the ever increasing sort of that libido subversion, subverto, whatever cool term I came up with, the will to always critique the society, because there's a part of the exact people that are most on board with the criticisms of of any police system, whether American police or the French police, that also just kind of don't act. They're kind of sympathetic to the idea that of whether it's black nationalism or the Arab separatism and Islamism in France. They're not sympathetic to the moral values of Islamism, but they're sympathetic to the critiques that Islamists make, which then give when there is a nonviolent coalition that exists. What it's not going to be a progressive one. It's going to end up being like in the example you brought up of the vaccine people. There were many organized like Union for Concerned Parents that didn't want to have mandatory vaccines. They were the conservatives. That's what the flank that would got open up for. It seems like there's this situation where it's like in the case of the sort of the French protests, and in the case of the trying to do the opposite in America, if you have a side that is saying actually no, America sucks, it's hard to build a side that says actually let's bring in the group into America. If you have a side that says actually no, America does suck, it's hard to bring in the people into France. Or sorry, France does suck. It's hard to bring people into France.
I don't. I think that's overstated. I think that you're going. I think that we've always had people in America who always said that America sucks, but we still have managed to do this, to integrate people to a greater extent than so many other societies. Like there's going to be that wide array, and there's going to be a push and pull as to like this idea of becoming homogenous and watching as your kids slowly be push away your deeply held traditions and just want to be part of the group, right? Like this is the natural thing. So I just think that's kind of overstated. And one last thing I want to say quickly about that meeting the French president had, Macron, with the Yellow Jackets thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I didn't hear about this until you brought it up. But the more that I think about it, right? He invites 5 people. 2 of them are fucking YouTubers. They're social media personalities. It seems like that was designed to fail. Oh, I did it. I look at me reaching out, and I can televise this. Oh, are they all ridiculous? I guess maybe the other side is just nonsense. It's just they don't really know what they want. But I tried. I tried to be serious. But look what they provided. So I'll put that on.
My cat's being very loud. Well, just to obviously, to your point, I would need to. I don't really know I don't have much of a details of the ideological leaders of the Yellow Vest protests. But I suppose the flip side of that coin would be it was the movement that was set up to fail. Being those are the best 5 guys that could be presented. That'd be the flip side. So, but I don't know
if they were. Yeah, I don't know.
To say something about the naysayers and doom sowers that say America sucks. I think that what had always happened in the past was that, there was always dissenters and people who weren't really on for the American project. The American project was chugging along really great. It was like, wow, America. People say America sucks, but we won the Civil War and freed the slaves. Oh, people said America sucks, but we put a man on the moon before the USSR. Oh, we beat the Nazis. Oh, we have disco in the 70s. Oh, we have hippies and we don't like them, but they're kind of cool and they have counterculture that we can export to the whole world to make them more liberal. So there was always something to say that disproved the naysayers and doomsayers. But
Hey,
I don't
hey.
think we have anything this generation as yet, and I hope there is something that this new generation can do that will revive that American
Hey, hold on a
exceptionalist.
second. Hold on a second. In the words of Sir Thomas Wyatt, say nay, say nay. All right. There is something about naysaying that helps us get better, right? Like
Yes, I understand that, but we also had like verifiable results to prove that the American project was
So
was working enough to justify
the
continuing.
Iraq War happened because there were a lot of yes men, right, surrounding Bush, right?
it's some
If some of
naysayers.
them were naysayers, we might have avoided like a horrific, like terrible, like
Perhaps to phrase this argument in a way that you might be a little more sympathetic to, Prime, because I think I'm getting what Isles is saying here. And this is I'm not trying to like rephrase Isles' argument. It'd be something along the lines of historically one of the points that you could get when you're trying to make that coalition to bring people into America and bring into sort of push against the naysayers was there was like significant economic growth. The idea that your kids are going to have a better life than you was like almost a guarantee for people, not obviously the African Americans, for blah blah blah, but even comparatively for other groups of people, it was or other countries and outside of the West, way better. That's why so many people wanted to go. The last thing I'll say. This is why so many people. I mean, why would people want to go leave Algeria and go to France? Because there's more economic opportunity in France than in Algeria. Why would people want to leave any country that any of these countries that can come to America? There's more economic opportunity here. That's not as true for this current generation. The economic opportunity for this generation compared to past generations is much lower. You can't really make the argument that if you come and integrate into French society or come and integrate into American society, that you're guaranteed the American dream or the French dream. That is, you can say, well, that's never been true, but it's much more never been true now than it was never been true in the 60s.
Yeah, hold on. But the thing is, and you should just grab your laundry and just do your fold your laundry here. And it's like good to keep talking with us. But you said, yeah, well, yeah, we had this, advancement, but Black Americans not so much, blah blah blah, right? But that's the heart of it, actually. That's the heart of it. Like, what is the American project? Is the American project? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Let me just. I'm sorry for cutting off. Think about it like this: current Black people today, the idea that you're like the picture. How about this? The picture of in 1960 when the idea is Malcolm or Martin. Do I go Malcolm or do I go Martin? The idea is the futurist America. Everybody's awesome. It's awesome. If we can just get rid of the fucking racists and we can integrate into American society, it's going to be fucking baller. Modern day, the idea is so we have to integrate into white society. We have to give up Black culture so that we can be 13% of Marvel movies, so that I can join a company and get into my bug pod. That would be the argument, would be that the prospects for young people today and prospects for people are much lower than they were in the 1960s. Would you agree with that? Just across the board for all of humanity.
Yeah, that they're much lower.
Somebody in the 1960s, comparatively, the kind of future that in 20 or 30 years their kids are going to live into, it's going to be significantly better than what 30 or 20 years people think that their kids are going to be growing up into now.
Yeah. I mean, I can generally agree with that, but like my heart of the problem with what Isles said is this idea that the American project was just chugging along, doing just fine, but it literally wasn't. It first survived with on the backs of slaves, and then after that, it continued its oppression, a state-sponsored racial terrorism for like a century or so, and then only just recently we said, let's maybe quit that part. Let's quit that part.
So,
but then you say to me, but then we landed on the moon, so who the fuck cares? It actually makes no difference to me as to what I consider the American project to be. So if you consider the American project to be to like build the Hoover Dam, then I guess you're good because we built the Hoover Dam, we built the national highway system, and we put a man on the moon. But if it's to increase the flourishment of all its people, well, we've only just started doing that, and barely even then.
So, well, hold on. So the reason I put it into economic terms is because the reason we had the ability, whether I can agree, subjugating slaves or subjugating Haiti and Guatemala, the ability we were chugging along insofar as we had the ability to do that. We were like the sole world superpower for a significant portions of the 20th century. That is just not the case anymore at all. And so when you're trying to bring people into the American project, it's not saying come and join the world's greatest superpower, even if you're even if you're at the bottom of the racial caste, you're still part of the American superpower. That's no longer the argument. There's other superpowers. There's the age of multipolarity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but and that's okay, at least because you have to define what the American project is at this point. That part's the problem.
That's the whole issue. Redefining the French project, redefining the American project. That's where these ideas in the modern day come to.
Yeah, I think that like for Dominic why did I say Dominicans? I don't know. I think the problem is that we have like I think that the American project is that we should increase the benefits this country can provide to all that are within its borders, and do that with a democratic project, like a democratic government overseeing it, with liberal ideas. Like, how long can we keep that how long can we keep that going? That's the American project in my estimation. But if it's a capitalist project, then I guess you're right. We have succeeded. We have produced these great works. If it's a project of like building things, then like monuments to ourselves, then it has succeeded. But like if it's involving human flourishment, well, then there was a large part of the population that was cut out of it, and not just Black Americans. It's my focus, but others as well. And then from there, that some of our wealth was stolen from other nations, right? Exploiting Latin America, exploiting sub-Saharan Africa. So, yeah.
So
essentially, Prime, if I may, it sounds like to me what you are expecting is the same thing I am expecting. You're expecting the promise of America as opposed to what we actually ended up getting. The ideals, the creation of all men are created equal. Yeah, we fucked up along the way, but you're actually expecting the promise to actually truly come to fruition. Until then, you will not consider the American experiment a success. Is that correct?
I guess.
Let me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I would read when you were talking. I thought of a very interesting little phrase that I've been using a lot. Right, which is when you create a ruler to measure a table, you're actually you're not measuring the table with the ruler. You're measuring the ruler with the table. Right. What you're getting at here is that what we're measuring tells us much more about the last 100 years of American progress than it does just listing achievements. The achievements listed without what we're grading those on is unhelpful. And I think that you're very correct there. But I think that something that America, France, the whole West is dealing with was that regardless of what ruler you were judging us on, whether the liberalism ruler, the theology ruler, whatever, we had a significant economic, material, technological advantage over most of the other world that we've gotten, that in the last 400 years, the West has gotten very cushy with. And I don't think that we've made very good appeals to any of the groups, whether we're talking about French Algerians or Black Americans or whatever. I don't think we've made very good appeals of this. I don't disagree with the American project you're bringing up here, the idea of a democratic society that wants to kind of increase the livelihood of all of it. Sign me up. I'm doing my part. I'm there. But I don't think I don't know exactly how to wrap that around. But that ruler, if we're saying that ruler is a very new ruler, and comparatively, historically, all the other rulers that you could when I'm saying all the other measures that you could use to argue our society is better than others, I feel like the West has gotten extraordinarily comfortable in that, and I feel like I don't know. We don't have great answers to give to people.
We have a new yardstick, and we're still trying to.
I agree with what Isle is saying, but to be your sympathy to your point there, you're not the ruler of why you would want to be on the side of that project. Is not we're not making the best argument there.
Yeah, depending on what you want from America, the idea of the American project has different mileage. I understand that as well. And yeah, Prime, I agree with you that there have been significant failings that almost disprove the need for the American project to continue on. But I think that we have just enough moral weight, just enough accomplishments to justify going on for at least the next generation in the American project. Because I think the things that we've done, the rights that we've expanded and given to people, the innovations in science, technology, and math that we've done, I think those give us the moral weight to say that we deserve to continue on and that we're a good place to be.
How's that advances in science and math and like people say that that other countries could not have made these advancements if they had our advantages. I don't see how that's like is a moral argument for
Well, it's a
why.
meritocratic article. As a meritocratic argument,
America.
anyone could have done it, but it just so happened that we did it and we did it first. And
I,
I would say we did it best.
Uh, do you?
I,
But
oh, sorry.
The word merit really complicates that.
Yeah,
yeah,
merit is
discourse.
weird, but it's like one thing I
Uh,
kind of I there's a book that I read the first chapter of, so I kind of read it all. It's like 1,000 pages. It's called The Uniqueness of Western Civilization. So what it could argue is it would argue that the West has done these things uniquely. We can find other democracies, the Haudenosaunee, who are Native American, were a democracy. We can find other racial caste systems. They had a racial caste system in other ancient societies, but America has done, Western society has done these things in a unique fashion. And I think that would that's where you need to make the argument there. I'm not sure about the idea that we did it.
By the way, you picked a Sisyphean task taking on that book, my friend. More props to you.
but this idea, like uniquely, but like we had so many advantages. Like America itself, right? Like the land mass itself is a massive advantage. We have such an incredibly resourced
Yeah.
like land mass, and then we had fucking oil. And how we got that land mass, of course, is by slaughtering all the people there, and then in terms of the Texas, right? Taking it from them, to defend fucking slavery. It's and segregation. It was incredible.
The argument of the uniqueness of civilization would ask the question: if we keep rolling back the clock to like the previous age, so to speak, why? Okay, well the West won. The West won the West. We beat the Indians. Okay, let's roll that back. Why did the West do, like how? Why did we win colonialism? Let's go back again. Why was the Spanish Empire in a position to colonize the Americas, and the Aztec Empire was not?
Because they had Europe.
So I agree. I agree with all this. I agree. This is all of this is the historical materialist or the Marxist analysis that goes back to the material conditions of Europe versus the material conditions of other places in the world that led to like unique state development. I agree with that, but that gives evidence to the argument of uniqueness of Western civilization. Western civilization develops uniquely because of its unique material conditions compared to the rest of the world. And because of that, produces unique social institutions that should be defended or should be praised based on other ones. That would be the argument. And I'm very sympathetic to that argument. Yeah, I'm learning about it more. Obviously I think that you can, quite obviously we can think of that's a billion different bad people that take that bad places. But I think there's a logical consistency of that. That if you concede that, okay, well, hold on, the West, we colonized Africa, colonized India, colonized the Americas. We can put all the moral language there. We can talk about the chemical warfare. We can talk about enslavement. At the end of the day, why did we have a system that was able to subvert all these different societies? And if you can keep and so that I think there's something interesting there, and that's going to be when you're fighting the idea of the West sucks forever, you're going to have to make an appeal to that in some way.
But that's a power discourse rather than a moral discourse.
Like to a point that's Mike right.
Those are two. I think I don't want to say talking points, but like two philosophical stances that are going past each other. Because you can have the power discourse that says choices that the West made in the unique way that they did allowed them to obtain power. Well, that's true. But then you have the question of what is our moral responsibility? And often your moral responsibility is deeply in conflict with your power dynamics and what would the most moral choices aren't necessarily going to make you powerful. And so how do you balance just enough power to make decisions that are just moral enough. I mean, that's a really like that's threading the needle quite fine.
Yeah, and see, for me, like the analogy I came up with from the synthesis of that book is, you look at history in segments of time. That segment of time is either a ruler, a yardstick, or so on. And when you
Hey, Prime, I've got to go.
When you segment time out in this way, Western civilization ends up winning out several times on both moral and power structures, but not always. It really depends on where you draw those delineation points. So it's like, especially with this, our newer understanding of prehistory, that civilization is far older than we expected when we were coming up with these conclusions to begin with, so on and so forth. Like this is something that needs to evolve further. So yes, Western civilization may have been running, rampant and winning every time we were getting to the end of that foot race at the end of that yard. But now we have a new yardstick, and that yardstick goes backwards in time far more than it used to. Our understanding, our moral objectivism, our moral relativism, it is far more important to the cultural development at this point. And therefore, it's we are just measuring by a different form now. And that makes this time unique, where at least during this yardstick period, Western civilization sucks.
I would actually move away from here. I move away from this. My analysis kind of goes somewhere else. And I'm going to hop off here. So I'm going to, my last little thing here is I want to kind of direct it mainly to Prime, but everybody here, because I like talking to all you guys. But I would disagree here. I think that that will to dominate that exists in humanity, that's that easy historical materialist explanation, the might makes right explanation as to why the West won. I think that what Prime is getting at, the critique that Prime is engaging with, pointing out that there's these certain elements of the West that are good ideas, the West is not held up. I think that's the other end of that. The will to dominate, the libido to dominate, is on one end, and the other end is that the libido to subvert. The libido to say, well, hold on a second. You have this and this principle, but you're not living up by this and this principle. Wait a second. You are doing this and this bad thing, or this achievement, which is good, is built on this other. You're pointing out the contradiction. This great achievement is built on this bad thing. The libido to dominate leads you to the chauvinistic. Oh, it was when the conquistadors were destroying Tenochtitlan, that was a good thing because the West was winning. There's sort of this vulgar interpretation. But I think that when you have that in contrast, like and I think that this is why I like talking to you so much, Prime, specifically. I think that you kind of remind me of this contrast, a lot. If you have to recognize that you're not going to get the city of God from the city of man. You have to subvert the will to dominate with the will to be compassionate, the will to be thoughtful, the will to think that your opponent can have a thought that is, they can outthink you and they can outwin you, or blah blah blah. And it is the skill of a I can make a much of an analogy. So it's the skill. A warrior learns from the mistake. It's not the measure of you make a mistake or not. A great warrior learns from the mistake and then beats the enemy the next time. Right. So I don't know. I feel like it's I enjoy talking to you always because I feel like you bring up counterexamples that are reasonable and logical, and you have to address them, and it makes my analysis better.
Thank you, friend.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night. All right, so I'll end things here. We didn't get much support, unfortunately, monetarily, but we did have a really good talk with a lot of great individuals here. So guys, if you enjoyed this conversation, hit the follow button or hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube land. And help us out, right? We'll be back in the future with more of this good stuff. I'm going to send you off to, and like you would think by now I would have like learned, like if I'm going to raid out, if I have it in my mind, decide you want to raid out too, okay?
Real Radham is live now. If you want to grab him,
I don't know who that is.
okay.
But it's fine. I'll send you to this person who I keep sending you send people there. But she's playing Street Fighter 6 OMG Look Kitty, which is cool because Street Fighter 6 is awesome. I've been watching so much Street Fighter 6 content. So you should watch that too.